Apology, you guys. I've hit this motherfucker 4 times and it hasn't started going live yet. Fucking hell, dude. Everything goddamn dragging today. It's just Sunday. Alright, man. Got this up. If y'all can see me press 1, we're going to go ahead and get into this shit. Pissing me off. Already. I got 2 fucking bums arguing outside the shop about who belong here, and they both white. I got some other folks live. That's going to suck up the audience. It is what the fuck it is, dude. I got 2 ones. Fuck it. I'm going. Fuck it. I am going. This is what we going to do.
Hey, big shit poppin', that little shit stoppin'. Hey, big shit poppin', okay, that little shit stoppin'. Hey, big shit poppin', that little shit stoppin'. Hey, ball on these niggas being fucking out of house and now do it, do it what you waiting for. Cause I'ma do it what you waiting for. Do it what you waiting for. Now let me hear you say, big shit poppin', that little shit stoppin'. Hey, big shit poppin', okay, that little shit stoppin'. Hey, big shit poppin'. That's right, little shit stopping. Hey, ball on these niggas being broken out of house and now do it to the maximum. Take it while you asking them. Don't listen to them sucker when they say you too irrational. I said I was king and them lanes started laughing. Them same sucker now want the king on the track. I compose several classicals, you know, like Top Bad, Dope Boy, bring them out and what you know about that. Now they ask high top, what you know about that. Dominated OC, now I'm going right back. See me right here, let us show that like that. Either this hell say damn, I ain't know it like that, nigga. Yeah, still bankhead, you can tell. Ain't nothing changed but the name on the mail. I still kicking dough with them things in the air. Up in Benny Hunter, see me slang in them jail. We a slang, ain't no such thing as a jail. Say you need 100 squares, it just came off the scale. Let's do it, do it what you waiting for. Cause I'ma do it what you waiting for. You know I do it what you waiting for. Do it. Now let me hear you say, big shit poppin', and little shit stoppin'. Hey, big shit poppin', okay, and little shit stoppin'. Hey, big shit poppin', and little shit stoppin'. Hey, ball on these niggas being broken out of house and now do it like a ball player. When you see me ball, laying stacks, tall ball player from the stage to the air, whether in Miami, Cincinnati, or in Riverdale, Arizona, California, make it rain anywhere. Pulling out that pistol, nigga, who you think you finna scare? 20 rounds of missiles, how you pissing in your underwear? I told her pay 40 cash, so you better tone it down. I suggest you just prepare yourself for when it going down. 8-Town, West Side Club, you should catch me right up at the top where Big Country throwing Mac beat. Jack a line, say they caught me slipping. How could that be? I'm something like a stalker. I be here where the strap be, the trap be. Jumping with the $100 slab. If I want a nigga, I could get 100 on the tail. Sell them all, double down, nigga, do the math. Think I won't pull up in something with 200 on the dash? I do it. Do it what you waiting for. Cause I'ma do it what you waiting for. You know I do it what you waiting for. Do it. Now let me hear you say, big shit poppin', and little shit stoppin'. Hey, big shit poppin', okay, and little shit stoppin'. Hey, big shit poppin', and little shit stoppin'. Hey, ball on these niggas being broken out of house and now I do it like I wanna do it. Do that shit in front of you. Real nigga vision, pimpin', I ain't seeing none of you. I do it for my nigga Phil, daughter and his mama too. I do it for my oldest sons and they grandmama too. Do it for my daughters and my youngest son, mama who go by what she want because she know it ain't a problem too. You do something to them and then you I bring the drama too. You do it for a day or so, we do it for a month or two. I do it for my partner, gon' make sure them niggas stunt too. We do it with them choppers, ain't no problem when you ready to. We do it for the block, that's why ain't nobody stopping me. I do it for my pop and my cousin too, they watching me. I did it non-stop, now see how these niggas capping me. I made it from the bottom to the top, where I ought to be. Who do it did good and do it different. No matter what I do, you know I do it together, baby. I'ma do it. Do it what you waiting for. Cause I'ma do it what you waiting for. You know I do it what you waiting for. Now let me hear you say, big shit poppin', and little shit stoppin'. Big shit poppin', and little shit stoppin'. Big shit poppin', and little shit stoppin'. Ball on these niggas no longer in power. He dead, let me tell you. TIP now, partner. Hey, we taking it back now, I'm serious. 96 Brown, Mac Bonnet, Big Country. You up next, homie. Hey, DJ Bump, I see you. Grand Hustle, partner. Hey, Leo, just sit back, man. You Craig, Julie, Kel, man, y'all just sit back, close your eyes. I got this here. Let the losers worry about losing, you know what I'm saying? That ain't never been a problem of mine, you dig that? How many May the best man win, partner.
Father, the sleeper has awakened!
What's up, YouTube? It's Sunday. It's 11:14 a.m. I'm artisanmc, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today. I know you had many choices, but you chose to spend some time with me, even starting a little bit late. Not my fault. They would have had my food ready. I got there 20 minutes before time to start the show. They still didn't have my fucking food ready because somebody in there, the nosy chick who wanted to know why I was working so much, was late to work. So she came in with a smile on her face. I assume because she was getting free holy down this morning, but that put everybody else behind. As you can hear, there's a lot of activity going on over here today. Outside of the two, which both look like fucking bums. Apparently one was and one wasn't. Arguing outside the shop about whose country it is and God and stuff like that. And fuck your mother because God ain't real. That's why you homeless. I'm like, the fuck? And the homeless dude told him he was a Native American, so get off his land. I'm like, you don't look Native American. But okay, it's kind of interesting. I almost thought about recording it for you guys, but I was trying to get this shit up and running correctly. So I didn't do it. So thank you guys for coming through. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. The stream does not run on hopes and dreams. It runs on green, just like every other thing. So make the Cash App ring during the stream. And I will give you your proper salutes accordingly, because I do want you to be recognized. Let's see what we got in here today. I got a couple from yesterday, some early birds in the building. I did not write it down, so give me half a sec to catch up, because even though I hate when people ask me stuff and then do the exact thing they wanted to do anyway. Don't ask me what I want and then have me tell you exactly what I want and give me exactly what you wanted to give me. That's fucking irritating. Now, the assistant manager at the place I get my breakfast is one who asked me, do you want 2 syrups? Well, I got French toast. Yes, I want 2 fucking syrups because 1 won't be enough. It'll suck it all up. I like to dip my food. She said, okay, gave me the bag, sent me on my way, right? Why, when I get here, there's 1 fucking syrup in the bag? How fucking irritating is that? Why even fucking ask me then? You was gonna give me 1 anyway. What is it, a run on fucking syrup? Jesus Christ. So now that was getting me in that irritated mode. I wasn't in the irritated mode, but it was working my way that way. I hadn't had my coffee, and you fucking up my order already. Outside of making me wait for 20 goddamn minutes for food that's already sitting there. Just got a bunch of crazy people today. Fucking hell, dude. All right, so on my left, shout out to the My Like of Me Bane. Donated to the stream early. Appreciate you, Malika. I did go and see Nope last night. Unfortunately, what happens whenever I try to actually go to a movie early, maybe shut the shop down early and go over and see a movie. If I'm leaving at 7 o'clock, motherfucker walk in at 6:59 and then just want to meander for a half hour. So I missed a little bit of the beginning of the shop of the Nope. So I'm probably going to go back tonight and see what I missed in the beginning. It's probably not too much, but me, I'm an old school analog type of person. I like to see the whole thing with no breaks. It's better for my memory. I don't like having to piece it together later on. Fuck that. No. So yeah. Beastly Nerds in the building. Yes, the Danger Room is open. The Danger Room will be open in a little bit because we got to talk about some of these trailers that come out. And I was checking out some other people's reaction to the Black Panther Wakanda Forever trailer, and I guess I just must not have a heart, y'all. I must not have a heart because I didn't get all weepy about that shit. And I'm wondering, like, damn, is it just me? Am I just heartless? I don't know, but everybody else I saw is halfway overweight and all sitting. Oh my god! I'm like, what? The fuck is y'all doing? It's just a trailer. It wasn't the memorial. Jesus Christ. So I don't know. And I see my boy Sam is texting me right now. I wonder if he's talking about this Black Panther stuff. He probably is. So I'm gonna have to tell him to come over here and get on board while we choo out this bitch. You with me? Like, am I just heartless? Do I not feel closeness in my blackness? Is that what it is? Like, I didn't get all weepy-eyed when I saw Chadwick on the screen? What? But you wonder why you're getting so many feminine fucking movies with women acting masculine. Because you got big-ass 200-300 pound fucking dudes sitting up there bawling on camera for a fucking trailer. Dude, that's not the Chadwick Boseman memorial. It's a Black Panther movie. Get the fuck out of here. What are you crying about? I don't get it. I guess I'm just heartless. Old age and bitterness is just getting the better of me. It's like, I can't do it. You know, all in my Sith, like, give in to the open sorrow. Your tears and the cries of the weak taste sweet. I guess that's what it is. But anyway, nah, I'm just older. I wasn't like that when I was younger, dude. There are certain things I cry about that I can't break down about. That ain't been it. Shit like this has not been it. I felt bad when Chadwick Boseman died. I did. I felt terrible for his family, for us as geeks. But he lived a life in the time he was there that he got to portray a lot of iconic Black male characters. And that was him doing it intentionally. He did that shit on purpose. So I appreciate the work that he put out there. Am I sad that he's gone? Yes, I am. But I respect the work that he put out because of the thought that went into the work that he fucking put out. Does that mean I'm going to be crying at the fact that they put out another Black Panther 2 movie? No. They were going to have to do that shit anyway. I'm upset that they ain't put another Black man in that role. That's what I'm upset about. So I'm not going to be fucking crying over this goddamn movie like that. No. Why? For a fucking trailer? Because I waited so long? What are you, an old bitch that ain't never had a nut before? Come on, man. That don't even make no sense to me. It doesn't. And because I'm seeing it between black folks and white folks and whatever, I'm like, this must be the standard line they told y'all to do. Everybody has to say, "Oh my God," and everybody got to cry, right? Hmm. I don't see that. I don't understand how that works. Like a facts. Anyway, let me get to these 3B salutes. Let me get that out the way, and then we can get on rolling with this show. Unfortunately, I'm driving to work and I'm thinking I need to hit up AM to see what he think of this Black Panther shit. And sure enough, I got an alert on my fucking phone that AM was going live. I'm like, motherfucker. Okay, so now I gotta fucking wait then. I gotta fucking wait. I gotta know what AM think about this shit. I gotta know. And I'm asking myself, in case Beastly Nerd run his ass over there and ask, throw it in the chat. Don't interrupt his show about some shit that ain't related to his fucking show. Don't do that shit. That's rude. Right. But I do want to know, so I have to send him an email or something in the back chat. All right, who we got down here? Let me write these names down real quickly, and then I will get into giving y'all your proper respects. We do need 10 contributors for this show. That's 10 contributors for this show. Damn, I do like women coming out of church with some skirts on and nice legs. Come on, man. Man, the Lord giveth, and he taketh away, because they walking home. Apologies, you guys. Got the new one. All right, the usual suspects are in the building supporting the stream. I appreciate you guys a lot. I think all of you actually do have wrenches in here for that. Not just because you donated, just because. So, first one goes out to Malika Me Bang. Appreciate you, Malika, for donating to the stream early. I think you did it yesterday, Friday. I think it was fucking Friday it came in. That's why I didn't actually put a comment on it yet. I just waited until today to do it. So you're like, yeah, I saw it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Early is better than never. So to Malika B. Bain, I will give you the title you hung on it. The 3B salute, the bedrock booty bounce. Appreciate you. Next one goes out to Triv. He said for the Geek Elite. Appreciate you, Triv, for always coming through and supporting the Church of Geekdom. With your patron saint of Geekdom, artisanmc, who climbs up on a cross many a time to watch a movie that you don't need to. I take my lance in the sides for you. So appreciate you, Triv. I will give you that 3B salute. Aquateki says, next one goes out to number one wrench in the building, Aquateki. He said for yesterday's playback and today. Oh, but wait, there's more. Oh, there's more, sir. There is more coming. If I can get it out today, there will be count them, two shop talk conversations. I haven't put these out in a while because it was fucking COVID. We were on lockdown. We weren't having a lot of people in the shop having conversations. So when we first start opening really back up, having people in the shop, I recorded some, but I didn't put them out, right? These last two, I was listening to them the other day at work, which were kind of funny to me because basically it was the tale of two Joes. It's Joe Herb in one and Joe Thompson in another one, but it happened on the same day, talking about the same shit, which was Thor 4. So it was really funny to go back and listen to that conversation. Because I told y'all, Joe Herb came in smoking. He came in smoking. Right after he left the theater, he rolled right into the shop and he was in here pissed. And it was hilarious. He gets pissed off, but he don't get pissed off that much. You know, he's a good dude, right? So he was heated. They fucked up Thor for him. So I got to put that out so somebody else can laugh about that shit too. So those should be coming today after I finish this stream in a decent amount of time. I'll get those put up and put out for you. And understand the shop talks. This is Shop Talk Live, where you can actually see the conversation happening and you can be part of the conversation. The regular Shop Talk shows, which I started this from, are just audio recordings of conversations had in the shop. Whereas random people in here and we're just talking geek shit. That's what we do. We just talk geek shit in the shop. So we have these conversations and discuss these ideas so you guys get the understanding of what actually happens in at least this comic shop. Can't say that it happens in every fucking shop, but it happens here. That's how we get down. That's what we like doing. I just decided to bring that experience to you guys by recording it and putting it up on YouTube. It's like, this is the conversation. What do you think about it? Leave your comments, right? So next one goes out to Aquateki for today and yesterday. Appreciate you, Aquateki. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. Next one goes out to Enigma. He said, for the shop. As you know, anything you donate, if you put for the shop in your Cash App donation, I put that over into the shop account. It doesn't go to me, it goes to the shop. So I do appreciate that. There will be content coming up on the Patreon side for shop content, and that will be coming in the next week. I'm trying to figure out how to make sure it doesn't go to YouTube so they don't block my goddamn video, which has happened the other times that I've done stuff on Patreon. I want it private to members only. So if you're a member of the Patreon, you get to see the shit. It's not something that everybody else gets to freaking see. So I will try to make it special and memorable for you. Get in there and make sure you feel me. So Enigma, appreciate you. I will give you that 3B salute. And then to the Swift Battle, he said, for the Geek Sunday tribute, appreciate you, Swifty, for coming through and donating to the church. I will also give you a 3B salute. And last but not least, the package man in the building, no one. I will give you that 3B salute. All right, let's see who else is in this busy for sheezy. Micah, Swift, no one. Aaron Peters, what's up, Aaron? Saw you yesterday. Thanks for coming back through. I'm listening. I see you. I'm listening. Peace to you. Said AMC. No, it's a lowercase c, right? I think that's the funniest misconception on my name. I just left it because it is what it is. It says art. Everybody says it's artisan MC, right? It's actually artisan Mick. You noticed that, right? That the C is lowercase. It's like artisan Mac or Mick. It's a Mick, but MC works too. So whatever, little things. No one says shout out to T-Hawk starring Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. Yeah, that's pretty funny, no one. And my mistake, I watched the playback today, and I'm thinking, while I was doing it, because Noel was here, and I'm trying to hurry up and do this recording and go over to see the movie Nope, right? I'm thinking Mortal Kombat. I didn't realize I said Street Fighter. I didn't realize I said that shit at all, because he don't look like fucking T-Hawk. He looks like Otakon in Mortal Kombat 11. I think that's the name of the guy. Otakon or whatever the fuck his name is. That's who the fuck he looks like with that old feathered headdress bullshit on. Like, okay, that's all well and good. But while I was driving to work today, I thought about it. I know exactly who these motherfuckers look like. And I'm going to show you guys just so you know, because I watched the trailer a couple of more times. because I was checking out some other people reviewing it, making sure we didn't say the same shit. And something came to mind when I was looking at that shit, which was the problem I was having with the way these Atlanteans look. Now, you guys know I'm a huge fucking geek, right? Kotal Khan, yeah, that's what we look like. You guys know I'm a huge fucking geek, right? And so, being a huge geek, I do a lot of stuff. Like, I got, what is it? My new Magic the Gathering deck right here came yesterday, right? Got this Kaldheim Elven Empire deck. This camera does not focus for shit, right? Got this because it's a cool ass elf in here, and I'm gonna make me another elf deck that's gonna murder some. Sorry, it didn't land in the bag. But you know, I'm a more big geek, and I play Magic the Gathering, right? One of the groups of characters in Magic the Gathering, if you don't know, you can have different races of creatures in the shit, right? One of these races is called merfolk, and they live underwater, and that's all they mean. They're just people who live in the water. Now, one of these last sets of Magic the Gathering was a plane called Ixalan. And in Magic the Gathering, you travel to different planes, not universes, not dimensions, different planes, right? They had a multiverse for fucking ever, okay? One of the planes is called Ixalan. And the Ixalan plane is kind of like Lost City of Gold, Cortez, vampire, conquistadors, dinosaurs, all this kind of shit mixed together, right? But it was interesting when I was thinking of this, when I'm watching the trailer for Black Panther 2 again, because I'm going to keep calling it Black Panther 2 so people remember it's a fucking Black Panther movie, not Wakanda Forever. Fuck that. Right? That in Ixalan, the merfolk were kind of portrayed like Native Americans. So they had all that feathers and shit on them. But what they also look like, because they're merfolk and they live under the water, they look like that. Stand-up comics. Nope. No. That's long been gone. The trades? No. No, we don't. Mhm. Now there it is. This is how shit gets sold nowadays. Nobody's thinking about the shit until they see a fucking commercial or a trailer. As soon as you see a trailer, now you want the Ta-Nehisi Coates run of Black Panther. Motherfucker, that was 5 fucking years ago. Well, what about the trades? No. They sold those bitches out when the first movie dropped. Dumbasses. Dumb fucking asses. You didn't get one then, you don't have one. Okay, so back to my point. If you look at this is a merfolk from the Ixalan thing, right? And they got the little head frills and stuff like that, but they wear a lot of tribal Native American garb and shit like that, right? This is kind of what these motherfuckers look like in this movie. They look like they took the merfolk from Ixalan. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And it took me a minute to dawn on me because the first relation for me was, okay, these motherfuckers look like Avatar 2, because it's coming out soon, right? And that would be what most people could relate to outside of understanding that other things go on in geekdom other than just fucking movies, right? And these ideas come from a lot of different places, right? So Marvel go and rip off Magic the Gathering or Wizards of the Coast and make the Atlanteans look like the merfolk from Ixalan. That's what it looks like I'm seeing. Kind of funny to me. I don't hate Ixalan, but and I have no distaste for merfolk at all. But I think it's funny that all these Atlanteans keep popping up blue. Right now, we already know that Atlanteans in Marvel are blue anyway. Right? If you get to Namorita and some of those other ones, they a little pale skin, but the rest of the Atlanteans are blue. It's all well and good. But the feathers on the headdress and stuff like that to be living underwater, I'm like, okay, well, they got to go with the whole Mayan feel. Okay, fine, whatever, fuck. It is what the hell it is, right? Will it be epic? I don't know. The way these geeks are crying on camera and stuff like that for a fucking trailer, where they don't see Chadwick Boseman once except for in a picture. I'm like, oh, this the funeral and stuff like that. Like, yeah, and you didn't see his actual fucking funeral that was actually real and important? Come on, man. Ogre's first form in Tekken 3. I don't know who Ogre is in Tekken 3, but looks like what you're gonna be seeing, folks. So that's just me. It's the relation that pops up in my mind, and all it did was make me want to go back to my Merfolk deck and make sure I worked on that bitch again to make sure my Merfolk is awesome. I should make a MCU Atlantis deck with Merfolk. That'd probably be fun. I just have to figure out which card could be my Namor. Maybe a commander deck with Merfolk. That'd be good. Merfolk commander deck, Atlantis. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Could have used somebody else's line that popped it up yesterday, which was Water World 2. Water World 2. Wakanda forever. No black folks don't like water like that. Anyway, y'all. Still need 4 more contributors to get on with the rest of the show. Let's get to Nope. I'll do that first because I want y'all to actually get in here and get all the contributors before we go into talking about the rest of the San Diego Comic-Con shit. If you don't like that shit, that's too fucking bad because this part of YouTube is a business and I have to be better at doing this shit. So if you want the rest of the goddamn content, pay for it. It shouldn't be the same folks every time. I mean, I do appreciate it, but if you new and sitting on the cloud, donate to the stream. If you new and you want to be on a panel, donate to the fucking stream. Panels ain't fucking free. Streaming are charged for that shit. Just saying. Everything costs, motherfucker. I don't know what world you're living in, but stop acting like somebody's saying something. Oh, everything fucking costs. Even my fucking coffee. Black folks don't like water. You ain't shit. I never claimed to be shit. I never said I was the man. Just could be in demand, not the man. You know that stereotype. Black folks don't know how to swim and don't like water because we got more thicker bone mass and bullshit. I love fucking water. I love swimming. I love diving off of high shit. That shit, it's always fun to me. I don't know what they was talking about. No fucking. We got great white sharks off the coast of Africa. You know what that means? We like to swim. That means niggas can swim quick. Shark. Ain't out there getting eaten like in Australia. Okay, so let's get into Nope, right? So timestamp 3424. Nope. I went and saw the movie Nope last night by Jordan Peele. And to keep it a buck, for what I saw, because I'm thinking I missed maybe 15, 20 minutes of the beginning. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I missed about 15, 20 minutes of the beginning. Not sure, but I think that's what it is. If the movie started at 7:30, I didn't get in there till like 8 something, 15 minutes of trailers. Probably missed about 15 to 20 minutes, right? Not sure, but it is what it is, right? And you'll see me clicking on some shit right now just so I say this dude's name right, because I think it's a fucking travesty that nobody remembers this brother's name correctly, and he turns in good performances every time he's on screen. The best respect that you can give a man is calling him by the name that he said he was, calling him by his actual name. So this movie stars Keke Palmer and Danielle, holy shit, Daniel Kaluuya. Yeah, this could be Kaluuya. Kaluuya. Yeah, it's Daniel Kaluuya. Kaluuya. I gotta roll my tongue a little bit more. Talk like I got a tick. Talk like I got a tick in it. Also, Stephen Yeun, Brandon Pereira, who was funny as fuck in this shit. And then Barbie Ferreira. Oh, that's who she was? She looked white as hell. And Michael Wincott. Now, I told y'all when I was out in the movies and stuff like that, I saw this trailer. I was going to see it anyway. One of the things I do when I sit down to a movie, I watch trailers. And even if I'm there to watch another movie, if I see stuff coming up that I think I want to see, I take that note down when that movie is coming out and the date. And that's what I base my fucking slate on, of what movies I'm going to see, when, and whatnot, and when they're coming out, right? It's very simple. Actually, I'll show it to you just so you know this ain't, I wear a cap, but I don't cap. Okay, this is the last one I had. All right. You see Nope is at the top of the list. Next with the Unbelievable Weight of Massive Talent with Nick Cage, Bullet Train, and then Elvis, right? Because the other movies I already saw. Oh, wait, this is the longer one. See, this is one from fucking November. The Protege, Don't Breathe 2, The Kingsman, Top Gun 2, Jackass Forever, Free Guy, Cop Shop, Lamb, Last Night in Soho, Gucci, American Underdog, Won't Be Alone. You won't be alone. It's a shitload of movies, right? Because my taste range, I don't stay in one yard and just play there. I watch a lot of different movies. If it interests me, I'll try to go and see it. I don't have a problem doing that. So this movie was already on my list to see because it looked like it was possibly some aliens shit going on, and I was going to see it. Now, even though Jordan Peele pissed me off with Us, because if you guys remember, I didn't like Us. Us pissed me off. It was too much gynocentric bullshit in that Us movie. That fucked me. That I was really pissed off with him with Us. Get Out had me. I was like, oh, beautiful, beautiful movie. Thank you, bro. Us, I was hyped up for it. I watched that shit. I was disappointed. Fucking pointed. I'm like, what is you doing? How do you go from here to there? This was stupid. This one, for the amount I saw, minus probably the 15 to 20 minutes that I didn't see, I like this movie. It was actually kind of fun. And to my homeboy Malika's point, God damn it, sorry. I'm trying to put my weapon away. To my homeboy Malika's point, it was a good movie. It was more a thriller than a horror movie. It wasn't a horror movie, which is not what I was expecting anyway. I wasn't expecting a fucking horror movie. I was just expecting the next Jordan Peele movie. All right. So you guys saw on the stream, I'm going to see the movie. I talked to Malika earlier in the day. He was raving about it, and I assume he had just left the theater. And he was so amped up, he called me. You know, not a text message. That motherfucker called me, and I was driving, so I didn't answer. I had to call him back, and he was like, "This is going on and on about the movie." I was like, "All right, don't tell me no more. Don't spoil it for me. I got to go see it. I'll go see it, right? So we can talk about it." So appreciate you, Malika, for the reach out. No worries. I was gonna go see it anyway. I just wasn't even thinking about it like, oh, it came out Thursday, because I saw everybody YouTube had posted reviews, but that was people with access. So I'm still thinking I got another week or so before it comes out. I didn't think, oh, it was out this week. So I didn't watch their reviews because I don't want to be spoiled on the movie. I'll watch a review after I see the shit, not before. So when Malika popped up and was like, "Oh, you got to go see it," I'm like, "Damn, you got Malika? You got Malika? You know, Malika got 2 M's in his name. That's double M masculinity right there. That's M masculinity. You got him rushing out to see it, and he enjoyed it. Like, oh shit, that's a big fucking endorsement right there. Got past the Malika censor. Oh, that's why I say I listen to certain people about movies. If you're a friend of mine and I consider you a friend of mine, that's just me extending that shit. You might not think I'm a friend of yours at all, but whatever, that's your business. If I consider you a friend of mine, that means I know you. Trust and believe. As psychological as I am, I got a fucking profile of your ass in my head. I know who you are, what you like, what you don't, what you'll get into, what you probably won't get into. I just got that. It's not weird. It's just what I do with everything. It's just the way my brain is fucking wired up. I compile information and build a profile. That's just what it is. Okay? Don't be upset. You can be upset, but it ain't gonna change shit, right? So I understand what Malika keys off of, right? And I use that when I get recommendations from him. Like Malika give me a recommendation off a movie, I kind of get an idea of where it's coming from. He can still explain it to me, but I use what he's telling me in base of what I know of Malika. It's the same thing with Sam. When Sam recommends a movie to me, I understand who Sam is and what Sam likes. So I factor that into his recommendation on a movie for me. Same thing with Artie Edmore. I know there's gonna be some shit. Right? That's what I do. People who are friends of mine, that's what the fuck I do. I understand where they're coming from, so I take their endorsement of a movie into that context of who they are, because that's what I'm buying. I'm buying it on their endorsement, or am I buying it on mine? On theirs. What's going on? If you need help, let me know. And if you hear me talking, it's a live stream, so don't worry about it.
My friend over here got
No. Yeah. What up, Trail? I see you in here. 2 little Latino boys with actual ski masks on, coming in to sell Pokemon cards. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. And then walked out because I don't want to buy the Pokemon cards. I'm really, side note, I'm really getting to the point of being irritated with people walking into a retail business that sells products, trying to sell their products. And when they find out we don't want to buy their products, they don't want to buy anything from the store either. Fuck did you think this was? A pawn shop? Stupid, dude. And UFO said, wish they had addressed the phenomenon in a more serious manner, would have added to the horror aspect of it. I hear what you're saying. I'll get to that. UFO. So anyway, Malika recommending this movie and quickly recommending it to me was a bit interesting, right? That to me, that means Jordan Peele did not make the same mistake that he made in Us. Because Us had that whole feminist narrative with Lupita in it and everything, and Winston Duke, and Winston Duke was just a big dumbass in that shit. That's all he was. He was just a big dumbass. I was like, well, that was fucking lame. Everybody was fucking stupid. Every man in this was stupid as shit. So why was they even there? So Malika rushing out to recommend it meant, okay, maybe he turned the page on that. We'll see. Now, from what I saw of the movie, and I'm using this as a preface because I missed a portion of the beginning. That's the only reason I'm saying that, because in my mind, it is not complete. So I don't want to give you that, oh, this is completely what it is, because I'm missing that small segment. Even that small segment bothers me because I have OCD like that. I need to see it all and not half and not part. I'm not going to tell you something based on missing chunks of it. you know. So from what I saw in the rest of the movie, the character Daniel Kaluuya play plays in it was whose name is OJ, and I'm surprised they didn't play that up bigger. But Otis Otis James, that was even worse. He doesn't seem like a background character. He is one of the characters in it. He is one of the stars of this shit. Even though he's not getting top billing on it, he is one of the stars of this because a lot of the story is driven off of him. Now, a lot of the humor in it is driven off of his sister, Keke Palmer's character, which was, excuse me, I'm forgetting her name. Emerald? Oh, God, she got a stripper name. Yeah, Emerald. Emerald James. That sounds like a straight up stripper name. Um, Based on her character, she handles more of the comedy stuff, along with the Latino dude that showed up, um, Brandon Perea, playing Angel. Angel was pretty funny to me when he finally showed up on screen, and I saw this character. That was funny. He was funny to me because his delivery and lines and stuff like that was just kind of humorous, and it kind of fit for what the tone of what was going on in here. Because there's a lot of weird shit happening in this town valley in California, right? Where Keke Palmer and Daniel Kaluuya's characters are the children of this black rancher who was, I guess, the rodeo, not rodeo, but the horse wrangler for movies and stuff like that. And it's all in contemporary time. So when they talk about the movies that the father worked on, it's all movies that you would know, Scorpion King and shit like that. That's all movies that you would know, right? So it has a contemporary context where this was happening in the 90s. This is what the father was doing and such. Okay, fine, right? Somehow the father has died, and I'm assuming that's in the beginning part of the movie that I missed. And the children are here to keep this ranch running and keep it going. That was what you saw in the trailer, which is part of the commercial that they were filming about this ranch, black horse trainers and stuff like that for Hollywood. Okay, cool. Now, this ranch, their neighbor is Stephen Young's character, and he owns a ranch too. And Stephen Young's character was a child actor who played on this show called Gordy or something like that with a fucking monkey. And something happens to Stephen Young's character when he is a child, which this monkey that's on this set 2 years into the show, to the sitcom, it ends up going fucking crazy. And if you don't understand what it means to have a monkey go crazy on set, there's a video, or it's not a video, it's a news report from California maybe 10 years ago about this man going to a chimpanzee or orangutans? I think it might have been chimpanzees. Enclosure here in California. And they had this chimp for some time, and they left it at this enclosure with these other chimps. And when the man went in there, them fucking chimps attacked his ass and ripped him apart. Legit ripped him apart. Ripped his nuts off, all kind of shit. Testicles. They pulled his fleshy truck nuts off and lips and all kind of shit. A chimp going crazy is not where you want to be. That is not the place where your ass want to be at all. So it ends up being serious, but you get it over time how it affected Stephen Young's character, right? Stephen Young's character, what's his name in this shit? Ricky. Yep. He has the ranch across from the James's ranch, and he's having some kind of event there like every Friday night. He's having some kind of event. Who is this dude? About to get a customer, so hold on 1 second so I can see what this dude wants. Hello, sir. Hey, how can I help you? Okay. If you need any help, let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming. Mhm. So Have you seen the movie Nope yet? Yes, you.
No.
Okay. Okay, because I'm talking about the movie, so I didn't want to spoil it for you if you.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Okay.
I do want to check it out. But,
Oh, that's good. So he's running his ranch on the other side, and you try to find out what these events are that's happening on his side of this valley. Now, from what you get in the trailer, is that it's possible some alien activity going on in this little valley, right? Which is all well and good. I'm down for an alien movie just like anybody else. I get into sci-fi and stuff like that. So if you're gonna show me some scary alien stuff, cool, I'll watch it. How the hell not? Watched everything else. But where this goes really interesting is how all of this plays into this idea that it is a thriller. It's not a horror movie, it's a thriller. There's one element in it that could be really kind of horror related. It's just something really messed up that happens that to me would be a horror element. But other than that, it is like Malika was telling me, it's a thriller. It's not a horror movie, it's a thriller, which I'm fine with. I like thrillers. I like suspense in that story building up to something happening, or just you getting those chills while you sitting in the seat, like, what the fuck? Okay. That's not, that don't look all right. No, you need to leave. Right? That's all well and good for me. That's all well and good for me. The necessary horror element, I grew up. I don't get into horror that much anymore. I really don't. It's nothing I'm into. At this age, I had to sit back and think about it when we were talking about all these old horror movies that we wanted BTM to watch. It's like I don't really watch horror movies anymore. I don't. I just have no interest. It just whatever. If it's the first of something, then I'll probably watch it. But I know it's going to go the way of everything else that they churned out too many goddamn sequels for and just turned it into a cash cow. Like it's not going to actually be good. It's going to focus too much on one thing and not enough on the other, which is too much on people getting killed, not enough on the actual story. I'm more into the story. So, to UFO's point, you wish they would address the phenomenon in a more serious manner. I think they did address it in a serious manner. But what you were getting in the script is people reacting to this in a real way. They're reacting to it in a real way, right? One scene in the movie, that's not a spoiler, right? Where the audience was on board, because this is why I like seeing movies with an audience. So you can see what you're reacting to and what everybody else in the theater is reacting to, if they got it, if they didn't. Daniel Kaluuya's character goes out to the stable because he's hearing some noise, lights is on or whatever, turns off the light. Right? Okay, turn the light off in the stable. What's good, Dr. T? Truth is in the building. Right? Then he goes to leave and the light comes back on, and everybody else in the theater was like, right? Nope. Right? Because everybody's like, no. In a horror setting, if you had to go out at night and turn off a light in your barn and you turn around and take 15 steps away and the light turn back on, you don't want to turn back around and see what turned on the light. You don't want to do that at all. You don't want to do it, right? That's like no bueno. Like you might as well just keep booking it the opposite direction. Don't make eye contact, right? But he turns around and sure enough, something is there. And it starts moving. It's a good scene to where cinematically you're sitting here locked on one scene. And you're looking at the scene to see what's out of place. Is anything out of place? There's nothing there. And then something moves and you're like, oh shit. It was perfect. But the reaction of the character in that scene was the same as the reaction of the people in the audience. He sees it like, nope. It starts walking away, which is true for black folks. I was talking about it yesterday on my stream. Black folks are scary. You don't need much. Like, you gonna see something like that, they gonna still be there experimenting, like, hey, what's going on? No, we out. We done. So him saying that was hilarious. It was hilarious. I laughed out loud. I was fine with that. And when you see the resolution of the scene, like, okay, that's fine. you good with it, right? Yeah, see, even Dr. Tino, yeah, that scene was hilarious. It was hilarious. It was. Everybody in the audience said the same thing. They were saying nope when they saw the movement, but when he said nope and walked away, everybody was laughing. So it diffused that emotion right away. Like, oh, okay, it's okay. Right? Just these. 1 second, you guys, and I'll get back to it. Let me help this gentleman out real quick. No double issues out right now. Just what is there. Stop it. See if my new scan gun will act correctly this time. Nope. Oh, excuse me. While you guys doing, while I'm doing this, you guys like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. This is an operating comic shop, not a set, so. I have to do a little bit of the actual business part of this. Alrighty. Would you like it back?
Yeah, that's great, actually.
All right, 2031. It's not hooked together. All right, tap, swipe, insert, your choice. And pick your receipt, then press the green button. So y'all don't know, I don't hate the Black Panther. See, I put Black Panther on my receipts. There you go. You too. Have a good one.
What's your stream, by the way?
artisanmc Shop Talk Live. It's going on right now on YouTube.
Okay, well, we'll check that out.
All right, Dutch. All right, so we back at it. So that was funny. That was a funny scene in the movie that diffused the emotional impact of what was happening. You felt that little bit of terror, and then it got diffused because the character is having the same reaction you are, which to me is clever writing, because the characters are having real responses like real people in the real world would have, and not, you know, just characters in the movie. What is that? Let me just stick my hand in there and see what's going on. Oh my God, it's fucking that's stupid. We're past that. We're past that now. We're supposed to be more intelligent people now, right? More educated, more intelligent. So those same dumbass gags don't work anymore. You actually have to do something more intelligent, right? More intelligent. Now, I don't know how many people in here have actually seen the movie, so chat, be mindful of your spoilers. Don't get in here and start trying to spoil the whole fucking movie in my chat. I don't like that shit personally. I think anybody watching this might want to actually see the movie, and if you blurting out everything in the chat just to be the first one to say some shit, that's what your stream is for. Because I don't spoil movies in my shit unless it's really bad. Unless it's really bad, then it don't matter. This was not bad. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the movie, right? So for me, watching this movie, that's what I got out of it, is that there were some thrills, there were some chills, and there was some humor. And it didn't take away from what was happening. And the way the movie went, I kind of keyed on it instantly, but I didn't verbalize it. I had a feeling But then it went to the place that it was going with the story. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. And it was awesome because that's a new idea I haven't seen expressed that. How you doing, sir? All right. If you need help, let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming. Not crazy. I will, but I'm just saying so you don't think I'm talking directly at you unless I'm talking directly at you. So that part ended up being really fun for me. So I enjoyed the movie enough of an enjoyment that I would go back to see it again tonight just to see the part that I missed. Why? Because it was entertaining. I don't have a problem laughing and actually being a little scared and laughing at the same time. How you folks doing? All right. If you need help, let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming, not crazy. Sort of. Not crazy in that way. So I enjoyed it. Like I said, I don't know how many people in here actually saw that movie, but watch your spoilers for the movie. And Enigma, how did I like the reveal? I liked the reveal. I really did. I could tell you this. Story wise, I want to know more about the UFO. I would. I would actually be really interested to know more about the UFO. Could I see another movie in this vein? Yeah, I could. Possibly. But I like where it was left. Like Jordan Peele hasn't made a sequel to anything yet, and I'm fine with that because everything doesn't need a sequel to me. Everything doesn't need a sequel. Some stuff should just end right there and actually be a good movie, and then never have a sequel. That makes the movie's impact actually stand out a lot more. That makes it resonate with the audience a lot more because they live with it a lot longer, right? UFO said, dark skies are the fourth kind, a more accurate depiction of the phenomenon of those who've researched and experienced personality. Okay, so to UFO's point, I see where you're coming from, UFO. You wanted a more realistic depiction of UFOs and stuff like that. You have to understand that I don't think I saw Dark Skies. The fourth kind was a true story. It was based on a true story. So that's why there's no humor in it. It's serious depiction. And the fourth kind messed me up for a while. I had a 2-story house at the time I saw Dark Skies with a tree outside my window. I would not leave my blinds open anymore because I was kind of leery about waking up in the middle of the night and seeing some white owls sitting in the tree outside my window. Like, oh, it's all bad. Here we go with the probes, right? So the fourth kind was creepy. It was creepy as shit but it was taken from a real experience. So that's why it didn't have any of that humor. They didn't really write much of anything in that shit. They wrote some of the in-between parts, but that's why you had actual footage and stuff like that put in there because that was a true story. You can't match that up to something that is a fictional story being told. It's not even the same shit. It's not even the same. Just because they got aliens in it don't make it the same. Aliens, the movie, had aliens in it too, but you're not matching it up to this movie at all, are you? No. Completely different. So I'm giving them leeway on telling a story about aliens to where it's not an actual researched experiment. No, it's real people dealing with a weird phenomenon. That's how I'm taking it, and that's how I'm grading it. What up, Trail? Trail says sequels and remakes are just cash grabs. It's different series. Here's the thing: sequels and trilogies nowadays, or I don't know if it's actually been this way forever. Usually, when you got a sequel, yes, you can understand you can make more money off of it, but people took it a lot more seriously. Right? Nowadays, sequels are like par for the course. You have to get a sequel. Like if they come out with a crappy movie or a moderately decent movie this week, you automatically know, depending on the company, it's probably already greenlit for a sequel. You already know that. They don't even know how this one's going to do. But you already know a sequel is coming. So it actually doesn't even mean shit. It's not. It's artificial. It's not based on people watching the movie and enjoying it. They already plan to do a sequel on it because they don't want to just do a one and done. They ain't even waiting for your reaction. They already greenlit it. They're just waiting to see, can we fully pull the lever or no? How much? 30 million? Okay, click. That's it. It was already coming. So it's never actually, to me, it's never really actually taken seriously that it deserved a sequel. It earned a sequel. It's never none of that. It's just there because that was their plan. We plan to do 3 of these, and that's just what it's going to be. Like, why don't you do one right? See if it works. Then move on to the sequels. I like movies that explain things. Life is already full of things we'll not understand in our timeline. Yeah, yeah. I like movies that explain some stuff too, Dr. Tiasan, but I also like movies where I have to figure out shit that I have to figure out and I have to decide for myself. It's like a choose your own adventure at that point. What do you think it was? How do you think it ended? I don't have a problem with movies like that because I don't have a problem thinking. I don't need everything explained to me. I'm intelligent enough where I can figure some stuff out, and I got enough information stuffed in this big ass head that I can fill in the blanks myself. You don't have to explain it all to me like I'm retarded, but have money to buy movie tickets. Has photo, video, numerous White House in the yard and standing in the road looking at this house. Fun fact: UFO man. No way. No way, dude. I'm telling you seriously. Like, I'm not a scared dude, right? But for a while after watching The Fourth Kind, I would not have my blinds open on my window. And that's how I used to sleep all the time. My blinds would just be open because it's on the second story. Ain't nobody looking at my damn window. And if they are, they're too far away for me to even give a damn. So I'm just looking out, looking at the sky at night. And I watched that movie, yeah, the blinds was closed at night so I can sleep peacefully. Just had me a little bit thinking, just a little maybe. Series are better for making money than standalones. Well, that's the thing we're debating, Miss Twist. The series approach versus the standalone making it good. Have a good one, US. Mm-hmm. Toya the Texan. Now you a Texan tutor? That's 3 T's. BTM was good. It is total lazy creativity. Most movie companies are looking for the next franchise. It's how much they must invest in a sequel, marketing, and distribution. Yeah, Trill. That's why I don't get into it. It's like telling you what's historic before it's even happened. Or as it this is historic. It's not. How do you know it's fucking historic? You got a time machine? You went forward to see that this was actually a pivotal point in anything happening timeline wise? No? Then shut up. You don't know what the hell is historic. It's just happening. Could be forgettable a month from now. Totally not historic. So I don't get into that. I don't need everything greenlit for a sequel before the first movie has ever come out. I don't. I'm not into it. A franchise is based because it earned it, not because they planned it ahead of time. So they're gonna say whatever they have to get you coming back. Like a Captain Marvel 3. You know you're gonna get one, right? You know you're gonna get one. Even if you didn't like the first movie. You're still getting a sequel and you're still getting a trilogy. Do you think it earned it? So there you go. So my recommendation on Nope, go and see it. It was a decent movie. It was fun for the parts that I saw. I will go back and see the rest of it so I can actually say in a more informed voice. Is that what Nope means? Not of planet Earth? Okay, that's fine. It's an abbreviation. No worries. That's actually pretty clever. And for the life of me, it might sound funny. I don't know what Keke Palmer is famous for. I really don't. I don't know what she's famous for. Everybody's like, oh yeah, Keke Palmer's in it. What does that fucking mean? I can't think of shit she was in outside of this movie. So I don't know why it matters. She was fun in this movie though. But she's the comic relief in a sense in the movie. She brings the humor in this movie. Daniel Kaluuya, he's the more serious one. right? Where some people could say he was bland or boring. He's the more serious one. He's the one taking on the responsibility, while she can just dip out whenever she feels like it. And she does it multiple times in the movie. Like if it's something to be done, it's like some hard work or something like that happening. Yeah, she bounced out. I'm like, oh, I'm here to help you with anything you need, bro. He said, yeah, well, I got some work to do. Yeah, you go handle that. And she dipped the hell out. I was like, but that's common for people today, isn't it? Okay, fine. Yeah, that made it funny to show that, yeah, you just lazy and you trying to do shit. You know, so suck on your vape pen and be scared sometimes. Say some funny quips. All right, whatever. What else you got in here? Greenlighting sequels ahead. It's stupid because if it bombs, they're going to be looking goofy. Yeah, it is. I've been thinking about this recently. Right? There's two reasons why. I heard some conversation about the number of sequels that's coming out for geek movies and stuff like that, and then having a conversation with you guys about how we used to watch movies back in the day, and the day wasn't a Tuesday, right? That we actually had to wait for shit. And that stretching out the time in between sequels, excuse me, builds that anticipation for a sequel. And if you didn't plan on just doing these anyway, back to back, then you're shortening the expectation or the excitement for a sequel coming. You don't get to live with the actual first movie for any amount of time, really. 2 years is not really a long time. It's not. It's not. It's not that long of a time. You just went through the whole pandemic. How long was that? Or at least lockdown in the pandemic. How long was it? If you think back in your memory, how long it's been since you were able to be back out in the world and stuff like that? It hasn't been that long at all. But you're not even thinking about the time that you spent indoors. So 2 years ain't that long. To have so many movies and so many sequels coming out back to back, it's like you're getting overstimulated, which can lead you to being jaded, not wanting to see any of this shit because it's too much, too fast. This is how actors get oversaturated and they need to leave the public sphere for a while so you don't see their face. So the next offering that they have, you actually want to see it and not thinking, motherfucker, I just seen you in 3 other movies this year. Nah, I'm good. Yeah, sit down. I'll give somebody else some time. You know, seeing you too much. Living together? No. Fuck off. It's not about being incapable of thinking. I wanted to know where it came from, what it was, etc. But it was intriguing. Came from space. Dr. G kind of told you what the UFO was. And this is why I said I would see a sequel of this, because that would be one of the parts I'd want to know, that they can put that in the next movie, because that's where you get all that exposition, right? But I don't necessarily need it right in this one. That's that tying everything up into a bow in one movie. No, I don't need that. Give me something to make me want to watch another one. And then if people demand it, you can get one. So I hear what you're saying. Don't 100% agree, but yeah. Child actor, that's all. Beastly nerd. She's just a child actor, that's all. So somebody been visually grooming her until she was an adult so they can be like, oh yeah, Kiki. Okay, whatever. Child actor who grew up a slur. Wow, that's fucked up. That's fucked up, Trail. I don't know nothing about her dating habits. Do you? She had a series on Nickelodeon? Okay, awesome. Met her in Scream 3. I didn't see that one. Sorry for the caps lock. No worry, Double C. What's good with you? Dr. T, is the difference between having world building explained through exposition or being left vague for the audience to fill in. Personally, I think the latter is lazy. Y'all got some serious fucking opinions on this movie. But you did see it, so that's good. They appreciate your money, I'm sure. Just like I would appreciate 4 more contributors. Because I can talk about the rest of this shit or I cannot talk about it. I already know what I think. Those people sending me pictures and shit. Like, nobody knows I do anything on Sunday. Yeah, awesome, Mom. I got the same picture last week from the ex-wife. All right, let's see what else we got. I need 4 more contributors to the stream. Back in the day, the time allowed for rewrites and perfecting the script ideas. Yeah, no one. That's what should have been used on Thor 4. Exactly what should have been done. A decent fucking script and some rewrites. Stop rushing this shit out. The more I keep hearing about these major movies that's coming out right now, all we keep hearing is that how rushed they were, how small of a time frame they had to put this movie out on. And I'm sorry, do any of y'all know the difference between fast food and actual cooked food? Because basically they're telling us that's what they gave us. They gave us a fast food movie, 30 minutes or less. So is it any surprising that it's sloppy writing, the story doesn't make much sense, and the effects look cheap? Is it any surprise? No, they rushed this shit out. They rushed it out with Kenobi and gave him a small budget and rushed it. And then Thor, they had a big budget, but they rushed this one out too and claimed they spent all this money on it. I'm telling you, you better check Taika Waititi's pockets. He didn't spend all that money on the effects and shit. No, he didn't. You can forget that shit. If he spent money on anything, it was Christian Bale and Natalie Portman. Or excuse me, Christian Bale, Russell Crowe, Natalie Portman. Got their money. That's where most of the money went. Damn sure didn't go into the effects. Fuck that. Triangular glowing object in avatar pic. Taken about 2 years ago while driving home in the afternoon. I can't see it because your picture is too small. I remained above the highway for about 12 miles of driving. The driver saw it too. Fun fact. Okay. Yeah, Double C. How can I miss you if you never leave? Exactly. Give me something to miss. You ain't been gone long enough. I've said this to women a lot of times. Did you miss me? You weren't gone long enough. No. Fuck. It was a week. I got a really good impression of you. It's probably going to take a lot longer. I wouldn't mind a sequel, but for some reason I doubt it'll get one. I doubt it'll get one, Dr. T, because I don't see Jordan Peele making any sequels. He hasn't made any sequels to anything yet. Like the most obvious sequel he could have made right out the gate was Get Out. He could have made a sequel to Get Out right off the bat. People would have been clamoring for it, and he would have got paid off of it. But he didn't do the cash grab. He went on to the next movie. So I don't see him doing sequels maybe for another 5 years until he's put out maybe at least 5 or 6 actual movies, standalones. Then he'll double back and then start doing sequels. I don't see him doing them anytime soon, though. No. So we get one, we get one. Let the demand grow for it, and then give us a sequel. But you shouldn't get a sequel for Nope before you get a sequel to Get Out. Just saying. Any questions, sir?
Yeah, that Super Nintendo controller, is that a regular one?
It's FC Twin.
Is that the PC one or regular?
It's FC Twin. So it's from the system, the regular system, not for the PC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Since that should work.
It works.
Okay.
We don't buy it if it doesn't work.
I didn't see a note tonight.
What's that?
You see a note tonight?
Okay, I'm glad I stopped talking about it so I don't spoil it for you.
I was afraid.
No, I saw you in here. Yeah, I don't like spoiling stuff for people, so I wouldn't have spoiled it. So I talked vague and told the people in the chat room to stop fucking talking the whole movie out in the chat room. 1649 on Zakad. Tap, swipe, or insert. Pull off. And pick your receipt, then press the green button. There you go, sir.
Thank you.
Would you like a bag or no?
Yeah, why not? It said you're not subbing for it.
Yeah, I can take it off. Because it was for our tester, but we sold the tester. I don't know. They shouldn't have sold it and left the controllers here.
I have two at home, two Super Nintendos. And what I just thought, oh, I'm still doing?
Yeah.
I'll let you be, man.
Right.
I think I'm.
Well, have a good one. Okay. Yeah, the FC Twin is gone. But they left the controllers. So I want to know who took the FC Twin and didn't take the controllers. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. We're an hour in, and we still need 4 more contributors to get to the rest of the meat of the show. If not, we can all go and go on with our day. Video games still take ages to come out, so we want our only formats that have that anticipation window. Yes, because video games still take time to produce. Still takes a lot of time to produce. A lot of people involved in it to get it done. So that's why that anticipation is there. Because this movie process, because they're using more computer graphics and green screens and shit like that, it speeds up the process of making films. They just keep churning these motherfuckers out, but they're not spending the actual creative time in it to actually develop it better. That's the problem I'm having, because I can tell you, I watched Disney Plus and Doctor Strange Assembled, Multiverse of Madness Assembled, and the amount of green screen I was seeing on that shit was disappointing, because that meant barely anything was fucking practical. So that's why I'm getting a lot of these scenes where you can have problems with it, is because it's not actually anything they're filming. They just film the shit on set, the special effects and everything else, or they film the practical parts and everything else is a special effect. I'm like, fuck, dude. Where's the magic in the movie making? Don't tell me you spent longer on doing these effect shots than you spent on writing a script. Fuck. That seems almost like a cheat, in a sense. Appreciate you, Beastly Nerd, for donating to the chat. 5 or better, baby. 5 or better. Coffee. Start at the coffee level. Work your way up. So the Beastly Nerd, I will give you that 3 Beastly Shout out to Pragmatic Prime. It's prime time. Anybody knows what that's from? Tell me, because you, sir, are a geek. Or madam, if you know what it's from. Put it in chat. I'll give you your props. I don't have a problem doing that. So shout out to Pragmatic Prime for donating to the stream. I will give you that 3B salute.
Yeah.
Come on now, I got cold breakfast and an empty cup of coffee. Selfish if you want to. 2 more. Dos más contributores. Por favor. Trail said, I still don't know how to describe Thor 4. I do. Bullshit. That's how you can describe it. You want me to spell it for you? Here, I'll spell it for you. This is how you describe Thor 4, Trail. That's how you spell it. That's how you spell it. See, she got it. Did you get it? That's how you. That's how I describe Thor 4. Bullshit. That's bullshit. Oh my God! It's Amanda.
You're open.
I've always been open.
Huh?
I said always been open.
It didn't sound like you were open.
When?
It sounded like you're going through a hellish permit process that they kept screwing you up on.
Yeah, that was last year.
Okay, well, I finally twigged on to the fact that you were open.
Okay. Okay. How are you?
How you doing?
I'm doing a live stream right now, so if you hear me talking,
Okay.
you already know I'm not crazy.
Huh?
I said you already know I'm not crazy.
I know you're not crazy.
Yeah.
Are you still doing the Home Depot on the day job thing? Or you just,
I'm gone from there. Yeah.
well, I don't blame you. Though I was thinking that probably during the pandemic that the stock, if they were,
Stock prices went up, hours went up,
yeah,
pay for that position went up, but that was right before I left.
Yeah.
I left in 2018, and then the pandemic hit beginning of 2019. So no, I didn't get it.
I'm still grinding it out in the Dilbert cartoon that is Amazon. So. But I didn't go to management. So.
Well, you know, the Dilbert cartoon is based on phone company, SBC. Pacific Bell at the time, but SBC.
Yeah. Well, I think
corporate.
it can apply to just about anything.
Pretty much, it can.
That's right.
Any corporate job, it pretty much applies.
Even a not corporate job, I was, we just had a short bus of safety people roll into our building, and
Just had a short bus of safety people.
special safety people.
Special safety.
That's right. They're especially safe, right?
Right. So they came and put ping pong balls on everything.
These days, I'm working in the unload the first part of the day and then getting stuff out, the vans out on the second half of my day. And they come rolling into the oven. Go ahead, Nick.
No, this is just an alert.
Okay.
'Cause I just was chastising them about supporting the stream, so I'm seeing if they're doing it so I can get to talking about all the San Diego Comic Con stuff that they want to hear about.
It's on, yeah.
So,
but we have these orange rubber mallets because we have
dead
carts
blows.
that come in full of stuff and they get warped and bent because people are savage. And I mean, it's just anything like breaking door. Anyway, but so you can't. I mean, I can do this to a certain extent, but some things just don't go so well.
My keys in the door.
Well, I'm glad I kicked that direction. Anyway, it says safety people. You can't have these mallets. These aren't approved mallets.
Yeah, they are. They're dead blows. They don't leave any marks.
It's fine. Yeah.
It's just sand. Yeah, it's just plastic with sand on the inside. It's fine.
Well, they serve the function that they.
Yeah, you can beat on stuff without damaging.
It's hard all the way through. Anyway,
It doesn't work so well on people.
So they go, you have to have the approved ballots. Now, mind you, all of these orange ballots were apparently everywhere until somebody decided that we don't like them. So they said, we're confiscating all of these ballots, and you can't use them. And we're like, well, we're supposed to use our fists and our boot heels until we get new ones.
Yeah.
No, you're not allowed to do that. You have to find you haven't had mallet training. like mallet training. And they're like, you have to find the
1 second,
one
you guys.
person in the building.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right. If you need help, just let me know.
Oh, we actually have some comics that we wanted to either give or sell or just weren't really sure what to do with them.
Okay, over here, but
Okay.
we're not taking any comics right now.
Oh, you're not? Oh, so,
So we're not gonna buy them.
okay. Could I just give them to you? Or?
No, because I have enough comics that people just dumped off on me that I have to do something with.
Oh, okay.
It costs me to actually bag them and everything else. So
Oh,
it's
I
not
see.
it's not a freebie for me.
Oh, okay. So, I guess, does it even matter?
Half price books, they will buy them from you by the pound. So you can take them there right in Berkeley and they'll take them off your hands for a fee.
Okay.
Or they'll take them off your hands and pay you.
Okay. Got it.
Mhm.
Okay.
Alright.
Like just off the top, do you know if like Archie and like that type of stuff is worth anything? Archie and
Not really, not for us because we sell mostly Cape and Cow comics, not Archie, but
we have like I don't know Marvel comics group, but
1 second, you guys. Let me get back to you in just a second. So if you got Archie Comic Digest, some of the earlier ones can be up in the thousands of dollars, but everything below everything below 133 is down under $100. It
okay.
goes down from there.
Okay. Then like I don't know, it just says Marvel.
Yeah, I'm not gonna look them up. I'm doing a live stream right now, so I'm not
Oh,
gonna
you're
look them up
doing
either.
live stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm also not gonna buy them either. So if I spend my time looking them up, I'm actually pricing them for you.
Got it.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This is my day. A bunch of old stuff, some old love story stuff. The books are in good condition, but it's not anything that we can turn around and actually sell. And it's nothing I can afford to actually buy right now either. So at a loss. You got to send it to somebody else. Shout out to the Doughboy, Art of Ibmore, for the coffee money. Stop your belly aching and eat a taco. Had 2 tacos yesterday. Thank you very much. And it's not belly aching. I don't be saying that shit to you when you're doing your stream. Look, let's say that very clearly. The shit costs. All of the shit costs. Nothing is fucking free. Not even my attention. All right, so shout out to the Doughboy for donating in the chat. Appreciate you. You finally woke up, stopped playing with itself, and decided to come on the stream with us instead of his sheets. So shout out to the Doughboy. I will give you that 3B. Okay, so what else we got here? Sorry, I missed a couple of you guys' comments while I was talking to those folks. Like I said, regarding Nope, I wonder if there were any more aliens on or heading to Earth, because if one could do that much damage to a small CA town, imagine a dozen of them attacking various planets. Malika, no spoilers in the chat. There's a story points, but yes, I agree. It could be interesting. Artie Moore said he just woke up. He was hungover. Pull your pants up. People have been trying for decades to convince the public that what's actually going on with photographic and video evidence. Okay, UFO is all off on talking about UFOs and stuff like that, and if they're real or not. Me personally, I do believe UFOs are real, and I think they're smart enough to know not to come down here and fuck with us because we are fucking crazy. As you heard my friend Amanda just mentioning, humans are savages. Leave us the fuck alone. Just look at the zoo. Don't land down there on safari and start fooling with them. Fucked up. Thor, yes, it was. Mr. Donnie Mac, what's up? MDM, yeah, it was disappointing. Shout out to Pragmatic Prime, who actually said hello to the host when he came in. Appreciate you. Triple T, was good. Master Teacher BGS, what's happening? Stories like fathers are not essential. God dang, BGS, really? Really? Yes, they are. I disagree. Good stories and fathers are essential. If you take your father out of the situation, what you have? What do you have? Not you. That's it. Not you. Nothing. Yeah, nothing. What is the Garden of Eden story without Adam? Just a bunch of fruit and animals running around. That's it. You wouldn't even have sin now, would you? Because there would have been nobody for Eve not to listen to. It's got Lilith. The bliss of willful ignorance and denial is coming to an end. Okay, you on some other tangent, dude. We're not talking about that like that. Our government and Hollywood are solely preparing the public for what's coming. What's coming is that they have to actually admit to some extent that there are aliens. There's other life in the universe. I don't know who don't believe in that or don't want to care or don't want to listen to proof. I just believe. I use the line from Contact to make this really simple, to make it really fucking simple and get out of the grandstanding about UFOs and shit like that. Line by, who is it, Cole Hauser, I think the name of the actor, delivered in Contact to Jodie Foster was this. If it's just us, seems like an awful waste of space. And I fucking agree. Can't just be just us. Like anybody else smart enough in the universe that they can figure out interstellar travel would figure out not to come down here messing with us because we are fucking crazy. Plain and simple. If you can understand human nature into where the size of your town that you don't go to because the motherfuckers over there is crazy, then expand that out to the fucking universe and we in the ass end of it. They ain't coming to our hood. They visiting, they looking around, but they ain't landing. They ain't trying to hang around. They ain't trying to hang out here. Shit is crazy. Yeah, and that's one way to spell it. Yeah. What's up, Aria? The chocolate witch has arrived. Every time I say chocolate witch, I'm thinking of Hershey's Kisses. Just throwing Hershey Kiss magic. Fuck phone company. Have her finish the mallet story. Been there on both sides. So the guy in the chat wanted you to finish your mallet story, Amanda. I said a guy in the chat wanted you to finish your mallet story.
Oh.
He wants to hear the rest of the mallet story.
Well, really, well, you know, the utter stupidity of it all. It's, yeah. So not only did they confiscate all the mallets, leaving us with only our fists and our feet to get the latches open on the doors. He said, yeah, you haven't had mallet training. Yeah.
Did y'all hear that? No mallet. They took all their mallets. So all they can use is like their hands and their feet on metal latches because the safety guy told them they had not had mallet training.
And he has new mallets on order, but that was a week ago.
And there's new mallets on order. So I guess they're going to be rubber, right?
I think they're
spring-loaded handle so you can hit something and hit yourself with it.
They're just black instead of orange.
They're just black instead of orange? Yeah. No, they should be orange so you can find them. I've worked at Amazon, so.
Okay, see.
Sounds absolutely fucking ridiculous.
It makes sense.
They're not going to do it?
I told you the short bus rolled up.
Yeah, the short bus of safety guys rolled up. Now I get it. Like you haven't had mallet training.
I'm like,
Huh?
I really, honestly, I said, okay, so
The dumbest thing I saw, you guys, when I worked at Amazon, because I did work at Amazon after
you
the
took it-
depot. I
Yeah,
had a job at Amazon up in Fairfield.
okay.
Right.
Oh, you were doing fulfillment.
I was at the fulfillment
Okay,
center, right? And the dumbest thing I saw was them training somebody to walk around with the plastic wrap to wrap the pallets. I'm like, wow, really? You must think you get really dumb people up here.
You know,
But then I saw some of the people doing it. It's like,
if they've
okay.
never done it, then they don't know how to do sweets, corners, and whatnot.
didn't know how to wrap it, didn't know how to use the pallet jack, the hand pallet jack, mind you,
Oh, yeah.
and then just use a pole to get stuff off the conveyor so it can keep moving straight. Like,
Yeah,
the world is challenged. Like,
the bar is not set high for the higher.
Jesus, no, it's not. It's like, thank God they only doing 4 hours. If they had to do 5 hours, the motherfuckers be getting killed in there. I would do 8 too. I was like,
Yeah,
fuck,
it's
4 hours. What's
like-
4 hours, dude? It's not even a real day. Like, yeah, I'll do 8.
Well,
Can we get you 4 extra shift? Yeah, you still gonna
Yeah,
pay
you
me?
get,
Oh,
you,
fuck it.
you get your BET in or whatever it is.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm
Get
used to
your
working
hours.
like a normal person.
But yeah, I just,
So I never got those people complaining about, oh, it's such hard work for so little. You only working 4 fucking hours. Did you shut up?
look,
Jesus, I worked at Amazon and UPS, and I worked at Amazon and UPS for a minute at the same time.
oh yeah, no,
And I wasn't, when I was working at UPS, I wasn't loading the trucks. I'm driving and delivering, right?
oh, okay.
But my homeboy said work loading those trucks. That's an 8-10 hour shift, hot as fuck, loading and unloading these trucks all day. That's a real job. These motherfuckers doing 4 hours with a conveyor belt unloading. And they, oh my God, it's so tough.
It's kindergarten.
Yeah, if you
I
don't
was
shut the hell up.
unloading the trucks at UPS when I got out of college and there were no jobs.
Right.
It was so hot in summer that the tar that they have on the top.
Yeah, it's just
of the,
melted.
Yeah, it would drip into your hair.
Yeah, like, no,
Yeah,
dude.
because
Shut the fuck up.
they be sitting out in the sun all day. You come in and yeah, I know. I'm
Yeah,
like,
it was a hot box, legitimately a hot box.
They open it up. And
Who they
it's
got in the
like,
hot
well,
box?
You know, try not to pass out.
Yeah, they have a fan, and that was the most interesting part about it, is seeing the stuff that Amazon was using. Is all the stuff that UPS implement, right? With the fans to blow in the trailer and stuff like that, so you're not sitting there. It's 100 and something damn degrees in there. You passing
Well,
out.
Sometimes you get a refrigerated trailer.
Mhm.
So, but also, I know one time they turned on the refrigeration because it was for fruits and vegetables and stuff that they were shipping. And all of these gnats flew out.
Oh Jesus! Yuck!
It was like
Yuck! Like, yeah, no. That's okay. So there you go, y'all. She told the rest of the story. They took all the mallets, and she's not getting an approved mallet. It's been a week already. They haven't got the new approved mallets. And no training. So they're not trained to use mallets.
That's why the Neanderthal, who also used, stone axes, I guess that's why they all died out, because they didn't get out.
This is what's happening inside of Amazon. Jeff, they're gonna make you lose money, man. You're gonna lose money, Jeff.
Oh, God.
Yeah, they're trying to bankrupt you. And what's going to happen to all those people when they bankrupt Jeff Bezos? What's going to happen to all those people who actually does have a job at Amazon? They're going to get laid off. You'll be fucked up. So keep doing that dumb shit.
Well, I did say that, I guess they better take out all of the water coolers because that.
Oh, they didn't have training for those.
somebody drowned.
Yeah, they could drown in that. It only takes a teaspoon.
They
Oh no.
haven't had water cooler training.
Yeah,
And
they
you
have.
know those, cone-shaped cups.
Yeah.
Somebody who's not.
You got to have prepackaged little cups.
That's right.
They're just trying to do all this to try to bankrupt Amazon to make them go union, and I don't think Amazon should be a union job anyway.
I think it is a push to get everything, and have the robots do everything as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but they think they're doing something else against him, and all he's going to do is just going to force them to automate your ass out of even that little job. That's all it's going to be, because then it's going to be too much of a headache. Because, like you're saying, this mallet shit sounds like the dumbest thing ever. That's so fucking stupid.
All right, what made Amazon kind of successful was that they ran light and quick and wild, wild west, and it was losing money. It was losing money on the deliveries, but it was, now they're hiring from all of the companies that were the competition
Right.
that are implementing the
Their dumb shit into Amazon,
Yeah.
which is why Amazon beat out their company anyway, because they were doing all those dumb
actually,
practices.
they were making money off of the cloud stuff. They were losing money on the road stuff.
Right.
So I understand they had to, justify their existence by turning profit.
Fucking hell. So no one, the person who asked about the rest of your mallet story said, mallet training is like masturbation, all self-discovery. No one on the board with some good zingers today.
I said
No, it ain't shit.
It comes to work and looks like a mallet and like, oh,
I don't know how to use
it's like a
this.
summer sausage from the creek.
Yeah, what do I do with this? Maybe I'll hold the handle and hit it with the other end. Fucking hell, dude. And a dead blow at that. That's like one of the safest ones outside of the rubber mallets. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Jesus, dude. It's even high visibility so you can see it when it's flying through the air. Jesus. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, Amazon will have, BGS is saying, Amazon will have workerless warehouses in 10 years. They gonna speed that shit up with this dumbass shit.
This is exactly what this is the push. The guy that took over for Bezos, he doesn't care about people, period. It's all about
because it's a loss.
Automated as quickly as possible.
Well, that's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be automated as quick as possible.
Right.
With that kind
But you still need somebody to break jams.
You still need somebody to break jams until they train a computer to do it.
Yeah.
That's why when I went in there, I was looking like a goddamn superstar because they had all this training for all this stuff. I'm like, dude, I know how to do all this. This is like basic shit. Yeah. I'll take the pallet training. I'll take the spider wrapping training. Yeah. I'll take the jam breaking. Yeah, I can load the truck. Yeah, I can unload the truck. You want me to sort this shit too? I can do that part too. It's just, dude, you got to give me some actual fucking work to do. Dang, this is all stupid stuff. Here, let's break down these boxes. Oh, dude, you're innovative. I'm just breaking down a box, dude. We do this everywhere. What the fuck? Yeah, take this, wrap it up, and take it out of here.
Oh no, but then
you got management potential.
This isn't approved. What you're doing is not approved. It doesn't. It's efficient. It's not okay. This makes no sense.
I've done the safety part too. I've been construction. I was a safety guy. Even at the depot, I was a safety person. So I've done a hell of a lot of safety training outside of all this management training for just dealing with people and shit like that. It's dude, I'm overtrained for any job I try to get. And I'm not using it. I'm using it and not using it half the time. I'm using it not being paid for it, or I'm not using it because they ain't paying me for it. And some of this is just all common sense dumb shit. Well, so look.
The tagline is there's no such thing as common sense.
Look, this is all you need, and you'll get your mallets back, right? One person to hurt their wrist, and one person to hurt their ankle. Then it's a lawsuit for those two injuries. Disability. And now they're gonna bring back the mallets. Because since you took these away, how are we getting it open? Okay, well there you go.
The one person who is trained for small tools is apparently the one guy in the building that.
The one guy in the building.
The actual guy, the guy that JLL, which repairs all of the.
He's trained to use a hammer, you guys. So I must be missing some growth potential somewhere. I think there's another job I could do.
I know.
I am overly trained for hammer usage.
We're supposed to figure out where in the building this guy is, and we go,
yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like I'm missing. So there's a job available that I can actually do, so I can actually find a way to make more money because I can come in and be the hammer trainer because I am beyond qualified. I got about 20 years of hammer qualifications on single jack, double jack, ball peen, rip claw, framing. Dude, I am more than versed. I am worthy.
You are worthy.
And ambidextrous. Holy shit, I can train lefties and righties. Oh my God. I'm missing my calling, you guys. That's so fucking ridiculous. That's why I'm laughing. Because it's ridiculous.
I don't know.
Jesus.
I just said, well, okay, guys, shut down the building and you can just get your safety reports from the organ man.
Yeah, UFO, metal and plastic. Yes,
Yeah,
I'm good in metal and
right.
plastic too.
I said, until you get that report that says a rat chewed through a wire, homicide. So much for your perfect record. I guess you're gonna have to strip all the wiring out of the building. It's just too dangerous.
Yeah, Aquatechy, regular hammer bro. Yeah, regular hammer bro. OG hammer bro. Anyway, that was Amanda sharing her stories. I haven't seen Amanda in a while, but she's one of my favorite geeks. But that's fucking hilarious.
I am here.
You showed up and did not disappoint, did you? That was not disappointing. It's disappointing for Amazon, but what the fuck ever. Look, deal with these dummies. Shout out to BGS for donating to the chat. The teacher in the building, making the 10th contributor. Remember, 10 is the goal. It's a starting point, not an end point. So I will solicit throughout the stream. We're about 2 hours in, so let's get into the meat of it. And shout out to BGS. I will give you one for your haters. The 3B salute. Appreciate you.
Sounds like hammer training.
It was hammer training. You'd have to see the video to see what it is. But hold on, you guys. Amanda said it sounded like hammer training. I'm telling you, you'd have to see the video to see what it is. So basically, it's the devil smacking Wilma on the butt while she's twerking, and money falling in the background. Why? Because I hate twerking. I hate twerking in public, and I made a joke out of it. All right, yeah, no one smack. There you go. That's your mallet training right there. All right, let's get into this. I'll get in a little bit of democracy on this stuff. There is a whole slate of stuff that's going on from the San Diego Comic-Con. So we got the Black Panther to talk about. Talk about a bit of the Black Adam. You can talk about some of these other trailers that came out, House of the Dragon, all of that goofy shit. She-Hulk coming up. Or we can talk about just the Marvel slate. Phase 4, Phase 5, Phase 6, and the mystery movies, the mystery meat movies that are in between there, and what I think those mystery movies are going to be based on their release dates and when that stuff is happening. So, what up, Joe? JT in the building. Appreciate you. Fracture Comics has showed up representing. On the board as the biggest swinging geek in the building. Appreciate that. So to JT, the writer, Sugar Rush, Fracture Comics, I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, JT. I like stuff that makes me laugh. Look, see, did y'all hear? Y'all just want to say what you know, don't you? Because I see Pragmatic Prime in there like, Avengers 5 and 6 it was announced. No shit. Did you want me to talk about it? Or did you just want to say that you heard it in the chat? Fracture, yeah, what's good? So here's the vote. Black Panther and She-Hulk, put a 1. If you want to talk about Black Panther and She-Hulk first, hit a number 1. If you want me to talk about the Marvel slate for the phases, press 2. And then I will leave it open for everybody to talk about the Black Panther and She-Hulk stuff. The only reason I'm trying to get my thoughts out on it first, instead of doing it on a panel, because you motherfuckers talk over everybody on the panel. And you race to say the one thing you know first. That gets irritating to me. It's hard to listen to. Discuss the slates. Got 2s and 1s. This is the crowd participation part. There's enough people in there that you can't participate. Algorithm loves chat engagement. So you want to see people like me grow? Engage, motherfucker. Like Captain Picard. Otherwise, you get big, pasty, weepy-eyed, four-eyed geeks crying over trailers with hundreds of thousands of supporters and never having to ask anything from anybody except to hit the like button. Yeah, for the algorithm, right, Aquaducky? For the algorithm. 2. Okay, let's talk about this Marvel slate. Let's talk about the Marvel slate, and then I'll leave it open. All right, so this Marvel slate, I wrote it down. I got Post-it notes. So what I'm going to do, because of so much shit coming so quickly, I'll take my Post-it notes and put them right up here where I can see them because I write small. And for the most part, if you guys watch anybody else in the space, obviously you do. You saw Blurt Without Fear was going over the whole slate already this morning, like 10 o'clock right before my show. So, awesome. Did I watch it? No, because I got my own shit to do, and I like keeping my own ideas in my head and not regurgitating somebody else's ideas. It's not the hallmark of a thinking person. So, what we got to finish out phase 4 first is you got She-Hulk happening next month, early part of next month, like mid next month, August 17th. And then 2 months after that, November, you get Wakanda Forever, Black Panther 2, which is going to close out phase 4, which nobody was thinking was going to happen. Okay, all well and good. They're going down into a yearly slate that every phase is about a year and a half, in a sense. If you understand how corporations work, it's all on quarters. It's all on fiscal quarters. So that's why you're seeing the slates overlapping into February and stuff, because that's just fiscal quarters. That's how they're going to get their money, right? Now, it doesn't really get overly interesting until they get to talking about phase 6 to me, and where things are going to pop in there and the stuff that hasn't been announced yet. Because the stuff that hasn't been announced yet is what's more interesting to me. All the rest of this stuff in phase 5, you've been hearing about this already. You already knew it was coming. All they actually did was gave you an actual date. And in some sense, they didn't give you an actual date. They gave you a year and the time of year, what financial bookmark in the ledger where it's going to fall, right? Like, ooh, spring of such and such. What does that mean? March or April, motherfucker. Before or after tax time. What do you think is happening? Like, it's money. And that's not a bad thing. It's just, you just need to understand it. Now, the 2 things we have coming at the end of this year, She-Hulk, Black Panther 2. She-Hulk. I told you guys on my trailer reaction, I'm still not liking the special effects. It's not looking right. It's not looking right. It's like I'm watching an animated character with a human face stuck on it. The hair is not looking right. I'm not getting that feel that this looks like something real that you would see on the screen. I'm just not getting, the Hulk is not even looking right completely. Now, maybe it's because I'm looking at it just on a computer screen. This nice big thing right here, but it's still not looking right to me. Now, the part that what's up, Donzo? The part that I'm still having a little bit of an issue with that she's doing everything better than the Hulk. Anything you can do, I can do better. I'm like, we know within the Hulk family in comic books, Hulk is the strongest. Nobody better than the Hulk. Hulk is the strongest. Plain and simple. Anybody falling from that Hulk tree is weaker than him, not stronger than him, not better than him. You can have some differences, but you ain't better. So I'm not overly surprised because of this is the phase that they're in, but I'm tired of seeing it. I'm telling you, Thor 4 finally just took the rest of it out of me. I was like, whatever, man. The rest of this is going to be garbage. Let's just finish out the year and move on because it's not getting there for me. It's just not enthusing me. And maybe I'm the old bastard in the room, but that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. So I'll watch She-Hulk because I'm wanting some laughs. I'm wanting to see what it will be. I'm still giving it a chance to be funny, but some of the stuff ain't looking right on it. It's not. And maybe they're working on it special effects wise all the way up until release in August. It's digital, so they can always do that. They can stream that shit that night, right from their servers. It may not matter, but they need to fix that shit because it's not looking totally there for me. Not at all. Now, Maestro is the strongest older version of the Hulk. Maestro is still base power though. Maestro don't get stronger. And he still can get beat by Hulk. Maestro is just smarter. She-Hulk looks mid. I don't expect anything from it. Yeah, I expect people to be getting punched. And from the trailer, I expect to see Daredevil and the Wrecking Crew. Cool. Maybe I can get Crusher Creel in there since, they got Titania in there. Maybe I'll get Crusher Creel, which can actually be a uberly powerful freaking character if they roll him any decently. But we'll see. MDM said, my autistic brother fell asleep on Love and Thunder. He wanted to watch the 12 Avengers films as soon as we got back home. Disappointing. Damn, you put an autistic kid to sleep. You know what that means, right? That shit was not entertaining even to him. Taika, what the fuck did you do? Get Disney back their money and stop lying to them. Shout out to Nearest Black for the donation. Appreciate you, sir. Sir or ma'am, they. Never seen him before, but he donating in the chat. Appreciate that. I will give you your 3B salute. Now, Black Panther 2. I already started going in on this with the whole merfolk thing. And one of the things I saw that I thought was really disingenuous of people reacting to the trailer was, oh, you see the Black Panther in the end. Who is it? I'm like, you didn't see that little chicken leg hanging out there? Who the fuck do you think it is? Stop being stupid. Like, these people playing this shit up like way too hard. That's what I'm thinking. Was this part of the press packet that you got to cry on camera and say, oh my God, a bunch of times? Was this part of the press packet? Because I don't believe all of you saying the same shit like that. The same way. Oh my God. Come on, man. You know who the hell that is. It's Shuri. Look at her little leg. Look at her little hands. Those are woman features. Who's the smallest chicken that's next to Riri? Her. Okay, big deal. Right? So what I'm noticing in the trailer is it does seem like they're doing a couple of damn time jumps, because the part where Ramunda is sitting on the throne and giving a speech and talking about her whole family is dead wouldn't make any sense since they already showed Shuri in the movie, right? So to me, that means this is happening during the snap. This is happening after the snap, that she's gone before the United Nations or whoever and let them know, yeah, look, I'm the queen of the most powerful country and my whole family is dead. What else you want? What you want me to do? Right? She's letting them know. So to me, it happens post snap, right? This is what happened in that 5-year period and how Wakanda changed because it had no living heirs at that point. Because I had forgot about it for a while. I think Arta Imor was the one who reminded me that Shuri got snapped too. T'Challa got snapped and Shuri got snapped. I thought Shuri was still hanging around until I did my due diligence, went back and looked at that scene in Endgame again. And oh, that's right, she did get snapped. But I didn't show it on screen. I didn't think she got snapped at all. My bad. So yeah, she did get snapped out of existence. So for a time, for 5 years in Wakanda, there was nobody in that line. Nobody. Ramunda can't be the Black Panther. So who was in charge? Maybe it was M'Baku. Don't know. I could see it fall into Ramunda because she would be the queen. She was Queen Mother. She could just be queen now. But her children is gone and her husband. So family running it. Okay, what you got there? 1 second, you guys. I know we're just getting into it, but how it goes. Gotta do the do. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Now stop singing when your ears start ringing. This is how you know you're getting old. When you look at something and you gotta, that's how you know you're getting old. I have to manually adjust my vision nowadays. I'm like, that's really small. So all that talk BGS used to give me about, I don't know how you edit videos on that small screen. Well, thanks for jinxing me, BGS. I don't now. How do I do it? With a lot of effort. Because I legit have to put on my reading glasses to do that shit now. Even this morning I had to. Like, nope, we're not doing that. We slept good, but we can't see. All right. Would you like a bug?
Oh, do you have any long boxes?
No, just the short boxes.
I get 2 short boxes.
Yeah. You want the Alex Ross or Black Panther?
Oh, they're special now?
Yeah, because you can't get the ones that are just white. They want to actually put lithographs on them.
I just want standard size.
Yeah, that's what I wanted too, but that's what they had. I got what they had. And what they had, I got. 1 second, you guys. Just bear with me. It's operating. Like I said, this is a real shop, not a set. There we go.
Right on.
Yeah. I'll be able to jack up the price. So they're $12 instead of $8.99 because Marvel put something in front of it. Yeah, because they can. What do you want? I'm not giving you the other boxes. these are what we have. That's all I need. I just need a goddamn box. Okay, 5163 on the credit. Tap, swipe, or insert, your choice. You hit that milestone. All right, and your receipt. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good seeing you.
Yeah, if not Wednesdays, then Sundays.
Yeah, Sundays are fine. You gotta whisper it. I might get off work. Well, have fun with that. I'm gonna sit here and trash some of this other stuff. Not trash it. I'm just gonna talk
Now I
about
have
it.
reason to bake cookies.
You do. That's what Amanda is good for. Amanda does some awesome baked goods for us. Like we get a Christmas card every year, and she drops off baked goods. Like, oh my god, who made this? I love Amanda. That's some good.
And my scintillating conversation.
Yes, yes, that's always fun
That's
too.
right. All right, I'm glad you're here.
All right, appreciate it.
I'll be back.
I will be here.
You're here.
All right, now that we lost everybody, I told you once we get into stuff, some talking meaty, people usually want to check out and stuff like that. So that breaks up the conversation. So apologies for that, but like I said, it's a working shop. This is not a set. This is actual store. So we actually do business, and they're paying customers. So I do need to service them first. We lost the big three: Cap, American, Thor. All right, yeah, reading glasses, no one. Reading glasses, yeah, my Groucho Marx is on. All right, so we lost 10 people. Who gives a fuck? If you left because of that, then I don't know what you were waiting for. This is why everything's going to hell. No attention span. All right, so Black Panther, Ramunda sitting on the throne. I think this happens in that 5-year period. So what I'm guessing from the trailer, what I'm seeing in the trailer is you're going to do a couple of time skips, right? Yes, shout out to Donnie Mac. Yeah, get the likes up too. Support the algorithm, support the stream. That you see, some people were missing it. They were seeing the birth in the water and they were thinking that was T'Challa's child because they heard the spoiler about Nakia being pregnant and that T'Challa was going to have a child. It wasn't T'Challa's child in that scene in the trailer being born. That was Namor being born in the trailer. That's why it's underwater. If you look at the baby has wings on his feet. That's why you have to pay attention and divorce some of what you've heard from what you're seeing so you can match those two things up correctly. That's Namor being born. Now, where are we going to get that? It might have to be somewhere in the beginning of the movie because you have to explain who the fuck Namor is. You're going to have to give him some backstory in this movie so you understand who he is, where he comes from, what his powers are, and why he is a credible threat to Wakanda. Right? Now, the whole thing about him being a mutant, I don't give a shit about. I don't care. Yes, I know Namor is a mutant. Who gives a fuck? Well, he was the first mutant. No, he wasn't. Apocalypse was. So I don't care about that whatsoever. I just want to see how they do Namor. And being that they've changed him to be from like Aztec or something like that, that's a big change right off the bat. So let's see where that goes from there. See where it goes from there. I guess this is going to be Black Panther 2 POC forever movie. Now, I'm not saying that to shit on Ryan Coogler. I'm not shitting on Ryan Coogler at all. If anything, I'm shitting on Disney, Marvel, is what I'm doing. I don't have no hate for Ryan Coogler at all. Because I'm thinking my view on this trailer, when I go through the trailer and count it, it's only about 3 dudes you see in the damn trailer. M'Baku, Ross, and Namor, right? Outside of the random fucking nobodies with guns running around and the shit, the tactical teams and shit, right? Okay. Rest of the trailer is just women. That's the rest of the trailer. So, like I was saying in my reaction video, they could have just kept the name as World of Wakanda because that's all the fuck I'm seeing right now. I'm not seeing any guy doing anything badass. I don't see one guy doing anything badass. All the action is focused around the women. And I thought that was pretty ironic because during the filming of this shit that Ryan Coogler ended up on the fucking news because some chick in the bank called the police on him thinking he was trying to rob the place when he's drawing money from his own fucking account. I was like, yeah, no, that seeing this trailer and knowing that he went through that shit seems like no good deed goes unpunished, does it, Ryan? It's kind of fucked up, ain't it? That's kind of life. So all that promoting did shit for this motherfucker that had you wrapped up with the police looking embarrassed on fucking camera. So interesting, right? Yeah, exactly. Why would he be born underwater? Yeah, that's blatantly, exactly. That's blatantly Namor. The only reason Myth Twist you can think that it would be born underwater if you was thinking of doulas and what do they call them, birthing coaches and shit like that. And like, oh, it's a water birth. It's easier on the mother. Motherfuckers underwater. We're talking about Atlantis. Come on, let's get it together. Now, one of the things I heard. One of the things I heard is that Namor is going to have a pact with Atlanteans' god that they pray to. And I'm thinking this is where how they get into him having the power to flood Atlantis. I mean, flood Wakanda. Because in the comic, Namor flooded Wakanda with the power of the Phoenix. When they had the whole Phoenix 5 thing, Namor was one of those people who got a portion of the Phoenix Force and was doing all kind of crazy shit with it. That's a badass character on my Future Fight game. Fuck with me. Midnight Suns, right? That's where he got the power to work the waves and flood Wakanda, right? They have to have a reason that he can have the power to do that. And if they're saying he got it from his god, in a sense, empowered him, then okay, I guess they get around having to bring in the Phoenix into this shit. Okay, he just needs more power to be able to do that because that's not one of his powers. Okay, fine. He ain't fucking Ocean Master. It's not Aquaman. You can't just command the seas and shit like that. No, he commands everybody under the sea, not the water itself. Okay, there's no water benders, no bullshit like that. That would be interesting, especially since if you was watching Thor: Love and Thunder, they actually did. I didn't catch that, but it showed it that they did put Bast in there at the whole orgy for the gods. And if you know Mexican mythology and their god pantheon, what is it, somebody saying in here? Donnie Mac Atum, I think that's the one. He was in the shit too. It's like, oh, awesome, but I don't know everybody else's pantheons. I don't. I know a lot of them, not all of them. Mexican is one of those. So, okay, he was there. So you've already seen the Mexican god there, Azteca, whatever. I shouldn't say Mexico. Okay, so he could empower somebody on his side to actually have the ability to do this flooding and work water and shit. Okay, big deal. The important part is that you get a flood, and that Namor does it. Cool. Yeah, that explains making them Aztec. Yeah, it does explain making them Aztec because they need a route somewhere without getting all messy into, I guess, Atlantis. I don't know. Maybe that's just the warm water part of Atlantis. Who fucking knows? I don't fucking know. Who gives a shit? Right? There's a lot of cities connected to Atlantis. Maybe this is just one of them. Maybe that's just what it is. And that could be the explanation for it. The other stuff, you do see M'Baku in the trailer. And everybody's wondering, why is it snowing? Because the Jabari lands are in the mountains, motherfuckers. Did you watch the last movie? The Jabari lands are up in the mountains. We have come down from the mountain in the snow. That's why it's snowing. And M'Baku is sitting on his throne looking out the ceiling because most of that shit was all glass. That's what was so awesome about it. So I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Maybe because the scene is these dragonfly is coming over to the Jabari lands. Maybe they're coming to ask him to be king because he already know everybody got dusted. He was there. He was in the middle of the battle. So the rest of this shit, we'll see what happens. I don't know. Maybe the Queen is coming to talk to him. Ironheart being there in Wakanda, in Shuri's lab, doing her shit. I'm thinking this. This is what I'm could be possible. I don't know. Maybe they went and got Riri after Shuri got dusted. Maybe they did. And maybe after they got undusted, and came back, Shuri was already there. What up, Dr. Goodball? I'm gonna open it up in a little while. I want you to jump in on this. So make sure you go watch the Black Panther 2 trailer, Dr. Goodball. Yeah, a lot of people are unhappy. I've been saying that shit for a while. I can't say I'm the first person to say it. I'd like to believe I was. That'd just be cool for me. But I was the first person just publicly saying that shit. I want them to recast it. So don't set this black man on the shelf. Fuck you. That's bullshit. Don't do that. Get that character back out there. He needs to be out there. Don't be trying to take the easy way out with that bullshit. No, fuck you. If he was still alive, you'd be doing a movie with him in it. So get on it. What up, AB? Instant Media beaming in. It's good with you. There are no outsiders allowed in Wakanda, but the Jabari lands are not outside of Wakanda. They're still part of Wakanda. Remember, Wakanda is made up of like 5 tribes. 5 tribes. That's why when they had their coronation for the new king, and it was challenged there, that the Jabari came down there to challenge. Because nigga, we part of this kingdom. Was good. maybe I don't think you up to snuff. Maybe me and the rest of these linebackers want to come down here and see what y'all doing down here. Because we've watched you from the mountain in your technological advancements, presided over by a child who mocks tradition. I remember shit like that, called dialogue. Umbaku, not Ambaku. Umbaku. M apostrophe. Right? So he's there. Ironheart is there. Maybe they got her to take over after Shuri disappeared. I don't know. Because if Shuri was the smartest person in Wakanda and T'Challa is gone, Shuri is gone, they need somebody to keep up their advancements. Maybe they did some fucking outreach and found Ironheart, brought her over and threw her in Shuri's lab, and she continued the mission until Shuri came back from being dusted. Maybe that's what happened. Don't fucking know. That would explain to me why Shuri is popping up, going to the lab, and she's slapping 5 with Ironheart in the lab. Maybe that's her coming back. Maybe that's after she has not been dusted anymore and coming back and seeing what's been going on with Wakanda in her absence. Maybe T'Challa came back fucked up after the snap. That's why he's dying, because somebody's saying, "Oh, he got poisoned or something, and that's why he died." Story-wise, I said that wouldn't make sense because the heart-shaped herb would heal him. So you need to come up with a real good reason why the Black Panther all of a sudden died. And don't tell me it was just poison. Yeah, I loved M'Baku as a character too. I didn't see enough of him in the trailer. I didn't see enough of him in the trailer. What else do I see? I don't take away from some of the shots look really beautiful. Like the pyramids in Chichen Itza. It's something I wanted to see. I told you guys the other day about my cruise up to Alaska. The reason why my cruise was to Alaska was because it was initially supposed to be around the Gulf of Mexico, and to go to that place where those pyramids are all damn near on the beach, to Chichen Itza. We were supposed to go there. But as Mother Nature would have it, there's a fucking hurricane that year in that area. We wasn't going there. So that's why we ended up going to Alaska. That's how it worked out. So it does look beautiful there. I don't doubt that. It does look like some beautiful cinematography. It does. some really beautiful scenes. But at the same time, I'm not giving a fuck about that. What is this goddamn story? Because all I see is a fucking film fest, which could have been, the Woman King, 1.5. Like, what am I seeing? Do I care about the humpback whales and shit like that? Well, I don't think the humpback whales are in the Gulf of Mexico, so that makes them fully in the Pacific, right? Okay, you're gonna have to explain this shit to me. Explain it to me, like Dr. T was saying earlier with Note. Explain it to me. Show me in the movie how this shit works. How are you telling me this shit works? And I'll see what I think on it. But otherwise, it is what it is. That was that. You want more on it? I said more in the trailer. We'll talk about it when we open the shooting range, right? Now the rest of this stuff. Phase 5. This is where the interesting stuff comes in because February, you're getting Quantum Mania, right? Ant-Man and Wasp, Quantum Mania. Like, they shrunk down that title completely, and it's just going to be Quantum Mania. Now, from listening to some of the other people that actually got to sit in Hall H and see what was released, they said they're playing up Cassie Lang a lot more in this, which I've told you guys before, no shit. That's all Quantum Mania was partially good for. The next appearance of Kang, Jonathan Majors' portrayal of Kang as being different than He Who Remains, same actor, different performance, and then Cassie Lang showing up in this shit so you can get your next inclusion of a young Avenger. Right? For me, when they get to phase 6 with this Avengers Kang Dynasty and then Avengers Secret Wars, the Kang Dynasty is going to be your Young Avengers movie, to me. Because they're the ones who have the most to do with Kang. To me, that's what it's going to be. Because you already introduced a character who can travel between dimensions, being America Chavez. You already got Kate Bishop. You got Hawkeye on board, right? You got Cassie Lang Stature showing up. You've already seen Patriot, even though he hasn't become Patriot yet. You already seen him too. You've seen Billy and Tommy a couple of times. Just waiting on, Wicked and Speed to show up. And you're waiting on a Hulkling, but then again, you got Secret Invasion coming right after Quantum Mania, which would be a perfect time to introduce Hulkling. It'd be perfect for that. So to get you up to this, there needs to be another major event. Now, even though in Phase 5 slate is not showing a bunch of other, it doesn't show a major, geekgasm moment for that phase. They all happen in Phase 6. Okay, well, why 2 movies with 2 very different titles? Avengers Kang Dynasty and Avengers Secret Wars. That's 2 separate fucking stories altogether. That's not one combined fucking story. It's 2 separate stories altogether. Because one is having to do with some fucking time travel, right? Because that's Kang's whole thing. And the other one is having to do with this whole thing being broken the fuck up and Doctor Doom being the one to hold it all together and make Battleworld, where you have all these heroes all together fighting against God King Doom. Now, does that happen in the Kang Dynasty? Does something happen in Kang Dynasty where this whole incursion shit that's already been introduced to actually pops off and that universe just gets exploded and Yahtzee, we shaking this shit up? Maybe that's what happens. Maybe that's what you get between Avengers Kang Dynasty and Avengers Secret Wars. It's gonna have to wrap up. I'm guessing those are gonna be 2 3-hour movies apiece. Is my guess, right? Dip out and watch the trailer. Be right back. Yeah, go watch the trailer. Watch that She-Hulk trailer too while you at it. Dr. Goodbaugh, Dr. Anwar Goodbaugh. Ian said he wants to be honored to appear. I don't want the Beyonder to appear. I don't want the Beyonder. I can take the Beyonders. They can show up. I don't want the Beyonder to show up. I'm not interested in that shit. Fuck it. Let's just move ahead. They're fucking all this shit up anyway. So let's just move ahead and get to the other shit and just call it a fucking day. Fuck it. Let's just stick with the shit that's relevant to today. The cross between the Woman King and Way of Water. Yeah, the Way of Woman Water King. Title 9 forever. Yeah, Title 9 forever. That's a good one, Dr. Anwar. That's a good one. Title 9 forever. That's a good one. So what else you got? You got Secret Invasion. You got Guardians 3, you know what's coming. Guardians is going to introduce Adam Warlock. Could also be another place to introduce Hulkling. If they missed the opportunity to introduce Hulkling in Secret Invasion, Guardians could be a good place to introduce them because they're already out in space. What the fuck ever. This Echo shit coming out in the summer, which I'm pegging is going to be possibly June. And then you got Daredevil and fucking Kingpin showing up in that. Okay, whatever. This is a Disney Plus show, right? So it's a show, not a movie. They introducing different characters because the characters they introduce are going to be in their next fucking show, right? So you got two things happening at the same time now. You got the movie and you got the shows. The shows are introducing different characters. The movies are introducing different characters. You got Daredevil showing up in the She-Hulk because it's a show. You got Daredevil showing up in Echo because it's a show, because Daredevil is going to have a show, not a fucking movie. Movie characters, which is the big showcase for these characters coming out of the shows and everything else, is they're getting back to that first 10-year plan where they're feeding these characters up through television into the movies. Cool. I don't mind the bubble up. It's fine. Loki season 2 coming up. I'm saying July because they said summer too. So to me, summer is July. Summer is just July, right? It's June, July, August. So if this is coming out after Echo, that means Echo is coming out in June, something's coming out in July. They're going to basically get you locked in for a couple of months on end with shit. And understand, because this is Disney and Disney Plus stuff we're talking about, there's going to be some overlap with Star Wars shit too. That's going to be either happening at the same time or one after the other. That Disney's going to have your bitch ass months on end. Okay? So if it's bad, it's going to continue being bad. Then you got the Marvels coming out in July 28th as well. That means one of these shows is going to finish and then the next movie is going to come out. I don't think you're going to see a lead in from Loki for Marvels, but who knows? They got to get your attention on Marvel some kind of way. It could happen there, and you could not give a fuck. Got Blade coming out November of 2023 in my birth month. Okay, cool. We'll see what we get. I'm kind of getting up there in age where I'm worried about I'm not going to see the rest of this shit come out. Like, this is taking too long to come out. It's saying 2025. I'm like, that's too long. That's like 2 years. That's too far away. I might not make it. That's how I'm thinking now, dude. I'm on the other side of getting there. So it's like, yeah, we'll see. Right after Blade, you got Ironheart coming out in the fall, or right before Blade, you got Ironheart, her own solo show on Disney Plus coming out. It says fall. It just means August, September, October. September, October. So they got a 2-month period to throw this shit out. Maybe it comes out in September. Now, what they didn't mention on this slate was the Armor Wars stuff, right, with Don Cheadle. In the Armor Wars show, Ironheart is supposed to be in it. So I don't know what happened with the James Rhodes, Don Cheadle Armor Wars show, if they're still making it or they're not making it. I don't know, but that's what's missing from the slate right now. But looking at the slate, every fucking chick that they could find is on the docket, but there's very few dudes on the slate, very few guys characters. Now, after Ironheart, you get Agatha, Coven of Chaos. Like I thought we was done with titles with some kind of madness or something like that being in it, but apparently we're not done with that shit. Agatha, Coven of Chaos is coming in the winter, which would be December or sometime. I'm not really looking forward to this. I don't know what they're gonna have to hype me up a lot to give a fuck about an Agatha Harkness show by herself. But like I said, they just throwing a bunch of chicks out there. So phase 4 wasn't the end of feminism. It was just a start. Phase 5 is more chick fest. More chick fest. Um, Daredevil Born Again was announced, but that's not until 2024 in the spring, which makes it March or April. Okay. So Daredevil will show up 3 times. He knocked 3 times and then he shows up on the 3rd time, right? Okay, so Daredevil's showing back up again. Awesome. Daredevil show will be back. Cool. Charlie Cox, Vincent D'Onofrio. I was already on for that shit. I was just waiting for it to come. Cool. Cool. So now I know when it's coming, 2024. So if I actually do go on a walkabout, I know when to come back. 2024. So I can fuck off for a whole year and then come back and see you guys again. Or half a year. Because most of this other shit in this slate, I'm not too interested on seeing. Quantumania, yeah, because I like the Ant-Man movies. So I'm gonna see that anyway. And I like Jonathan Majors. I want to see his portrayal of Kang. Right. Secret Invasion. I like Samuel L. Jackson. I want to see these scrolls running around body swapping with people. I want to see that. Guardians 3, I just have to see it because it's a trilogy. I just need to finish it out. Right. But it's just getting checked off the list just because. Echo, I don't know why she's getting her own show. I don't give a fuck. They can hype her up in the comic books all they want to. Give her the power of the Phoenix. I don't give a fuck. Give her the Enigma Force and the Phoenix Force. I don't give a shit about this character at all. I don't care. It's not that damn interesting. Loki season 2, absolutely. Of course, I was going to be there for Loki season 2 because Sylvie fucked up all this shit. So I need to see how they clean it up or who cleans it up for her. The Marvels, I like Tiana Parrish, BTM. Black Lives Matter. So I'm gonna go support Tiana Parrish showing up in a movie, and I will support Kamala Khan being in this shit. I'm not going to support Brie Larson because trust me, the only thing I want to see in Marvels that will really make it marvelous for me is if they start introducing X-Men or mutant characters, since we can't say X-Men anymore. X-Men character Rogue pops up in that shit and sucks her fucking power. That's what would make this movie marvelous for me. If Rogue actually shows up in the Marvels and saps Carol Danvers' powers and puts Carol Danvers, Brie Larson into a coma. And don't be upset. They can bring her back out of her coma later. It just won't be with the actress Brie Larson. It just won't. They'll recast. And I'll be upset. I'll be happy. That would be marvelous for me about the Marvels. Blade, I like Mashallah Ali. He from the Bay. So what do you think I'm going to say? I like the Blade character. I like Mashallah Ali. I'm waiting to see what they do with this character. It's coming out my birth month. So it either better be fucking awesome or I'm going to be disappointed. Don't besmirch my birthday and Stan Lee's death in that month with putting out a shitty movie. Let's just not do that. Okay. Ironheart, I care little. Now that I'm thinking about it, Ironheart can take Iron Lad's place in the Young Avengers. There you go. There's your tech guy. So you get away from having young Kang posing as Iron Lad in the Young Avengers, and you get Ironheart posing as Iron Lad in the Young Avengers. Agatha, I don't care about. I like the actress. I liked her portrayal in WandaVision, but I don't know what they're gonna do with an Agatha Harkness solo show, and I don't really care because I'm not interested in seeing this character or that shit. It's like tofu is better mixed in with something, but not by itself. By itself, it's just gross. So that's it for Phase 5, the real phase feminism. All right. After that, you get into Phase 6. Phase 6 is kicking off November 2024, right? With Fantastic Four, which is announced November. So my birth month again. November 8th, 2024, Fantastic Four is going to be out. Okay. And since the rumor mill has been cranking it out that it's not going to be John Krasinski as Reed Richards, which is like, oh, okay. But the rumor mill also says little kid from Stranger Things is going to be Johnny Storm, and that's still like, well, okay. Well, if you're going to go this way, can I have a hot Sue? Can you pick somebody hot for Sue, or are we going to get a black Sue? That'll set shit on his edge, wouldn't it? Sue Storm would be a black chick. Why the fuck not? Everybody represented, right? And then you get into Avengers, Kang Dynasty, and then Avengers Secret War. Now, the part that's more interesting to me about Phase 6 is not the Fantastic Four and the two Avengers movies. So fucking what? It's not a surprise. We got two Avengers movies before. You remember Infinity War and Endgame? We got two Avengers movies before in 1 year. So that's not surprising at all. What's surprising to me is everything that's left out in Phase 6. That they have slots available, but they're not saying what movies they are. And I thought it'd be fun to go back and plug the movies in that I think it might be. Because given the fact that Marvel likes to have a through line through all this stuff, they work with continuity and introducing characters, and then you'll see them again somewhere else. Some of these shows, if you look at it and you plot it out on a schedule like I did, you got 2 dates in the fall. You got one in the fall before Fantastic Four. Something's coming out before Fantastic Four that's unnamed, but it happens in the fall before Fantastic Four. So the fall makes it September, October, right? Okay. What's coming out between there? Is it a movie or is it Disney Plus show? Given how the rest of their slate looks, it's probably a Disney Plus show. So whose Disney Plus show is coming out in the fall? Where in the year before that, in 2023, in the fall, was Ironheart, a Disney Plus show. So, okay, put that on the list. That fall of 2024 must be a Disney Plus show, right? To come out right before the Fantastic Four. What would be a good lead-in? Something to do with the Fantastic Four, obviously. But okay, because it will give you a good lead-in to go see the movie. I don't know. Dr. Doom, somebody? I don't fucking know. Could be just the Armor Wars that was missing off the list beforehand. Could be just that. Which would make sense to have them fighting with Dr. Doom a little bit. Okay, cool. That could be the Armor Wars show. Maybe I should pencil that shit in. I'm going to pencil that in as being the Armor Wars show. So that's what I'm calling. D Plus show in fall Armor Wars. That's what I'm thinking it might be. Then you get into the Fantastic Four where you would see them fighting somebody, possibly a Dr. Doom, right? You can't introduce the Fantastic Four and not introduce their premier villain too, right? They've done it in every other movie. This will be the first one that they've done where they didn't introduce a Dr. Doom if they wanted to go that way and not introduce him in the first movie. Okay, that's one way to do it. Now, the next set of movies all happen after Fantastic Four, the next set of dates all happen before Avengers Kang Dynasty, but after the Fantastic Four. And this goes into late part of 2024, early part of 2025, right? And it's basically a fall date and a winter date and a winter date, right? So basically, something in December, something in January, February. What would be a good lead-in after a Fantastic Four, but getting towards an Avengers movie? It's coming out in May, so it's coming out right in the spring, right? X-Men and some mutants would be really interesting to see thrown in there somewhere, because you already know somewhere in here there's going to have to be some mutant movies and shows because they haven't introduced any on the previous phase. In phase 5, they haven't introduced any. So, where could it be? Oh, I'm sorry. I did forget Cap 4 and Thunderbolts. I'm sorry. Donnie Mac, my bad. I did forget those. Those were in phase 5. I did forget those. My bad. My bad, homie. Yeah, I went to another sheet. My bad, because it skipped. Still in phase 5. So to backtrack, because Mr. Donnie Mac actually pointed out something I was reading this chat. Captain America: New World Order. I'm so tired of hearing that phrase, but unless we talk about the red and black NWO. Shout out to Scott Hall, RIP. May 3rd, 2024 is Cap 4 New World Order with Sam Wilson. Thinking that's taking a long time to get out, but okay. The announcement of the Thunderbolts in July 26th for 2024 is not surprising because I told you guys there's only 2 teams that they could possibly be making if you get John Walker picked up, getting the Abomination picked up, you got Yelena Belova, Black Widow getting picked up. There's only 2 teams that, what's her name, Val could have been putting together, right? There's only 2 teams, Dark Avengers or Thunderbolts. You got Zemo running around. You got all these pieces there. All the pieces are there. How do you put them together? Well, if you got Zemo on the team, it's going to be the Thunderbolts because he was never a Dark Avenger. Right? You got Thunderbolt Ross. You got everything there. What team is he on? Thunderbolts. Okay, so the Thunderbolts are coming. I'm amazed. Not. Okay, cool. Fine. Awesome. Moving on. Now, that's all in 2024. And it kind of fills out between these characters that you can introduce some stuff. You have to introduce some more mutants, getting back to the phase 6 stuff. You got to introduce more mutants. You got to have a Deadpool movie somewhere in there, right? You have to have Deadpool 3 somewhere in there. I'm guessing phase 6. And since Deadpool is one of their good movies, I'm guessing Deadpool traditionally has come out in February, right? It's just a funny thing. Because chicks like Deadpool too. So I'm guessing he must be this fall release in winter of 2025. Or if they want to be really special, he'd be a summer release where you can get the most money for it. Don't know. I can't remember when the last Deadpool 2 came out. Did it come out in the winter or did it come out in the summer? Don't recall. But any smart motherfuckers in the chat can actually do that. Put that in there so we know. But I think a lot of these shows, these releases in the winter and the spring and the summer, unannounced, I think these are all X-related movies in some sense. Some regular Marvel hero stuff, but definitely some X-related shit, right? Especially in between a Fantastic Four and an Avengers, there has to be some lead-in for this Avengers Kang Dynasty stuff. Has to be a lead-in. And if you haven't got Patriot yet, Captain America 4, New World Order, would be a good place to see Patriot pop in. Isaiah Bradley's grandson. This would be a good place for it, right? A lot of people in here now. Support the stream. There's a banner rolling across the bottom. Support the fucking stream if you're going to sit here in the cloud and ear hustle. Respect the motherfuckers' hustle and support the stream. There is a good block of movies in between Avengers Kang Dynasty and Avengers Secret Wars. And it's 2 in the summer, right? Because one comes out in May, the other one comes out in November. So Avengers Secret Wars will come out in November on my son and ex-wife's birthday, November 7th. Because they got a hard date. Now, all this shit can change because it's so far in the future, but for the most part, you got to take it as it is. Appreciate you 300 GT. 3,000, excuse me, 3,000 GT for the support. I do like 5 or better, but I do appreciate your support. I will give you 3B salute. Appreciate you, sir. I'll start kicking those back. So my thinking is one of these may be a D plus show and one may be a Marvel movie in the summer of 2025. That's just my thinking. One has to be a show, one has to be a movie. And that's just comparing the two phases, comparing phase 5, the list for phase 5 and the list for phase 6. It's got to be some D plus movies in here too, or D plus shows in here as well. Who would warrant a show? I would watch a mutant show. I don't think everything can be done in a mutant movie, in an X-Men movie. I don't think everything can be done. But a lot can be done with having Disney Plus out there to introduce some of these other mutant characters and not have to give them the full expense of a movie. Introduce them slowly on D Plus as individual characters and then build them up into a movie where they all come together. You're gonna need that, especially if you're getting into Avengers Secret Wars in November. You would have had to introduce X-Men and mutants by then. You would have had to, because Secret Wars doesn't necessarily work if you don't have your regular heroes and your X-Men together in one place. If you don't have all those universes together in one place, Secret Wars doesn't work. Secret Wars should be your Fox characters intermingled, merged in with your MCU characters, all to one cohesive universe. Even your Sony character. Yeah, Spider-Man has to show up again. For less money, Tom. Not more money. Less money. Or the same money. Got to get all that shit together. You have to get it all together. Secret Wars is a place to bring all of that stuff together, which means you have to do the legwork to introduce all this stuff ahead of time, which means the rest of these unannounced shows and movies has to relate to X-Men properties. Has to relate, because you already got Fantastic Four slated. It's already slated. As soon as you introduce the Fantastic Four, depending on where they start the story, hopefully you don't start with a fucking origin again. You can have the mutant Franklin Richards show up, because Franklin is important for getting the universe back in line after Secret Wars. If you read the recent Secret Wars story with God King Doom, by the end of that, you need a Reed Richards, you need a Franklin Richards, and you need a Molecule Man, Owen Reese. That means you have 2 other characters you have to try to introduce and understand that they are there to get to the point of remaking this whole universe. You need them. If you're going to go that far, give me an Adam Brashear. I'm going to need an Adam Brashear somewhere soon. Somewhere soon I'm going to need it. The most likely place would be Fantastic Four or Black Panther. You're going to need to throw them in there somewhere, or you're going to need something else in there to take his place. Yeah, Agatha. I don't give a fuck about Agatha. You can introduce some other magic use, that other chick magic user, or you can introduce Clea. That's what you can do with Agatha, Coven of Chaos. You can introduce Clea as Sorcerer Supreme, because Clea is already the Sorcerer Supreme in Marvel Comics, and Kevin Feige sits on the throne of all of that shit, all that continuity. You already saw Clea show up in Doctor Strange too, so she could come back and be an Agatha by next year. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. She could debut right there and roll over into the following year. Maybe. But this is me just spitballing. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Got more alerts and only one donation. Yeah, cheap. See what else y'all got in there. Agatha, the feminist coven of chaos, more likely. Look, you saw where they left Agatha. Agatha was fucking living out her fantasies in Westview because Scarlet Witch put a hex on her whole mind. So unless they gonna say after Multiverse of Madness, when Scarlet Witch died, that hex that she put on Agatha's mind was broken, that would make Agatha the strongest witch in the MCU at the moment. Just what it would be. So you can deal with her trying to start her own fucking coven again, I guess. And you can introduce some of these other magic users. Maybe Agatha Coven of Chaos will be a good place to introduce Wiccan, Wanda's son. Because Wiccan has like his mother's powers, but that makes it magical, which means he needs training. Somebody's going to have to train him. And if Doctor Strange has gone through the multiverse with fucking Clea and possibly going to die somewhere along the way, so you can have Clea Sorcerer Supreme, you got to introduce Wiccan and get him trained up so you can have him in something like a Avengers Kang Dynasty. He has to be there to be with the Young Avengers. Got to. Agatha, Coven of Chaos would be a good place to do it. Yeah, I'm too good at this. And all this stuff I'm saying, you guys, right now, this is me spitballing and just looking at this stuff and thinking about it. This is not, you ain't heard nobody do this, I don't think. Nobody has done that. So I'm just going to mark it down. And if I'm right, I'm right. And if I'm wrong, I'm fucking wrong. It doesn't matter. They're not paying me for this shit either way. Half of y'all ain't paying me for it either. So you're getting this shit all free. So I'm just going right on there Wiccan. So my predictions for shit. There you go. Wiccan. That would actually work if by Secret Invasion or Guardians they introduce Hulkling. Wiccan getting introduced by Agatha Coven of Chaos kind of works because by the time you get to a Kang Dynasty, you could have had them meet somewhere along the line. And there's a couple of empty slots on the D+ and MCU slate in the fall, which means you can have those characters somehow interact somewhere in there. So maybe the Young Avengers would be a Disney Plus show. That'd work. It'd make them look like the fucking CW, but CW will not exist in another year or so. So what difference would it make? Them bitches getting bought out too. Sold off piecemeal, cheap. You've seen the report that I saw. You can buy you some CW shit really cheap. Like nothing, I mean cheap, like regular people money. What's the purpose of doing an Agatha show? Why? Because of the damn song? Yeah, that. And that actress is a known actress. And everybody liked it. It was Agatha all along. They could push some more feminist shit. I told you, geek movies work better if most people don't know a lot about the character, because any changes they make to the character at that point, not a lot of people know about it and not enough to make a whole fucking movement. So you're good, because your Guardians ain't the Guardians from the comics. No. So they can take a lot of liberties. That's the benefit. Catching up to y'all stuff in the chat. We got Pete rolling in here. What's good, Pete? Okay, the Agatha show will probably be a prequel. If it is, it's nothing but women being deleted by religious zealots in colonial times, Salem witch trials in 4K. The oppression of women? Yeah, whatever. How you doing, sir? If you need help, just let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming, not crazy.
That's Berserker. Keanu Reeves.
What's that?
Berserker.
It might be in the middle section. I think we had a couple of them. If they're still there. Come in or don't peek at the door. Hello. How you guys doing? If you need help, just let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming, not crazy.
Okay.
Yeah. Agatha show for nobody for let me find out they replaced Armor Wars with that. Shaking my head. I just want to know where Armor Wars is. I don't think they would promote Armor Wars with Don Cheadle since he's a known actor, and then just completely drop it from the slate like we ain't touching Rhodey ever again. The more logical thing is that they rolled his ass into the Ironheart show, and Armor Wars just became the Ironheart show. That's more than what I think would happen with that. No fighting ass Uncle Sam is all black men have at this point. Yeah, pretty much, Joe. Sue better have a face. No one, you stupid. That's just me predicting. I don't think they'll make Sue Storm black. It would just be funny if they did to me. It'd just be funny if they did because it'd give you something to watch in the Fantastic Four. If everybody's screaming about diversity, you think you're about to see the first, all Caucasian family again? No, they're not going to do that again. I mean, but they got a lot of heat for changing Johnny Storm. So what else would they do? What else is going to make you be inclusive to the nuclear family that most people don't want to exist anymore anyway? Make Sue black. Maybe she can twerk. I don't know. Make it interesting. It'll make it interesting for a minute. But then they have to get back to telling the story, wouldn't they? How many times will they destroy the FF? As many times as it takes. At least 4. For branding purposes, at least 4 times. They got to kill him 4 times.
Is John Krasinski going to be Mr. Fantastic now, or
No.
is he alternate universe?
Alternate universe, Mr. Fantastic, something for the fans to rub themselves off to, but he's not doing it again. Is what they said. It could be a lie, but it's what they said. He also said he wasn't going to be Mr. Fantastic, and he showed up in a fucking movie as Mr. Fantastic. So maybe he will be back, maybe he won't. We'll see. But if they want that fan backlash, they'll go to somebody else. But if they want to make the fans happy, they'll bring them back. I'm just saying. Ian Williams said the gifted in the MCU. Yeah, they need a show like that. Might as well have a mutant show on the MCU. That'd be something to watch on Disney Plus. They got that license now back. They got those characters back. Use them. Might as well. Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Will James McAvoy or Patrick Stewart portray Professor X? Probably not likely because the rumor is that they want to change Professor X to being a black dude. And one of the names thrown around was Giancarlo Esposito, which I don't want. I don't want a Giancarlo Esposito because I know if Marvel starts doing the X-Men, that their Professor X is going to have to go on a bender to be crazy against the X-Men. And I don't want to see a black dude in that role. I don't. I would buy James McAvoy being the Professor X that turns into Onslaught. I'd buy that. Oh, I'd love to see that. You haven't seen Split? I like James McAvoy playing the villain, dude. He creepy as shit. I'd buy that all day long. I don't think he has a problem cutting his hair, jumping in the chair again. Why the hell not? I'd buy James McAvoy as turning into an Onslaught or something like that because as soon as you introduce the X-Men into the MCU and you have a Professor X, what's a good Professor X story? Onslaught. Why the hell not? So yeah, I'd buy James McAvoy and that shit. He's not doing nothing right now. Pay him. He's a hell of an actor. You'd be lucky to have him. Pay him and let him be Professor Xavier again and play it out and go forward. He ain't even that damn old. Is he 35? I don't even think he's in. I don't think he's even in his 40s yet. What up, Morpheus? Geek Culture enthusiasts. Give us Blue Marvel now. No. I want him introduced. I want Adam Bashir introduced, but I don't want Blue Marvel. Here's the reason why. Adam Bashir is actually a scientist, ex-military and a scientist. I want that smart person there because you need that smart black dude there since they killed Black Panther and don't want to recast him at all, right? Have a good one.
Thanks, you too.
So they need another super smart black dude there for me. If you want, for diversity's sake, if you want to do that and representation's sake, give me another smart black man in this fucking universe. Put him in there. Put Adam Bashir in there. Does he need to be Blue Marvel? No, because they're not gonna do. And this ain't no shot at Kevin Feige or none of this shit. But they're not gonna do that character justice. They're not gonna do Kevin Greville's story of Blue Marvel justice if they put it into the MCU. Put Blue Marvel into the MCU. They won't do it justice. You'll be disappointed. There's more of a chance. There are better odds in you being disappointed than you sitting up clapping like you were watching the first Black Panther, which even Dr. T is on to say they didn't get 100% right. You got a better chance of being disappointed than loving the fuck out of that. No fucking way. I don't want Blue Marvel. I don't. I want Adam Bashir, but I don't want Blue Marvel. There's a difference. There's a difference. So, and if I get a Blue Marvel, the part that I want to see is him with his own base in the Marianas Trench and him being friends with Namor and them talking and chatting it up. That's what I want. They ain't gonna do that justice. He need his own fucking movie for them to do it justice, and I don't see them doing that shit. I don't. I don't. Name your prominent black male characters in this shit right now. All they are is fighters. Sam Wilson, Captain America, Blade. We're the smart ones. Yeah, Nick Fury, James Rhodes, who Armor Wars is just missing. I guess he got on the fucking stealth armor right now, huh? And he half crippled. Name them. It's not a lot. So they lacking. Marvel is lacking on that representation of black men. So I don't want them to do Blue Marvel. I want them to do Adam Bashir. I don't want them to do Blue Marvel. Call it splitting hairs if you want to, but I understand the difference between the two. Yeah, yeah. I never watched Better Call Saul, but I know who Gus Fring is. And Giancarlo Esposito is the name of the actor. So they're casting an actor, not a character from another show. Yeah, Stan Edgar. They're trying to cast Stan Edgar, which is funny. All the rumors that came out about shit for Marvel before San Diego Comic-Con is basically all about them stealing the actors from The Boys to bring into the MCU. You realize that, right? Giancarlo Esposito, Anthony Starr, fucking Jensen Ackles. Why y'all trying to fuck up The Boys? Why y'all trying to fuck up The Boys? Leave them actors alone. They good without fucking with you and your dumb shit. They good. Why are you going to bring some of these masculine characters that are being treated really well over to your bullshit to feminize? Shut up. No, they don't need to be over with you. They don't need to be fucking with you. I don't want them over there. All you're going to do is fuck up The Boys. No, fuck you. No, turn down the money until they offer you a bigger truck. Fuck you. No. Mr. Donnie Mack said, Young Avengers, Stature, Yelena, Patriot, Kate Bishop, Spider-Man, Shuri, Ironheart, Aztec, Kid Loki, Axel, Astrid, Love, Singularity, and Groot. Am I missing anyone? Those characters could all be Young Avengers, but it's only a core of them that actually were Young Avengers. Like Groot was never there. Astrid was never there. Kid Loki, not there. Aztec, not there. I'm just putting Ironheart in there as a substitute for Iron Lad, because Iron Lad is just a young version of Kang. That's all he is. And since they're not playing up the little kid that was in Iron Man 3 that actually could build armor and Tony Stark had a connection with, since they're not playing him up as being Iron Lad, I guess the fuck is going to be Ironheart. Because that's the only person they are playing up. Fuck the dude, elevate the female. Right? And they keep using the whole diversity stick, so it keeps being a black female. Patriot, they didn't even name the boy. He was there. if you read the Truth comic or the Young Avengers shit and understand who Patriot is, you knew who he was when he showed up on screen. It's like, oh, it's Isaiah Bradley's nephew, grandson. Oh, that ends up being Patriot. But they didn't name him. They didn't even give him a fucking name. They didn't say what his name was. They just showed him. Okay. That's geeks making the rest of the leap, right? But Stature, they ain't named her yet either, but Quantumania ain't came out yet either. So we'll find out next year if they call her Stature. But that's who Cassie Lang ends up being. And they already said they're playing her up more in the movie. I mean, this bitch gonna grow. So what is she gonna grow into? Fucking Stature. So yeah, that's the handoff from Ant-Man and Wasp. And best believe, I think only Ant-Man will go away. Wasp and Stature will stay. Spider-Man, yeah, because it's Tom Holland. He can come back, but he may not be there. He wasn't on the Young Avengers. Because at this rate, Spider-Man would be older and more experienced than all of them. So he has no reason to actually be there with them as young kids. He wouldn't have any reason to. Same thing with the Aztec Kid Loki, Astrid, no. Love, Singularity, no. I called her Singularity because that's what she looks like. They named her Love in that movie. So in the MCU, that's who she's supposed to be. But me, knowing the characters, on the Young Avengers, there was Singularity, and Singularity looks like Love did when she emerged from Eternity. Will they fix that? Who fucking knows? I don't fucking know. Little Groot, he's a Guardian. He's not a Young Avenger. And Groot is still growing up, so he's not going to still be young. He can't still be young forever. Like, they got him from being a baby or a tree sapling to a little kid to getting to be a teenager. The next part for him to be in the next movie should be back to being an adult or something. He should be more on that line than being a Young Avenger. But there's a lot of young characters running around. You forgot America Chavez, Mr. Donnie Mac. That's who you're missing. America Chavez, who is there, who is a teenager. And as far as I know, Xochitl Gomez is like the youngest actor in the MCU right now. So she's going to be around for a minute. Believe it. Enigma, you funny as fuck. Squirrel Girl is going to be the next debut. I almost will watch that fucking show. I would almost watch that show. Not because I know a hell of a lot about Squirrel Girl or give a fuck about the character anyway. But for what I understand about the character is goofy, and with all this goofy shit the MCU was doing, fuck it, you might as well do a Squirrel Girl. Might as well. Maybe it'll be entertaining for a little bit. Because you know Squirrel Girl has the feminist trope on lock that she has beat everybody. Even Dr. Doom. Squirrel Girl beats everybody. She does. How? Plot, bitch. Squirrel Girl beats anybody. Yeah, he did, Arya. He did. He brought out Squirrel Girl. Reached in his pants, pulled out a Squirrel Girl. That's all Wakanda Forever. Love the music. The cinematic look is fire. Namor looks all right. For some reason, I still didn't impress me, though. Yeah, Morpheus, the one thing everybody is jonesing about on the trailer is the emotion of it. But the emotion of it bothered me in one sense. It's like, why would you use a Bob Marley song and have a woman singing Bob Marley? You couldn't get the rights to use the Bob Marley song? So it's a chick singing about no woman, no cry? Okay. That's kind of an insult to our Jamaican brothers out there. But whatever. Whatever. I got a female version of some other song in the Matrix. You saw how well that shit did too, didn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. FemFest on lock. FemFest full force. If they make Sue Storm black, can Sanaa Lathan should play her. She too old. She too old. You got to go with a younger chick. Maybe they'll get Kiki Palmer. for all y'all who've been thirsting after her since she was on Nickelodeon. Maybe they'll get Kiki Palmer to play Sue Storm. Maybe that'll work. Sue Storm is going to be Asian? Nah, they won't go that way. I don't see them going that way. I don't think they'd go Asian. It would be cool. It'd be funny in the whole diversity, people of color sort of way. But I could see Sue Storm being one of two things if she's not a Caucasian woman. She'd be a Latina first, Black woman second. That's the only two ways I could see it going. But Sue Storm is that golden calf. They gotta have a white girl in there somewhere that you're always supposed to be looking up to and idolizing. And Brie Larson ain't gonna carry that torch forever with the Marvels because she should be pushed aside after that movie, right? Because you got Tiana Parrish and you got Kamala Khan in there. You got two Marvels in there. Neither one of them is another white person. They gotta have another white chick. They gotta have another prominent white chick. Elena Belova ain't selling it. Florence Pugh is cute and shit. She got a nice butt, but no, she ain't the only. She can't be the only one there. She can't. So Sue is gonna have to be a white chick. Can't go back to the first family and change it completely like that. I just think it'd be fun to see her if she was a black chick. That'd just be funny to me. But a Latina, I can see them doing that shit. What do you think Jessica Alba was? Come on, man, keep up with me. Beastly Nerd, New Mutants, X-Force, X Factor shows. You heard the rumors about the Mutants thing. The Mutants could just be a show. Because then they get away from the men in the X part and just do that. X Factor, X-Force show, that's more of a Deadpool thing because Ryan Reynolds brought that in with the Deadpool 2. So if there was going to be an X-Force, I would see it more related to a Deadpool movie or something that he did for a Disney Plus show. I want my Doctor Doom now. No, I want them to take their time with Doctor Doom, just like a lot of this other shit. I'd be comfortable with them stretching this shit out to 2026 and not rushing all these movies out back to back to back to back to back. Like, stretch it out a little bit. Let me build up some anticipation for it. Treat me like I'm old and I need my Viagra or something. Let me work up to it. Let me get my mind right and work up to that inevitable pop. Okay. Onslaught in the MCU would be something I'll definitely would like. Yeah, saying that now and then looking at the slate, there's not room on there to develop an Onslaught. You can do that after the fact, but Onslaught did threaten the MCU a little bit where other heroes came in to help the X-Men deal with that shit. But that was only because Onslaught was fucking with Franklin Richards. Right? You had Doom showing up, you had the Fantastic Four showing up. But that goes into the whole Franklin Richards of it. So they've already mentioned Reed having kids, which everybody just forgot about Valeria all of a sudden, the next smartest female in MCU. And jump right to Franklin because he's the reality warper. Big fucking deal. Franklin still got to grow up. So by 2024, when they introduce the Fantastic Four movie, you can possibly see Franklin if they go just jump ahead in the story. If not, you get an origin and you're going to have to wait for that shit. You're going to have to wait another couple of years for it. So to get to that Onslaught, they could do the legwork, I guess, in 2025 and have him show up after as a post-villain to Secret Wars. They could. There's story ideas you could do. There's story ideas you can do too, man. So a black Professor X starts a private school for gifted biracial kids. This might work. No one. God damn, dude, you hitting it. You hitting these. Hold on, we got some old fogies coming in. How you guys doing?
Hi, pretty good.
All right.
I gotta introduce myself.
Okay,
I founded this place
You found
back in
this place.
1988. I
You're
founded
Bob's-
stand-up comedy. I'm Bob Smith.
You are Bob Smooth. How
Yeah.
you doing, Bob?
Good. You're
Antonio.
okay.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's because we looked at
Because I remember Walt, your dad.
right.
And
Okay,
I thought
yeah.
Walt founded the place.
Yeah. No, we stepped out of next door and then we
Yeah.
were here after a couple of years.
Yeah,
No,
I remember
it
that.
was my idea and yeah, his money probably.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
I'm
we
pretty
found
sure
it.
about that part.
We found this place. And, Yeah, okay, that's my logo. I designed that. Yeah, might have to be a t-shirt. There's a t-shirt.
Well, no, that's
What,
not
the
your
same
logo.
Huh?
That's
Well,
not your
it's the
logo.
same design as one.
Nope, it's not.
Somebody other.
No, that's the one I did.
Okay, or did you do it for me?
No, I didn't do it for you.
Okay, so we have.
Yeah, that's a different font that
different
didn't
font,
exist
but it was
when you
still the
guys
same
made it.
Big ass, big T. I come up with that. What happened to the sign with the?
It's in the back.
Okay, like a Captain America guy.
Yeah, it's in the back with the original font on
But
it.
yeah, because I looked it up. I saw that. So I know Jeff on Facebook
Mhm.
and looked it up, and I knew he was having troubles.
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden he was working at Mechanics Bank.
Mhm.
I thought, shit, must be closed. Well, she looked up
This
today.
morning, I
They put
Googled,
up
I
this
said,
morning
let's
down
see,
under
this is
Antonio.
Antonio's, you know?
Said, awesome, it's still there.
Yeah. So I'm a friend of. Hold on, you guys. I'm live streaming right now, so they're getting all this history lesson. So this is the son of the actual first owner of Stand Up Comics, and yes, I was coming here at that time. That's why I remember you. That's why
Okay,
you're grayer than I
The
remember.
grayer,
Yeah.
hairs and all that.
But
the hair was probably pretty
yeah,
close.
so I started coming here about 84, 88,
Okay.
and I was buying comics next door, and it was your wife at the time. I think that was
A
it.
girlfriend. Anyway.
Girlfriend, yeah. And I remember when it was next door, and I remember
Okay.
when it moved over
Okay, no,
here.
it would have been 88. We
Yeah.
opened in May 88.
Yeah, right.
So
So-
I quit long. Well, it used to be long.
Mhm.
And opened the store.
See,
And
So he's the other person who actually knows the history next to Pete, right?
So,
that know how long the place has
until
been
like
around.
2001 when I sold it to Jeff. I had
Right.
no idea, but-
Right. So Jeff took it over in
Built
2000,
those things.
and I came in with Jeff, and I helped him remodel. So we took out the
Yeah,
walls.
took the wall. Yeah.
I built
Oh,
more,
yeah, and that is new now.
Yeah. put up the slat wall.
Yeah, because the wall used to be where
Right there, the tile
where the
is.
tile is. Yeah.
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 Yeah. You
Yep.
still got the sign that says it's all your fault?
No, I
had
wish
that
I'd
one.
still
Okay,
had that
yeah,
one.
Jeff probably got rid of it.
You probably
It's a
did.
piece
I
of
wish you
paper
would've
I
kept
found
it.
in a magazine.
That would have been perfect.
Yeah,
Right,
it
it's
was,
still all your fault.
especially like
Yeah.
I lost money.
So came in, found the slat wall, built the back desk,
Oh,
built
yeah,
some more of
like
these stands.
all the way around.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 'cause that's not the woods.
It's yellow. It's different.
Yeah, it's darker wood. But, yeah.
Yeah, it's the white. So we got the white from a different store, the old Hollywood Video. When they closed down, we went in and got all their slat wall cheap.
Awesome. Huh?
Yeah, but then built more back issue bins and stuff like that just to fill it
More
out.
than I had.
Yeah.
Two that you want.
Yeah, it was the two. I built 4 more for them.
Well,
So it was cool.
And how was
They know
business?
that-
Yeah, how's business now?
Business is business.
Yeah.
It's still tough. Yeah.
you
I
know,
took it over from Jeff because he took it over from this guy, and he ran it for 20 years. But
Yeah.
pandemic and him losing his father really took a hit on him. And I saw him being in the same position you were, and so I didn't want the place to close, so I stepped in and took it from him because Jeff doesn't have any kids. So
There you go.
it's like, well, fuck it, I'll do
Yeah,
it.
that's
I
great.
love this place. I've been here a long freaking time. Why the hell
Well,
not?
hell, if you've been, we were coming by there buying comics in '88.
Yeah.
As a kid. So
Yeah.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, I've been invested. Like I tell people, I have my blood, sweat, and tears in this
There you
as long as interest in it, and I didn't want to see it close. So I understand. Jeff is my boy, so I understand what he was going through too. So
Yeah,
it's
'cause
like,
there were a couple of stretches where it was really profitable.
mhm,
Back like in 91, 2, right around in there.
yeah,
And then Image imploded
Mhm.
basically, and then the baseball strike killed the sports cars.
yeah. And people still call us for baseball
I
cards.
bet,
Like,
yeah.
no, we haven't done that in like over 20 years.
Yeah, so I think
It's like, what happened to it? Well,
the original owner sold it. He was a
the
baseball fan.
steroid bust, right? The
Yeah,
steroids and stuff like that did it to baseball. So
Besides, I took all the good old stuff with me.
that's usually how it happens, right?
You know, like I told him, I got friends and some 12-cent DC stuff, that the old little fin stock stuff. It
Mhm.
it wasn't like first bat.
Right.
And
Okay.
no, this is cool to see it still here. Yeah, because I was looking at the pictures online and going, okay, it's similar. It's
Uh-huh.
not the same, so it's just fine.
A little different, a little.
And I know the comic business has changed drastically.
Yeah, the comic business.
That's part of the reason why I got out of it.
Yeah, it's changed. It's changed a lot. I just found out there's another YouTuber. Yeah, organic history lesson, Mr. Donnie Mac. Yeah, it is an organic history lesson because I haven't seen Bob in forever. I really
I
haven't.
haven't been here. I've been in Florence, Oregon for 19 years.
Well, that's why.
And I've been here once since about 10 years.
Okay, so he moved to Oregon. That's why I haven't seen him because he wasn't even in the area.
Yeah, but I moved to Jeff had it still open, so I kind of checked in on them online every now and then. I mean, well, I don't know if you have a new Facebook page.
Same Facebook page.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah,
That's why it doesn't kick me up when I visit, but they have to know what's
well, listen, there is a fan page because we had a personal page before.
Okay.
And YouTube, not YouTube, but Facebook got really stupid where they wanted you to have ID as stand-up comics, and stand-up comics is a business, not an actual person. So they locked that account up. So we had to start another one, which was a fan page where we can actually put stuff on there for the shop and stuff like that, without having to provide a photo ID of stand-up comics.
I wonder, because I mean, I did that on my computer at home, but I don't log onto my phone and do shit on my phone. I just have it.
Right.
So I figured, okay, let's log on and then find the website, and then Facebook says do this. I had to try to identify 4 things that I had said in Facebook, and each time I think I got 3 right.
I never said this. Yeah, whatever.
I'm like, exactly.
I can't help you here. I'm not doing the Facebook as much. My Facebook is up there, but it's just up for family to, I guess, log onto the page and see nothing happening. Yeah, but there's still a Facebook page. There's an Instagram page. There is a Shopify for the store. So it's out there a little bit more social media wise.
Well, it really wasn't. I left right about the founding of social media. Yeah, internet access and stuff. We were beyond CompuServe, but not much beyond AOL.
Yeah, and Jeff pushed it a little bit. He pushed it at least in the Facebook area for the social media, just as a way to get stuff out. I pushed it a little bit further as far as the Instagram. I'm supposed to do a Twitter and a TikTok. TikTok is
TikTok
is irritating to me. Yeah. So, but business wise, that's where all the eyeballs are. So you should have something on TikTok. But I need somebody younger than me to do it because I'll just get irritated. They'll get the old guy version.
That's where the teenage employee comes in. The collegiate employee.
Yeah, exactly.
That stuff,
yeah, exactly.
And then get out here and they can do dances and shit.
Yeah, exactly. They can do dances and hype it up and stuff like that. Like I'm at work. I don't have time to be doing acting a fool on the streets. I don't have free time like that.
We like you because you're an Ace fan.
Oh, of course.
I put up
Giant fan. The only way he could go, he had to wear my shirt.
Did he?
So I had to wear my Giants hat.
Well, see, you're funny because my ex-wife was an Angels fan, so we'd go to the A's games. And I'm like, you can't sit near me with that Angels stuff. I'm gonna sit over there in a different section. Draw some hate.
We used to have tickets over at Oracle and stuff. And my other sister and I were part of when they first built it and they buying seat licenses and stuff. So we did that. So if you look real close, you can find my name on the thing. But I haven't been to a big league game in 20 years or 19 years.
Yeah, I'll still go to A's games. I'll still go to A's games. I'm still A's fans, but I'll go to Giants games too. I don't hate, but I'm East Bay. My team is the East Bay team, right? That's just what it is. If it comes down to California, well, I'm a Giants fan too.
But yeah, all my teams were, because the A's weren't here when I was a little kid. You know, they came in '68. I found baseball in '65.
Right.
I remember asking my dad, "Do I have to fight the A's now?" He said, "No, we're pretty lucky."
No. I always root for the A's because I'm an East Bay kid. So it's East Bay, it's the A's. I've been to more A's games than Giants games, even though I've been to the Giants Stadium a lot of times. I have people that worked and built that stadium. So
yeah, I like
cool. But
I'm down here visiting this weekend, and they're on the road. So thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks for being out of town when I show up. I wouldn't take you. I wouldn't take you anyway. Yeah, so you know what a BART is, right?
Yeah, I was thinking I could have run BART over here, right over there.
Right.
He went to his first doubleheader.
Okay.
Thursday.
And then run his home for the second game.
That was my goal.
Wow. See, that's always funny to me. It's funny to me. That's like my brother is a diehard Kansas City Chiefs fan, right? I'm like, you've never been to Kansas City. Why? What's your connection? Yeah, what's your connection? Wins. That's all it is. It's like wins.
Sacramento. He's a Saints fan. Because one of his sons is a Marlins fan. Another one of his sons is a I don't even remember. None of them were like local teams.
Right. A lot of them just go for
winners. Yeah, exactly. Who's ever winning? Who's ever got the best record?
Yeah, the thing is,
I'm a Cowboys fan. You ever been to Texas? No. Then why are you a Cowboys fan? Oh, they got a dynasty. It's, oh, you're just a bandwagon rider. Like, shut up. Like, you see?
Yeah.
And that's who I consider real fans. That's why I give Raiders fans a lot of credit. Like, Dude, it's like an abusive relationship. They promise you every year they're
Oh,
going to do
right,
better.
right.
Every
And
year
they
they let you
move the
down.
way twice.
So
Better coaches.
you get better coaches,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's big.
Yeah. Well, that's what they were talking. They were teasing me earlier, talking about the A's and that they're going to be the Las Vegas A's sooner or later. I was like, maybe they will be. Whatever. Yeah. Dude, they want more money and they want a newer stadium. It's like, you know the area you're in, and you know what the economy is. You're not getting a new stadium.
Yeah, I mean,
You're either going to play with what you got, or you're not going to play.
I go to concerts over there. I go park out in the dirt over there and walk across the
Right.
Not now.
We always took the BART. We'd always take the
Right.
BART and just walk across the people ramp and go to either concerts or go to the game. It just made it easy. Yeah, so you weren't going anywhere. Yeah, that was a small bridge coming from Alameda.
Yeah, no, I mean, I had Warrior tickets about 3 years. Yeah, that was like a 5-minute commute. It was great. And I learned exactly how to leave the park, or the parking lot. So
Right. Yeah, that was my mother. She's been a season ticket holder for Warriors for I don't know how many years now. And then as soon as they up and moved, I said, I bet they hiked your tickets up, didn't they? She said, yeah, they made some. So what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? 5 years ago now, I was paying about $28.
Yeah.
Right, that side of the baseline, and then they raised them over 30.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember going to the Warriors games when it was like cheap, where they were giving you tickets to go see the Warriors. I was a Warriors fan before they were hot and before apparently Steph Curry was born. Now it's like, oh, we've been fans forever. No, you weren't. I never saw you at one of those games. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This is cool. I'm gonna go check it out. It looks good, but it looks good.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it clean.
Pepsi machine's gone.
Yeah, the Pepsi machine is gone and the pinball machine is gone, which I miss. Pete probably misses.
That was supposed to be done.
Yeah, that's supposed to. The pinball machine and the pool table. For most of you guys who don't know, there used to be a pool table in the back when Jeff took it over. He did have a pool table in the back, which was cool, but we got rid of it.
I never played pool when I came
They took my office out, and then he built it like an interior office.
Yeah,
so that
he made a
nobody could
section.
bother him.
We put a wall up at first because he only opened part of this, and then he had his office. And then after that, he took his office out and moved it into the back and put another wall up just further back, so it's all open now, so you can do gaming and stuff like
Right.
that.
So behind there's a little bit of room still back.
There's still a little room, and then there's still the outcropping where Pete smokes in the back, and that's where the sign
That's okay.
is.
I used to smoke right there.
Right in your office.
But yeah, now I think I got, no, I thought that's pretty sure I got up above the bathroom where you get up top.
It's still up there.
You'll
Water
probably
heater.
still find all my old tax records and everything.
Is that what's up there?
That's always
I haven't
up
gone
there.
up there because the only thing up there is the water heater, and the only other thing I've done up there is I actually fixed the heater, so the heater actually works. It actually works. So I
It
learned.
worked when I was here.
Yeah,
You sat down-
Jeff didn't know how to fix it.
Oh, okay.
You used to be able to crawl all the way down
To the
to
liquor store. Yeah,
Is he still your landlord?
Ben. Yeah,
Yeah.
Ben's still here. Yeah. Don't tell Ben that.
So when did Casper's close? That's where we were headed for lunch. today.
Casper's is closed.
Yeah, it was.
I didn't know.
Some Chinese or that looked like actually Vietnamese.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that because every direction I go now is this way because I stay in Concord. So
Okay, there you go.
I'm not down here in Richmond.
Yeah, but
So I've
yeah.
never gone back that way. I didn't know it was closed.
Yeah.
I was like, how did they close the hot dog stand?
You lived in Concord?
Yeah.
We're in Clayton.
Okay.
That's where we did from, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, when I finally sold the place, I was out in Martinez.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I guess Plymouth Fog is always in about 5 o'clock still. I had service.
It's still cold around the same time. But that's what I miss because being in Concord and Fairfield most of the time, it's always freaking hot. There's no moisture.
Well, that's exactly.
I miss being close to the water because I'm from Richmond, so I like being close to the water.
I live in Florence, Oregon, and my house is probably about 1.5 miles to crow flies to go.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's a hot day is 72.
Right.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
and then I came down here for-
my hot
that's
days
just
now are
funny.
like 100, like 100 degrees.
Yeah.
Like,
You know, it's nice fine. You say, well, 175.
Yes, I'm 75. Well, my daughter stays in Oregon. She's in Portland,
Okay.
and she's from the Bay Area. So she's like, "Oh, it's hot." It's like, "How hot is it?" It's like, "Oh, it's hot." I take pictures outside and show her things like, "Hey, look at this big thing in the sky, this bright yellow, and it gives off heat. You get that up there?" She said, "Shut up." Right.
And it's still that it's warmer than it is in Florence. Right over on the coast. We get 9 months of winter and 3 months of spring. So it's not
Nice.
hard work.
Yeah, but it's nice up there. I liked it up there when I was there. We got to do some going. This is a history lesson. You don't get this every day.
Yeah. Now, who are you talking to?
Right now, I'm just talking to people because I was talking about comic book stuff and the movie announcements from San Diego Comic Con from Marvel and whatnot.
Go down to that every year. I never sold down there. Just to go down there to get out of here.
Yeah, we haven't been to a Comic Con. I haven't been to a Comic Con, but it became as soon as they took WonderCon from here and took it down to Anaheim, it really just messed up the area. San Diego is nice, but it's like, dude, I like our con up here.
About it is it would always be right there at the convention center. Was now they got the ballpark right there. I would love to have the excuse to go down and see it all.
Would, but they made it such a hurdle to get to Comic Con now, like preferred lists and stuff like that. It's like only media is basically going now. It's like you're not getting enough of actual fans going. It's expensive now.
Well, we're going to announce it.
Yeah, awesome. Who's going to see it? Just everybody who's on social media or have big enough channels that's who's filling the halls. It's not just regular everyday people like, oh, look, the con's going on. Let me go buy a ticket and go in.
Well, that's what's great about WonderCon. All fans, dealers.
WonderCon was all fans.
You get some artists and whatnot come up. And, it was wonderful.
Yeah, that was the fun part of WonderCon to me. And then it went from Oakland and went to San Francisco, and then from San Francisco to Anaheim. We're just moving it.
When Bill and Bob, they were the head of it. I guess they sold the rights to it or whatever. So when they were doing it, Bill Field owns Odd Colors. They were had it.
You would be the one to ask then. Did you guys, when you guys first started up, did you actually have a lot of relationships with the other comic book stores around? Because you just mentioned the guy from Flying
because
Colors.
it was sort of North Cal Comic Dealers Association. And we renamed it back for Bay Area Comic Retailers. And it was here, Joe Field, Diane Hayward. I don't know if it's still around, Dr. Comics and Mr. James.
Yeah, they're still around. They have a couple stores now.
Awesome. These were in my day exactly 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah, because we used to have lunch, once a month we get together and get drunk and eat lunch.
All right. Could be fun.
I know Rory passed away. Comic Relief isn't there anymore.
Yeah, Comic Relief isn't there. It turned into was it Fantastic or something like that? I don't know if it's the same people.
Is it still a comic store though?
It's still a comic store, but it moved locations. It changed locations. Yeah. So Comic Relief. I used to buy comics from Comic Relief too when I was in Berkeley. Yeah. So it's right now it's on the Fantastic in Berkeley, Dark Carnival in Berkeley.
Is that Comics and Comics?
Comics and Comics, I think, is gone. And then there is Capes and Cows in Oakland. And then Dr. Comics, Mr. Games in Piedmont. So, and then Flying Colors out in Concord, and then us here in El Cerrito.
There's really nothing even else out across the county. It's no wonder Joe's making something.
Yeah.
I guess he's making money.
Yeah.
Because see, when I first started looking for a place, I nearly rented a place that's like 3 blocks down Tree Boulevard to do that. That was a big mistake. 2 stores 3 blocks apart.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't work.
You might Baskin Robbins. So,
He gets in there.
And no, that it was in the same shopping center as I think it's the Bright Creek Bancroft.
okay, not where you're gonna be.
Well, we got yeah, but but it was pretty close to
Yeah, very close.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you used to have Dave's Dugout there, across the comics up on Slough.
Right. But there was
Place across from Denny's over here.
Yeah, there was one I think in all.
We're surrounded.
Yeah, there was one over on Solana, right. There was a comic store that opened right across from Dave's Dugout.
Right.
Yeah. That's about the time I said, I had to sell. I sold my condo. I made money selling condo, but it paid off the bills for here.
Right.
And that's about the time I said.
That was the whole time Jeff was here. He's working his other job again.
Right.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah, that's me. I'm still working full time.
You got a really good deal on it. You probably got a really good deal on it from him.
I did. More or less, I took it over.
I
wanted
a really, really good deal. I actually made for $5,000.
That was good for you. You see, I told you guys, comic book stores are not cash cows. They're labors of love. They are not cash cows. If you don't like the stuff, you probably wouldn't even get into it.
All they are is content outlets for Warner Brothers and Disney now and blah, blah, blah.
Mostly
They gotta
Disney
keep-
Discovery now.
Right, yeah, they gotta keep the copyrights in place.
Yeah,
So,
they gotta keep their copyrights.
Yeah.
Well, I was doing a stream yesterday, and I was kind of bitching about the comic and how the art wasn't that good, the story wasn't really that good, and everything in it. It's like, but this is the stuff they expect us to sell. Like,
Right.
I gotta make a living on it. Well, I have to sell this to somebody,
Right.
and then if it's not selling, it's because the customer doesn't want it. So who are they listening to when they decide, oh, this is the direction we're going?
Right. Exactly.
Well, were you talking to each other, or were you actually talking to the customers? Did you actually call a comic shop owner who has these stacks of books sitting there that's not selling? Who are you talking to?
I really haven't read a new comic since I sold it.
And you're really not missing it.
Yeah, and now all the stories that they made for X-Men movies I already read 20 years ago. You guys were writing it, so.
Yeah, they didn't butcher those.
Oh yeah. Well, I kind of remember this, but it ain't the same.
Well, that's kind of what they're going to now, is that they're trying to get rid of the whole men part of the X-Men. And most of what's happening in the X-Men, at least in the comics, is just, the sexual relationships between these characters and not the character growth.
Okay, because they never really had that. They avoided that, really. I mean, there were little things. I mean, like Cyclops and Marvel Girl, whatever you call it, Phoenix.
Yeah.
At one time, they were together.
Oh no, it's not them. It's not just them now.
Well, I know everything now. Yeah, and now they were probably.
Look, this is where I try to shock the older people, right? No, Cyclops, Wolverine, and Jean are all in a relationship together. No, it's not even a love triangle. They're in a polyamorous relationship.
It used to be the love triangle.
Yeah, it used to be the love triangle where now Scott and Wolverine might, leave Jean out and just be into each other.
Hey.
Yeah, see, he's like,
Okay,
yeah, I can see somebody buying this for their kid, right? Oh, that's exactly what I want my son to read.
Exactly. Well, we're writing them Greg Chauffeur, Greg Queen Story Hour at school. So luckily I had my kids.
Oh, you dodged a bullet, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I realized that.
Yeah, my kids are grown, so I'm like, I see some of this. Like, I just got to worry about my granddaughter, I guess.
Well, and my sister and your kids like another thing. Daniel gets there something about being 40. How that happened?
Right.
And so then her kids were spending the night with us a few nights ago. And they're like 11, and so that's the perfect age to get everything screwed up. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
So how old is your granddaughter?
Granddaughter is about 3. She'll be 3 in December. Yeah, but my son and daughter, 28 and 23. So they were raised in this shop. My daughter specifically was raised in the shop. Pete remembers me bringing her in her bassinet right after she was born. So I was bringing in my ex-wife when she was pregnant, and then after the baby popped out, I'm bringing the baby in the bassinet, sitting on the counter in here reading comics and everything else. Like, yeah, that's
Like I say, it was my dad and my mom. And then shortly after that, my mom passed away. So really good. He had that to do.
Right. Yeah, that's why I always give respect to Walt and you, Bob, because I remember you guys being here owning the store, because that's who I saw when I started buying comics from the store. And that's why I joke with people. I remember when Jeff got a job, when you guys hired Jeff, right? And Joe Herb and stuff like that. So I remember them when they got hired. Yeah.
I would never, that name would never come up to me.
Yeah, Joe Herb still comes in here every week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Awesome. Tell him I came in.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny for me when I talk to her, because I give him a lot of respect. It's like he's just a customer now. So he comes in. I used to come in and buy comics from him, and now he comes in and buys comics from me. So it's just fun. It's a funny little turnaround. It's like, I don't know what you want, guy. What are you doing here? Like, what are you doing? Yeah, full circle. Exactly. So it's just kind of fun in some senses.
Well, I'm just glad you brought it up. I just kind of assumed that this had been a victim of COVID.
It was almost a victim of COVID, and that's why I stepped in, because I didn't want it to be a victim of COVID. Yeah.
Keep my dream alive.
Yeah. It's a dream for everybody.
Yeah. It's Sunday. No, maybe it's Sunday.
Yeah,
And it's open soon. Opens at 11.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we joked about when Jeff took it over, is that it was a family-run business, but it's not the owner's family. Right? So we're all kind of family because we love this stuff, but it's still there because of that.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, I got into MS in '93. Thank goodness I had a good crew.
Uh-huh.
You know, so I got to get everybody's name with Fujikawa, Greg Fujikawa
Yeah.
was here, and I forget the other guy with me now.
But Brian was here for a while. Brian worked here for a little while, didn't he? Brian Sakai?
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian.
Tiffany Roberts came in later.
Tiffany Roberts.
JP.
JP, yeah.
I think we
Okay,
started
don't remember.
later.
Yeah.
And my girlfriend and her sister worked here a while.
Yeah, I forgot what, I thought her name was Cheryl or something.
Sheila.
Yeah, Sheila.
And Sister Marilyn worked here for a while.
Mhm.
When we first opened up, my niece Melanie worked here. I got a picture of her yesterday, or my sister, my other sister's 75th and her birthday.
Mhm.
I got a picture of her, son-in-law and daughter,
Mhm.
and other daughter putting next door together before we
Right.
opened up. So they're like the teenagers about to get married.
Mhm.
And here's Allison, like 9 years old, putting stuff on stuff.
Yeah,
And I'll never leave that.
we had that with Zach. After my son, Zach, well, not my son and my daughter, Zach had his first child, and there's pictures. It comes up on the screen as a screensavers, but it's pictures of Zach and his daughter, Maggie. Maggie's the oldest one, right? Walking around in her walker in the store, because that's what she was, trying to pull comics out the back issue bin and stuff like that in her walker. I was like, that's fun. That's fun
I
stuff.
mean, my email address is still stand up Bob.
Stand up, Bob.
I have the same one for some money.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And you're still a stand-up guy. So.
Yeah, he's still a stand-up guy.
Yeah.
And you guys can see it, but he's representing this geek too, because he has a Donald Duck
I
hat
got
on,
this thing at Disneyland in 1980.
and it's still in good condition. That means he's a
Not really,
collector.
but-
Well, any hat that you sweat in is going to get ruined a little bit.
They used to have all kind of like foam rubber underneath there.
Right.
That would stand up like your stand up.
Right.
It stands up just enough you can tell it's Donald.
Right.
I tell you, it was funny because up in Florence, this is maybe less than a year ago because I broke up like last summer, and I'm sitting in this. It's like a rum tasting place.
Right.
You know, so I'm like, I'll go right out. And all of a sudden, here comes a guy coming in. I have that hat. He's got it. Here I am, 800 miles from Disneyland. Here's
Right.
some guy that has the same hat I got from
Because
Disneyland.
he was there about the same time. He was there about the same time. And 40 years. Right. I remember that hat. Like, what are you talking about?
So where can you send us to lunch around here?
Well, what's still open?
Is Nations still there?
Nations is still there. Nations is still there. You can
I
also,
haven't had a Nation.
yeah, I had Nations this morning. It's still sitting here because I haven't eaten my breakfast yet, but I have a slice of pie in there. But right now they're redoing their pie factory or something like that. So there's only, I ordered chocolate cream, but I could only get pecan because they didn't have all the pies.
We got like
Yeah, that's what I said.
they have all the cheesecakes.
Yeah, cheesecake is there.
Lemon?
Yeah, exactly. I wanted chocolate cream. They didn't have that one. My backup would have been lemon, but she said, "Oh, we don't have any of those. We only have these."
Yeah, the one thing is.
Well, I guess I'm getting-
The website though, was $3.99 for a new comic.
Yes.
And that was the cheapest one, all the other ones
Yes.
were more expensive. And
Yeah.
that was one of the reasons I left. Everything with them was like $195 was cheapest, $249, and everything was climbing, and it's like.
The price. The funny part is the price on the comics climbs. The paper is a little bit better.
Oh, yeah.
Stories and the art is not that good,
not that good
and then your markup on the comics, your wholesale side of the comics is not really that good.
Not that good.
The margin is not really that good.
Oh, we always used to get, depending on how much you buy, obviously, but anywhere from 40 to 55.
You can, my lunar order, we hit the marker to get 55 because when I took it over from Jeff, I had to start a whole new accounts,
Okay.
right? So they made me work up to getting a 50%
Right.
discount
That's
on
what
the
happened.
comics, and that's just for DC because of the
Okay.
pandemic.
See, and that's gonna be all different.
They
now.
split it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because back then, the Capital City Distribution and Diamond were both down there.
Mhm.
I mean, Diamond bought Capital City.
Yes, they did.
And then they just imploded or whatever, and everything started getting mailed to us instead of having the local.
Yeah, what Diamond did back in the pandemic, Diamond shut down for a while, and they ended up screwing the editors and the retailers because we didn't have product to sell. They weren't
Right.
shipping anything, even though the comics were sitting in the warehouse. They weren't shipping anything.
Right.
So after everything started opening back up, DC, Warner Brothers got pissed with them and left. So they went to a whole different distributor, which is Lunar, to push out their books.
Okay.
Well, Disney had bought Marvel.
Right.
Disney is trying to leave Diamond, so they're trying to push the books
Okay.
through Penguin. So now you're dealing with not just one distributor, you're dealing with 3 or
So you
4
got
now.
those two plus any independent or anything.
Any
Still-
independent
still
ones, and they
comes
have
out.
their own tiers and stuff like that
Okay.
you're dealing with. So
Yeah.
you're constantly dealing with 3 other vendors.
Mhm.
I'm dealing with 3 other vendors just to get product
Because
to the
that's one thing
store.
was good. I don't always remember. I don't like this. A couple, few things just to get 50, 55, whatever. Okay, I can take that chance because they'll save 2% across the whole order,
Yeah,
and that'll make that thing free for me.
right. Yeah, exactly. That one thing I want is free for me. And that's what it is now. Lunar has at 50%, and that's only ordering DC books. Diamond is a different percentage, and that's for ordering Marvel and Image and anything else there. But I can't get necessarily my Magic cards and stuff like that through Diamond because they use Alliance, which is owned by Diamond, but it's something different. I'm like, oh my God, dude. I said, do I need another rep to talk to deal just to get the same order from the same people? Come on, man.
That was a good thing. You go to Diamond's sales conference every year,
Mhm.
capital city, but they had everything.
Right.
You talk to everybody.
You get to talk to everybody.
You know, the chief operating officer of,
Right.
whatever. And
I haven't been for one of those yet. They should have it. They should have it. They should still have it. But everything, it seems like it's more impersonal. I mean, I went through about a 6-month process trying to get the one company, ACD, that does all the comics, all the trading cards, all the sleeves and all that stuff for tabletop card games.
Right.
I went through a 6-month process to get them to fix the email address that they messed up so I can actually order from them.
Right.
And it took 6 months because the person I finally got on the phone with didn't know how to use the damn computer. I'm like, dude, it's just one letter. I could have did this but myself online. So you're more
Well,
removed from
that's
talking
it.
to a person
Sounds like
and
me
dealing with
forming
more
face to
emails
face.
than anything else.
Yeah,
And
president.
Facebook is the worst because you can't get a hold of a live
Oh, I
person
know.
on
Well,
Facebook,
you know, I-
Facebook at all.
I
If
had
you get a
one-
hold of a live person,
Yeah,
don't
I-
let them go.
Yeah,
Hold
no,
them for the next.
I had one. They told me that somebody hacked.
Right.
And so I'm trying to, no, everything's working just fine. Don't worry about it. But now it's after about 3 months, I went from Bob Street to Robert Street. And I go find all my other people and everything.
Well, that was the whole thing with the stand-up page being not this, but it is this now because we couldn't get a hold of anybody to correct it.
Yeah, there are no humans.
There are no humans, and then going through there, well,
And now it's
they're
all-
they're local. They're in California. They're just in the South Bay. I'm right here in California.
Right.
What's the phone number? Can't find a phone number for
Yeah,
them.
they will not-
I'm like, dude, I know where you are.
know, they should have phone they get all over the
Oh,
world.
Yeah, they'd blow up. Their phone would blow up. Their phone will blow
Okay.
up, but deservedly
Which
so.
are right.
They deserve that blow up in the phone calls. Whatever. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take a picture with you if you
Oh,
don't mind.
sure, I would love it.
Yeah, so I'm going to put this so I can actually put this on the shop. Because basically, it's the original owner.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
It would be. It'd be fun. You want to take the pictures? You got a mask. You know how to take pictures.
Unfortunately, I come to visit my cousin the other day. And he had gray carpet, but you couldn't see that there was a step down.
Uh-huh.
Bam! My head bounced and I went into my eyes. So, oh,
Bob's. Let's take one. It's not recognizing both of your faces.
Well, it shouldn't recognize one of
I
them.
don't recognize my own face from here in the morning. So hey,
No, I just made that joke. I said I woke up this morning, and this is how you know you're getting old. You have to manually adjust everything.
well, the first thing I do is I go, I'm sorry, get out my phone, go Snapchat, and I'm looking at myself.
What do I look?
One with my phone?
Yes, please do. There you go. He said, "What do I look like today?" Yeah, I woke up this morning. I couldn't actually read the comic I was trying to look at. Okay, where's my reading?
Oh man, yeah. I mean,
Did you get it? Or you
Yeah,
got video?
let's do our.
Come on, Pete, you're a genius. Let's see.
Okay, smile for me.
Oh, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
In camera two.
Thank you.
now send that to me.
Yeah,
Yes, I
exactly.
will, but I don't want to put it on mine.
What'd you get? Did you get it?
So I took a shot, and then I took like a second and a half of video. You could grab a frame you like out of that.
That's usually what I do too. I'll take video just so I can steal frames. Like this is the best one right here.
I mean, more TV than I left.
Yeah, we put that up a while ago for the video games. And you know, sometimes if it's slow in the shop, it's boring. So
No, yeah, look.
stream
My
content.
son is happy it's getting a week's rest right now. Finally got, I used to play NHL 04 on the computer, and that was the last year they did.
Oh wow!
So on the computer, I finally got around to getting like a PS3. And so I got NHL 12, and so now I'm just addicted.
You should hit up Jeff. You know he'll play the Sharks. He'll play you in some hockey. I know he will.
You know, I got in fact, it was like your own pro,
Hmm.
and so the first one that came up was a woman character. I said, okay, let's see. I'm a guy who transitioned to a woman, but I always played hockey and I'm really good,
Mhm.
so I'm still playing in the guys' league,
Right.
but I don't want it,
Don't
or
matter.
something like that.
Look, video games is the only thing I will actually change my gender because it doesn't matter.
Right,
So
exactly.
the last one I was playing was Skyrim, and I was playing because I had played it so many times. I just played a female character. It was just fun for me. It don't matter.
Yeah,
It's,
I don't.
it's a sprite.
Well, that's
It's a sprite. Whatever. She had a girlfriend. It happens. Still like the same woman because she had a business.
Hockey constantly in front of me for 5 hours a day. Why not make it?
You're only watching the back of it anyway.
Watching some backside?
Yeah.
Make it a-
Watching this guy's backside the whole time. Yeah, he's a Viking, but all I see is his crack. What the heck? Okay. Whatever, make it entertaining for me. It's a game.
The good thing I am on your mailing list from this morning. So
Okay,
maybe
awesome.
that's how you send out.
Awesome,
I'm
awesome.
gonna shop a little bit. I'm gonna show you that.
Okay.
Card.
Well, obviously, you'll get a discount.
Oh, thank you.
Can't mark it up on you.
Yeah, go start on this.
Yeah, right.
That's the number. Yeah, anyway.
No
You
worries.
on the store, you know, like,
Yeah, it's tough. It's a struggle sometimes. All right, folks. Thanks for bearing with me. This is like I said. This is the original owner of Stand Up Comics popped into the shop, so I can actually divert the stream for that. That's something that doesn't happen every freaking day. Should have called Jeff and told him, "Oh, your old boss is here." Should have called. I'll text Jeff. Let me text Jeff and tell him your old boss is here. Damn, everybody's texting me today. What the hell? Let's see.
Plus, you didn't get people just talking, hey, this spot horrible and everything else. You put it back where you got it from, you can't take it.
Alphabetical. Come on.
Right there, I said, oh, they got it, no, that's the ultimate.
Truth. What are you doing? Spamming my chat. What are you doing? Spamming my chat. I must have gave you a wrench because I felt bad for talking shit about you. I just texted my boy Jeff to told him that his old boss is here. He should come down and see him. I sent him the picture. Dude, don't come in my chat plugging bullshit. Do not. That's not. I'm not cool with that shit like that. You don't do that to somebody else's house. You're supposed to ask before you do that. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to ask before you do that. Would you like that shit if I came in your channel and just start dropping other shit that ain't anything related to what you're talking about? That's rude as fuck. And that's just me. You see, I don't promote my channel on nobody else's shit. Unless they ask me to do it, I don't do it. It's rude. It's hella disrespectful. Close to me be acting this goddamn stupid. What's up, Malika? I see you in here.
Hey, bro, what's going on, man?
Nothing much. I'm debating on cussing out Truth.
That young brother, man.
Is it just me, or does that just seem rude as fuck?
Yes, it is.
You ain't said peace, artisan, nothing. Said nothing to the room, nothing at all. You just come in here dropping your shit off.
That's the young boy entitlement, man.
Nah, fuck all that.
You know what that's like? He come into your house and he can go straight to your refrigerator.
Yeah.
Or he
right in
go
your
upstairs.
fridge.
Or he go upstairs, and it was like the episode of Blackish when he invited his boy over for dinner, and he goes upstairs to the bathroom, but then he goes into his bedroom and he says, "Oh man, I know you had some first generation J's," and he's wearing them. And him and his wife look at him. I'm like, "Yo, you just gonna come in?"
Because here's the thing. You ain't donated to the chat. You ain't said hello to the host. You haven't said hello to the room. And then you didn't even ask to put your stuff in there. You just start dropping it in there. That is rude.
Yep.
Come on, man.
But then you wrong if you check it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Then you feel some kind of way. Oh, he said something to me. Yeah, because I don't have to tolerate that, dude.
But you know what? But you know what? That shows like how Angry Man was talking. Generation X, we checked habitual line steppers.
Yeah, that was not for sale. Those are tests.
Oh, so you don't have any like that for sale?
I don't have any like that for sale. They're up to promo because I only got those 2 testers. The next ones that come, about 25 coming in, they have the logo. Yeah.
Nice material.
And they'll say, "Who's that?"
Yeah, a friend of mine, he does his own comic. A friend of his has the screen print in place, so they're making shirts for me. So they'll have something more than just a name on them when they show up. He said they're printing, so they're coming. You have to find something cool. Apologies, artisan. What's up, Truth? Changed it, everything but on your logo. Now watch your language because I got, actual adults in here, and I don't want to have to cuss you out. I'm trying to refrain myself.
I just wanted to say my apologies. I didn't mean to step on your toes like that. I thought we had already spoken, other streams and stuff like that, and we had talked about just in general that I've been growing my channel and stuff like that, and that's why I asked for the wrench so I could, potentially share. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
You didn't ask for a wrench. I gave you a wrench.
Yeah.
I gave you a wrench just because.
Oh, okay.
Because you had deserved it, because I gave you a wrench, because I actually did feel bad when I cussed you out there last time you was on my stream and shut you down. I felt bad for that because we both from the Bay, so I should show you a little bit more respect in that. And I think I went a little bit overboard, but I got pissed off because you grate me that way. So I gave you that. We didn't even have a conversation about you having a wrench. You came right in here. You don't say nothing to the room. You didn't say nothing to me, and then you just start spamming with content. I don't have a problem with you pushing this stuff, but you're supposed to ask somebody for that. Maybe
my apologies for my lack of courtesy. In the future, y'all would definitely. Would you like me to send you an email? Like, how do you want me to do it? Because we don't have like if I have like your number, like Charles's number, like I could just like text you or something like that. And, like
all you have to do is when you hit the chat, and say just like anybody else would. Hey, can I plug this in your chat? Yeah. And then you get an answer. It's very simple. It's not a hard concept. You just ask. Now, I know other channels don't do that, but other channels ain't as small as mine, so they don't have to worry about that at all, do they? But I know some people get kind of grating with you on your attitude on panels, so they don't want to actually promote stuff for you. Because then that means they're endorsing that behavior. I don't endorse people not being respected. I don't. That's why I'm saying something to you about it right now. That's not okay.
Well, fair enough. My apologies about that. I didn't mean to step on your toes. I'm trying to courteously promote my content. I know you do. You do movies.
Have kids and get married.
Huh?
All I know is Superman had a kid, and not the way he planned, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's not the plan he had, but it went away.
But it's sold more comics, I guess.
For a minute, they're still sitting on the shelf, so they didn't actually sell that.
I remember when they were put their kids through college, so it was when Superman died.
Yeah,
and they're still sitting in black bags.
Yeah,
or whatever,
yeah, not worth $1.50 right now. Yeah, we're good. Yes, I will.
Mess it up. I'm gonna keep it mint. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna list it on eBay, and I'm gonna make all kinds of money.
I would actually believe that you would read it.
Damn right I will. You know, I've got all kinds of stuff up there that I took because I was planned to read, and it's been 20 years, and I still haven't read it.
Oh wow! So now I'm worried that you might not read
No,
it.
this is brand new. So I haven't read it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you guys for bringing him in, and thanks for coming.
See you in another 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Other way. Pull. The other pull.
Cool.
Here we go. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Let me get the AB up here. So that's all it is, Truth. Show some decorum. Act like you got some sense. That's all it is. You know, I ain't got no hate for you. I don't have any hate for you in my heart. I just think you do shit on purpose, being very ignorant when you're not ignorant. And that's what pisses me off, because you've shown that you're not ignorant. So that means a lot of the shit that you do is on purpose, which means you're trying to be ignorant. And I can't respect that shit at all. I need you to act like you got some sense, and you acting like you being up dealing with adults and not trying to be down dealing with children. That's all it is with me. But check out Pookie. I don't want to call you Pookie. I hate
You see, call it Truth on my channel.
Hey, you
check out Captain Bird Chess's channel.
What you say? Oh my God. It's you,
Bird Chess.
Alright.
Yeah, you got it.
Man, fix
Your mic is a little loud. Just turn down your mic a little bit.
Oh, mine? Okay.
Yeah, because it's buzzing when you come across. It sounds like
Is that better?
Little more.
Is that better?
Okay, we can still hear you. So no, I'll fuck with you. That's good right there, though. That's good right there. That's good right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I wanted to keep it the channel that I even bring to your channel related, and I just the thought just came in my head just in general, just because I know you do those movie reactions and stuff like that. You do content and stuff like that. So like yeah,
I don't have a problem sharing your content at all, because people have done that for me. I just need a little bit of decorum with that shit. That's all it is.
And I got you on my page, so it's not like I'm not supporting. I just can't like share because I ain't got no community tab yet, because I ain't got enough subscribers.
I mean, like Morpheus, don't throw off the whole flow of the stream. Like Morpheus in here yelling like, "Man, yo, my nigga!"
Sounding like AL.
Self promotion is a no. Self promotion is okay if you ask the host first. You don't ask the host first. Look, perfect example is, would you do that in Ripper's chat?
Who's Ripper?
Young Ripper. He's a brother. Would you do that in his chat? Would you just roll into his chat and start plugging your channel?
Nah, I mean, I don't know him.
Stop right there. If you said nah, why the fuck would it be okay here?
You
do that in some white dude's channel that's talking geek shit and doing movie reviews too. Would you do it in his chat?
I thought we
Why not?
No, because we had talked before. We have
Can I interject here for a second?
Yeah.
The key word you said, I thought. See, that's the problem. We think it's cool to do something with somebody because we take advantage, because we're brothers and we think we're black and we cool. It's the funny thing, if all of us are going out to eat, right? All four of us on this panel, we're going out to eat.
Yes.
And I have no money on me, but I assume that you, AB, and Artisan got me. But we cool, right?
So he ordered the lobster.
Yeah, I'm ordering lobster. I'm ordering surf and turf.
Yes.
And also, I'm ordering top shelf liquor.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, I'm ordering great dessert and stuff, man. I'm ordering
And the bill comes in. I thought y'all had me. Nigga, we didn't talk about that.
And y'all looking at me like I'm crazy.
I thought you had yourself. You was ordering all that shit.
But this is the problem that we have. This is the problem. Wait a minute. Truth,
hold on. I don't let Malika finish, but I don't want to turn this whole stream into chastising Truth.
And I'm not. But this is a learning experience that we have to do as men. As older gentlemen, we're trying to tell you as a young gentleman, this is how you burn bridges, and this is how you lose faith and people don't trust you and respect you. I'm not here to downgrade you, but this is a learning experience. And Artisan has love for you. I have love for you. I want you to succeed as a man in life. I don't want you to fail and people just think you as another stupid, simple nigger. This is a learning experience where you learn and you're dealing with men that want to lift you up. You feel me, brother?
Yeah, I feel that.
So, and anytime when you're around a bunch of men, if you want something, it's always good to ask. Remember, like this old saying, you get more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. Well, this
Yeah.
is a situation. This is a situation where you got to kind of add honey, even though that you're cool with people. You still ask, like your mom always say. Still ask.
I'm cool with BGS and Dr. TS on everybody, right? But I do not plug my channel in their shit. I don't. Unless they ask me what I'm doing, I don't plug my channel in their shit. And that's why I said it's just me. Everybody else may do that. I just think to me it's bad form to always walk onto somebody else's panel plugging your shit.
But BGS,
you're not actually trying to be a part of the conversation. You're just trying to gain a fucking audience for nothing.
True.
To me, that's. I mean, so for me personally, as a man, I'll plug it if I ask you to do it, or if you ask me to let people know what's going on. Other than that, I'm not plugging shit. This is your show. I'm gonna let you plug your show because that's where the eyes and eyeballs are supposed to be right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean. As much as possible, I plug other people's shows, and with BGS specifically, like he said multiple times, and I've already asked him multiple times on multiple different occasions, and it's fine. We've run a relationship where I can just come in there, and as long as it's not too many, I can post my links and stuff like that. And I kind of got that situation with other people in the space. So I didn't mean to impress upon it. My bad.
I have that same relationship with BGS, but that's why I say it's just me. Even though he's told me that, and he lets it be known that it's okay, I still fucking ask. But that's just me. I'm overly respectful in some ways. I'm overly respectful.
Yep.
That's just how I am.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm saying. That's why I keep prefacing it with, "It's just me. It's just me how I deal with it."
Well, in the future,
since I'm on my little box, run the shit however the fuck I want to.
It's always appropriate to ask.
Well, in the future, yeah, I'll incorporate that into my system of courtesy. My apologies.
No worries. All right, so moving on. You can sit up here and be part of the conversation. We got your mic fixed, so you don't have to worry about you buzzing out. Everybody. So we good. I'm sorry. I might have forgot where I was because I was deep into analyzing some geek shit, and I lost a lot of people viewing on that. But I don't give a shit. The core is there. But this is what it is. This is the shop. And this is the shop talk, and you were blessed with hearing something that usually doesn't happen. The first owner of this shop, who was a white dude, came in here, was actually giving me some praise for being here, running this damn shop, and happy to see that his dream was still alive. The shop was still open. What other time do you actually get that? Because like I told you guys today multiple times, this is not a fucking set. This is not some backdrop I made in my house just to make it like, oh, it's just geek shit. It's not. This is an actual functioning fucking store. If I turn this goddamn camera around, you'd see the bars on the windows and traffic outside. This is an actual functioning store. So when people come in and want to have conversation, this is part of the experience I'm trying to bring to you guys on YouTube. But this is what happens in this store. People come in and have conversations about shit. And if you're talking about something they're interested in, it will happen. Respect always goes a long way. Like King Parrish is saying, respect is always cold. Yeah, it's always cold. That's why I don't have problems anywhere. Not a lot of places, except people who want to be fucking assholes. Because respect is always paramount for me. R.I.P. Respect is paramount. That's the first thing you're supposed to give. First thing. And if people don't give it back to you after that, then you can deal with them accordingly. It makes everything else after that really fucking easy. But you lead with the respect part. Then you can get the rest of that. But Bob showing up in here, I haven't seen Bob in at least 20 goddamn years. Over 20 years. Over 20 years I haven't seen Bob. But once I got past the gray hair and the beard and stuff like that, I recognized, yeah, it is Bob. That's exactly who the fuck it is. Dr. Goodbar. Uh-oh, he got the wife beater on.
Oh, dude, let me turn this camera off. Hold on.
You got to get flipped up. Came in like Debo. What you got on my 40, homie? What you got on my test tube?
That's going, Doc.
Well, I'm gonna stick with the
Panel check, nigga.
Hey,
What's up, Dr. Anwar?
hey, not much. Hey, really quickly, this is just like a lesson for all. This relates to what you guys were just talking about. I don't talk about it a lot, but I did meet the late Kevin Samuels about 2 years ago at his MIT weekend, and I contacted him ahead of time because I'm a blogger. I do YouTube and I blog, and I said, "Hey, man, can I write up a story on me coming to your MIT weekend?" But I did ask him ahead of time. I did ask him, and so we get there, and he kind of took exception with me coming to the weekend and asking him to write the story about it without purchasing any of his professional services. Now, afterwards, and so I was kind of like, damn, I really didn't do anything wrong. But afterwards, I was glad that I didn't say, hey, guys, I'm a YouTuber too, check out my channel. Because he really would have gone off if I had said that at his.
Kevin was good. Kevin was good for that.
So I think the lesson is for everybody: be conscious of the room, be mindful of when you're going to someone else's platform and their space, and it's always good to ask first.
Can I ask you a question, Dr. Dunbar?
Sure.
Can I come to your house and put my feet up on your table?
No.
You can. It's going to be the last time your ass is in there.
Can I go into your
closet? You might bounce out the door.
Can I go into your closet and try on all your classic J's and try on your nice suits?
Hold on. Come on now.
Can I go into your secret stash
Come on,
and take out your nice?
I said we're not gonna turn this into the chastised truth hour.
It's not, but this is what I'm saying. I'm not chastising the brother.
Hold on, y'all acting like I don't support.
Hold it down, Truth. Hold it down. Let me finish getting it out, and then we're gonna move on from that because I don't want to turn into talking about you. Anwar said his piece on it. Respected, understood. Let Malika finish his point. Malika, let's just drop this shit after this point, please.
Okay.
I'm not gonna turn the whole stream into chastising truth. Young folks get it enough chastisement. I said something to them. You said something that was about enough. The host said something to them. That should be about enough for that.
Then you know what, brother?
How you folks doing?
I don't need to say.
All right. If you need help, just let me know. And if you hear me talking out loud, I'm live streaming, not crazy. Okay. So and you're adults, so if you hear some colorful language, just consider it colorful language. Oh my God. The cotton balls are next to the garbage can.
Colorful language.
You know what, Artisan? You said
colorful
right
metaphors.
You said enough. I'm not gonna say anymore.
Appreciate it, because I don't want to keep beating the boy over the head with the shit. I want him to be a part of the conversation. He up here. He said what he said. I said what I said. It's dead. So let's leave it dead. We ain't got to turn it into a glue. We ain't build no bridges with that glue. So appreciate you, Dr. Anwar, coming up. And yeah, Kevin will go off on that. Kevin was one of the ones who actually brought that understanding, in a sense, to the space. Some things are open, but some things you should ask, because that's somebody else's whole panel or show. And if you get up there tap dancing on their goddamn show, like, what are you doing? You paying for the pleasure? What? The heck, everybody's struggling and trying to earn too. So I understand it's good to give people that shine, because like I said, I don't have a problem, promoting Truth's channel and letting him post it in there, but you should have said something first. At least say hello to me. Like, goddamn, dude, can't do that.
My bad. I was gonna come up. I've been watching these premieres. That's why they going off at this time. So I'm over here on multiple tabs, making sure like the audio is looking right and none of this is like coming out goofy. Because I've had issues with that on my last ones. But
I'll meet you in person. We're gonna fix your profile picture.
What's wrong with my profile picture?
What's right with it?
I'm gonna get subscribers off that damn profile picture, Artist. Watch, you gonna see me like 10K, 15K. Watch.
Okay, sooner or later. What's up, Beastly? I see you up here.
Nothing much, man. Try to be in here real quick, and then I'm gonna go take the little one swimming, and I'm for 30 minutes, and I'm gonna come back.
Swimming for that ain't really swimming for 30 minutes. That's splashing in the water. What are you doing?
Well, she's
They're taking
three. She
for a
can't
couple hours.
swim. Well,
She can't
she's
swim?
three. Yeah, she's three.
Okay.
Yeah, so she going for a float. Yeah, she going to splash and float.
Okay, I can see that.
She can splash for a half hour. She's gonna be tired after that anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay,
I hate
I
having-
understand now. I understand now.
And,
I take
and
it
then
back.
and then you know how adventurous young girls are, like to jump off into the areas when you know you can't swim, and then I gotta push you back. I'm like, that's gonna be
That's
my time in the
her
pool.
trusting you. That's her trusting you. This is the one time in your life you will actually see a woman really trusting a man. My daughter used to do it in here. She used to jump off this counter at me, knowing with the confidence that apparently I was going to catch her. Now we didn't discuss this ahead of time. Just she's walking, her legs are strong under her, that are walking on the counter. Look, baby, you can walk. She leapt off that thing right at me, and I said, "Like, you lucky I caught you." And put her back up there. She did it again. Totally trust me. Totally trusted me.
Yep, it's euphoria.
Yeah. All right. So let me go take her real quick, and I'm gonna be back. Let me go take her real quick.
Well,
Okay,
artist,
don't rush it.
well,
Don't
artist,
rush it. Enjoy it. Don't rush
All right.
it. Enjoy it.
well, artist, let me jump in here. Going back to the Black Panther. Well, I'm sorry, the Wakanda Forever trailer. Yeah,
Black Panther 2.
on Twitter. On Twitter, I saw this guy tweeted, basically, I'm not going to see it because they didn't recast T'Challa. And I was just thinking, people in there arguing, what's wrong with having a female lead? What's wrong with having rainbow characters? We exist. We exist.
Good.
And
Nobody said
I
you
was
didn't.
thinking, what if it's not broke? If it isn't broke, don't fix it. If you go back to, I collect a lot of movie soundtracks too. Sometimes I work out to the Predator soundtrack, the original Predator. Arnold and Bill Duke and Carl Weathers. And part of the fun of that movie was just an action movie. With Arnold and Jesse Ventura and this creature's hunting them down. That's what was fun about that. It was an action adventure. It was a sci-fi movie. Why break things that don't need to be broken?
True. And here's another thing, Dr. Dunbar. Why can't the representation in the film be based off actual population numbers and percentages versus just sticking people in there? Because if you think about it, aren't you taking eyes away from other potential groups that have a larger representation in the country? If you think about it, is that fair to them? I don't think so. And here's another thing, like with the Thor and these gender appropriations, I don't even think this stuff is even pushing Marvel forward. It's looking like the sales of what they're dropping is going down for the most part due to streaming and because of these recasts. I don't honestly see the point in all this. A lot of this stuff is veering off the actual storyline. It gets confusing.
Well, it's confusing because they keep restarting it and reimagining it every time, and that's what makes it harder to keep track of the storylines, to where you have to have some basis in what the original story was to understand where they diverged. I have a good one. Right, is that if you don't know where it started from, you don't know what they diverged on. And some of them try to capitalize on that fact. That's what Kathleen Kennedy talks about when she's always talking about making new fans. She's talking about motherfuckers that don't know this stuff. So she's just giving them the story. And because they don't know any of the past stuff, they try to eschew them away from it. It makes them only accept this shit that she just put out there. This must be the original work. No, and then you got to go back and argue with these motherfuckers about that's not what the story was.
Right.
It's not the original story. That's not how it worked. Right. And then you got young folks and old folks arguing over the same goddamn franchise. When if young folks understood, older folks know what the original was.
True. Anybody who knows the source material knows what the original is. Same thing with the whole Thor Ragnarok, this Thor Love and Thunder. I just did, you seen the video on that. I just was talking about the box office numbers. They're dropping off after 2 weeks. Artisan, this is the lowest premiere that a Thor movie has had in probably 6 years.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the box office numbers, but it's not surprising because I went to see the goddamn movie. It's not surprising that the box office numbers fell off. It was going to fall off.
Is it
Why?
good?
Because you put all this shit in there. Look, think of it this way, and this will work for you because you're young. This will be fun for me because you're young. You fucking this chick. You get that massive nut off. Now you need a recharge, right? Maybe you go a second time. Is your first nut, is your second nut as big as your first nut? No.
No, bro, come on now. Come on.
Okay, why not?
The thrill is gone.
Perfect reason. I tell you the answer is because the first one had a lot of time ahead of it to build up to get to that first pop. The second one don't have as much time. You spent, you're done. That first week box office is people getting that first nut off. That first nut, when nobody knows what's going to expect. It's the first time you've been with this bitch. Let's see what Love and Thunder is all about. Yeah, let's get it, girl. After that, it's like, yeah, I could have had a V8. Fuck it. That's the drop off because nobody is going back and saying, man, you should have seen that bitch I fucked like this last Friday. She was awesome. No, everybody's saying that bitch is garbage.
So basically, conceptually, the pussy is whack. And that's
whack.
Interesting.
Yeah, you got it. This is me having fun with truth because that's what they say. If you don't, you can understand stuff completely where you can explain it simply and to anybody. I just explained it to a 19-year-old why that movie sucks. It's weak pussy. And he got.
You seen the writing on the wall with these Star Wars movies, man. When I first saw that first movie, Ray in it, man, that shit killed my soul. Like right then, I literally stopped being a Star Wars fan when I left the theater. Like I was sitting in a chair, like, what the hell did I just watch? Like, how did?
Hold on a second, Drew. Short burst in this range. To Donnie Mac's point, he said, look at Maverick numbers to compare. Yeah, you know what Maverick numbers mean? That's some good pussy. That bitch gonna get you to be going raw in a minute. She's gonna get you going raw. You're gonna have a baby in her. Like, no, I need to take you off to work it, baby. You good. That's what Top Gun Maverick's numbers look like. Like that shit is good. Repeat performances. Like, no, I can do that again. Look, look.
Start singing.
We're gonna be back at it. I've seen it twice. I still see it again. It was playing at the theater over here. I go watch that shit again. So I know what I'm gonna get. That shit gonna be bomb.
You know what that means? You're going steady with Maverick now.
Yeah, we're gonna settle on Top Gun Maverick, girl.
Can I
might put a ring on your finger?
Can I add something to what Dr. Dunbar said about Predator?
About the Predator? Yeah, because I missed that part because I had some goofy in here.
Dr. Dunbar.
Yeah.
What did you feel back in 1986 when you saw Predator in the movie theater?
I mean, it was like, and I'll probably make a video on this. It was a Mona Lisa. It was a Mona Lisa. You had, Arnold was reaching his peak, and then you had this supporting cast of no homo, these action heroes, like Jessica Ventura.
I want you to bring it out. What you feel?
And Carl Weathers and you had bullets flying, and they were in the jungle, and they were wearing camouflage, and they're being hunted by this creature. You don't know what it is. It's got infrared vision.
You know what
it just had the proper mix of action.
Let him speak because he can't hear it.
It had the proper mix of action and suspense and humor and science fiction, and plot and 3-act structure. Okay, and it was that's what it was about, And then at the end, your main character against the creature. You finally get to see what the creature looks like, and it's just to me it was a Mona Lisa.
And I could say this: when you finally saw what the creature looked like after all that time,
yeah.
Tell me if you was thinking like I was, because when I finally saw the Predator reveal, he took off all that shit and he showed up, and Arnold Schwarzenegger was calling him an ugly motherfucker. I'm like, damn, I think Arnold Schwarzenegger about to die. I had legitimate fear for Dutch. Dutch was gonna get it. I thought Dutch was about to die. I was like, oh shit, he gonna die.
even when it used the self-destruct device, you were thinking, yeah, I don't think he's gonna make it out of it.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna make it, bro.
You know what I felt, man, back then when I was 14 when I saw that in the summertime, because that came out around July 4th weekend. Because I remember seeing it with my best friend and a bunch of friends. Masculinity.
Yes.
Yeah.
It tapped into me
I was
as a
gonna touch on
14-year-old
that
kid.
too. Mike.
It was
Go ahead.
masculinity. First of all, one of the great thing was you saw all these men working together to make these booby traps. You see the muscles, you see them working together, and you see kind of Carl Weathers. He's the company man. He's working for the CIA, and you see everybody. Jesse Ventura, the big guy with the minigun, and everybody working, and they're setting up traps. And you see Bill Duke with his mysterious stuff, and he's just doing his Bill Duke stuff. Then you see Billy doing his spiritual Apache stuff. But you see these men masculine.
Mm-hmm.
And even though as tough and masculine as all these men were, they couldn't beat this even tougher masculine alien. What their culture is that they get off on hunting humans or hunting prey all around the universe.
Anything, hunting anything. That's the thing.
And it got even bigger when you heard the mythos. They say, "Oh, we're going to take the xenomorphs and we're going to hunt them, but we're going to take our young kids for the rites of passage, and we're going to take them to a planet where we have the xenomorphs, and they're going to track them, they're going to hunt them, they're going to kill them."
Yeah. Let me jump in here right now. Like what you saw in that first Predator movie, if you've never seen the original Predator, go back and watch it. And I suggest you go back and watch it before you watch Prey. I really suggest you do, because you might see some stuff taken out of that original Predator movie, put into this Prey movie to switch it up. Now, one of the things I saw and I remember from the original Predator movie, why I liked it, is because, yes, you did see a bunch of masculine men in this shit. And just to contrast how it would be portrayed today, the relationship between Bill Duke's character and Jesse Ventura's character, who were homeboys, right? That would be played as them two being gay now. That's how much this understanding of males and male relationships have changed. They talk about each other like they brothers. Black dude and a white dude, they brothers in arms.
That's
Nowadays,
right.
it would have been portrayed as they had some kind of gay relationship.
You know,
all them sweaty men's out in the jungle and stuff. Everything would be portrayed as downplaying masculinity, and it has to be something suspect with all of them being out there. And then the little rebel chick who survived and didn't get killed, she'd be the one leading them out of the jungle and being the one to come up with the plan to fight the damn predator. Even though all these dudes there is all military as well, some of that best of the best shit, none of them would have been able to figure out how to deal with this predator except for her. That's how you can see how much movies and storytelling has shifted nowadays to shift through this gynocentric lens where y'all just dummies, and we can't accept you unless you're falling down on each other. That's how much it would have shifted. So I suggest you go back and watch it.
I agree with that, and I'll add this. When Malika was talking, I was just thinking, if you think back to the beginning before the creature started hunting them all down, there were a couple jokes that Shane Black told to Billy that today, if that was on screen, I mean, it probably wouldn't make it on screen.
Yeah,
exactly.
Go kid, watch your language. How you guys doing? All right. If you need help, just let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming, not crazy. So there's other people on it too, but I told him there's a kid coming in, so just watch.
Okay, but those jokes that he told today would be considered probably misogynistic.
Yeah, that's probably why you can't even see the movie. You can't really find the movie now because the jokes would be considered bad. Like, oh, you can't make those kind of jokes now. So,
and even like the tongue in cheek masculine stuff. You're bleeding. I ain't got time to bleed. That's funny and it's cool, but you can see that coming from a big guy like Jesse Ventura. Just the part where they don't like Carl Weathers, and Bill Duke tells Carl Weathers to turn around, and he stabs the scorpion on his back, and Carl Weathers jumps around, and Bill Weathers does this Bill Weathers and this whispers, "You're welcome." That was cool. That shows like, okay, these dudes are bad. They're tough. and it's just something. And but also here's another thing which was great. Even though it was action, you see Billy, he's a tracker, but he realizes this is nothing that is human or that is of this earth. And remember, you see Arnold Schwarzenegger, he trusts all his team. He said, something's got Billy's nose mixed up.
Yep.
And this is where you see as the audience is like, wow, these guys are bad. These guys are the best, the elite. But you have this guy, he's an Indian, and you know, from history, Indians are some of the great trackers that we had. But you really don't know what is going on with the Predator. And this is good storytelling. Because, you know, the great storytelling is when you see this elite group that they send in. They're this wet works group, they come in, you think it's just this regular third world thing that they're coming in, they take in and do stuff. But it's like, no, this is something crazy. This was easy, too easy. And then, you know, Schwarzenegger confronts Carl Weathers. He's like, what are we here for?
Some bullshit.
He's like, you know, it's just a need to know basis. You know, they were like, okay, let's kill Carl Weathers. You know, he's telling us what's going on. Let's kill him.
Yeah, let's kill this nigga. He got us in here on some bullshit. We about to kill him. My men were on that chopper. You sent them to their death. You dropped the four of us in the meat grinder. Thanks, Dylan.
Yeah, you know, Artisan, I'll watch Prey. It's on Hulu. I have Hulu. I'll watch it, but I know that it won't be.
I'll watch it too because I'm a fan of the Predator series.
Yeah.
But I'm just expecting it to go the way that the original Predator did, because that's the only way I can see this little chick beating this Predator. That it'll have to self-destruct itself, or she got lucky and dropped a fucking half a tree on his ass. Because Predators still die. They're not invulnerable. They can still die. They can still take damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there has to be some kind of story way to make her end up being the victor in this shit. Because I don't think I'm going to watch this whole movie and get to the end and the Predator just ripping her little ass spine out. That's not what I'm going to see. So she's going to have to beat the thing in some kind of way. And it's going to have to be some accidental luck up shit. It's not going to be she just dominated the goddamn Predator and beat it. Fuck that. That's not.
Wouldn't that be a more interesting story if the Predator did rip her spine out? That would be a crazy twist.
That would be a shock, but that would have been, everybody would say, well, that was, you could have did that 15 minutes ago.
Exactly.
You know, Artisan, I think my overarching point is they've just gotten away from what worked. I mean, across the board, that worked.
Exactly.
You know, and now we're in this, and I'm not saying don't make female characters the hero. I mean, I'm sure Ellen Ripley's the gold standard for a female hero.
Agreed.
Just do it that way, you know. But don't whatever they're doing now, it's not working.
Yeah, that's my thing. I'm not against female protagonists in anything. I'm not. I just want a decent story for the female protagonist and give me something at least realistic that female character can do, as opposed to just trying to have her act like the very man that you say you don't want to be. Don't give me that. She doesn't. You can have a female protagonist and not have every man around her a dumbass and incompetent.
True.
You talk about Ellen Ripley in Aliens. Was the rest of the Marines in Aliens incompetent? No, the only one that might have been incompetent was Hicks. I mean, not Hicks, but
Hudson.
Bill Paxton's character. Yeah, Hudson. Hudson probably was the only one that was he was the young one in the group and was probably incompetent. Everybody else was competent. So you believe the threat of these aliens taking them out. And that's what you really believed in Ripley nutting up and having to take these things on. Even though she was afraid and everything else, she still had to battle against that to take this thing on. Because she was pretty much the only one left.
True.
So you saw how much of a struggle it was for these people to deal with this thing. So you understand how much is taken from your protagonist to actually stand up to that thing, like, you know, get away from her, bitch. I'm gonna beat you with this goddamn loader. This is what I know I can do. I might not be able to get out there with this weapon and beat your ass, but I can get in this loader and I can't use this to beat your ass. That shit was awesome.
You know,
it was awesome.
But you also know what we saw in that movie? Ellen overcame her fear of them. Because remember when she had to get them out when they had that armored car and she's driving out, and remember Michael Bean's character said,
Yeah,
slow
Hicks.
down, Ripley, slow down.
Yeah,
You're just
she was
grinding metal. And she
flight.
was just trying
She
to get
was
him out.
flight. Yeah, she was flight mode. She wasn't fight mode. She was in flight. She was trying to get the fuck away.
And
She had been
remember,
scared the whole time. She was
and
traumatized.
remember Hicks saw in her that she had a spark. And Hicks comes over to her and says, hey, you're going to have to protect yourself. And he starts showing her how to use the machine gun. And she says, what's this underneath? He said, this is the grenade launcher. Maybe we only do that. She's like, you started this. Show me everything. And he
So you
smiles
know what
at
that
her.
shows? That shows me like it shows how do you conquer your fear.
Exactly.
You get yourself more fucking confident.
Exactly.
That's it. He showed her how to be more confident. She gained her confidence because he showed her how to do that shit. Otherwise, she still would have been needing somebody to protect her ass the whole time.
Exactly. And one of the smart things with the what was the name of the corporation that was trying to get control of the xenomorphs?
The Wayland Yutani Corporation.
Yeah, the Wayland Corporation.
Yeah, Wayland.
The comedian
I almost
that
said Wayne
played
Tech.
the comedian that played the associate from the Wayland Corporation, he comes in, and remember, he opens the two face huggers and wants to impregnate Ripley and
Newt. Yeah.
Now, right then there, they were going to go kill him. Like, remember the Marines saw what the heck's going on?
Yeah,
Like,
Bishop,
let's
what the
get
fuck
rid
you
of him
doing?
now.
Yeah.
And he was
Bishop
scared,
dirty.
and
We
she
gotta
was
kill
like,
this
no, don't kill him. We're going to keep him here, and we're going to see what's going on. But when they realized that they needed Ripley, because Ripley was the only key to understanding what these things are and what they're fighting against. And then when you see Ripley, it wasn't that she was just a Mary Sue from the Giddy Up.
Right.
You saw her gradual, because we knew her from the first movie 10 years ago. That, okay, this is what happened. But then you see her that she saw what one of these things could do, but then when she sees that a whole army of what they can do, it's like, oh crap.
Yeah, she's a survivor who's traumatized. She has her own PTSD.
Exactly.
And she's the reluctant fucking heroine in this sense, because she didn't want to go back to that motherfucker.
No,
she didn't. But she was the one who had the information they needed about getting there, so they had to bring her.
And
she went.
Her story arc in there is getting Newt. She gets it. She saves Newt, and that was the thing. One of the great parts that a lot of people miss. Remember when she talks to Bishop, and she asks what is like the probability, and he's like, it's nil. These things are something that we can never do, but it's nil. But then she even gets that. She gets the prognosis from an android of what's going to happen. But as a human being, she doesn't take that. She still believes that she goes in and she still does the right thing.
Yeah, because in some senses it's saving herself, conquering her fear, but it's also saving Newt.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because basically Newt is her at that point. Is where she was.
The young chick when Ripley first started out, basically. I get what you're saying. So it's like a full circle, because I mean, yeah, especially after you see how her crewmates was killed, and like how they were breathing in the virus. I don't even know how to describe it, but the pollen and that shit was coming out their body and stuff like that, and how it ripped through that one dude's back, like he was tripping out, like spikes was coming out his back, and his shit was like moving around his. It was. If she had got to the end, and then she found out what happened to the original scientist, and he had the. You see the part where he had the
No, you talking about
You're mixing up the movies. Yeah, you
talking about the original? You're talking about Aliens.
How about the thing?
About Aliens. We're talking about 1986 Aliens.
Oh, you talking about original?
Turn your mic down or back off. Yeah, you're talking about the original Alien and then Aliens. So number 1 and number 2.
Mm-hmm.
So Aliens is the one where you got a lot more growth from Ellen Ripley. That's where everybody fell in love with Ellen Ripley. Like Morpheus is saying in the chat when she was holding the pulse rifle, it was sexy as fuck. Yeah, it was sexy as fuck. Short hair, little jumpsuit on. She ain't got no big ass pair of titties hanging out all over the place. But it was like, damn, competent fucking woman. That's what I tell you. I love a competent woman. I do.
But she was also smart enough to take the pulse rifle and the flamethrower together.
Because she
And
knows she's
have-
going in. Like,
and
she knows
have-
she's going in.
And have
But
the
here's
strap
the funny part, Malika. What was that scene when she knows she's going in? She got the pulse rifle. She got the mines. She got the locator. She got the flamethrower. She strapped them bitches together. She get it on. She get it all gussied up. Get her shit ready. What's the last thing she do? Fix her hair and shit. And I'm like,
yeah.
that's the shit. That's the shit. Let me look good for my close up. Got her hair straight, and then she got the business. I'm like, that was classic.
But you
That
know,
shit makes me laugh every time I see that shit.
but you know, the other good thing about that movie was that when you thought it was over, it wasn't over, because it should have been over when they escaped from the base exploding, but the creature made it on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You know, that's storytelling.
Yeah, that was a whole other movie at that point. Like, oh shit.
Yep. That's storytelling.
Yeah, but wait, it gets worse. This motherfucker left the base with you. Oh shit. And it's not just one of the small ones. It's the queen. Like, oh, shit. That bitch came after you.
But also, you know who was also impressed with her? Sergeant Apone, because she was registered she was registered and she had a certification to work the forklift, the body forklift.
That's right.
I remember, like, they looked at her and, like, Sergeant Apone, she said, "What do you want me to put?" She said, he said, "Bay 12, please." He's like, "All right, I kind of like her."
Yeah, you can't. That's the thing. That's showing her being competent at something that usually women don't do. Right? She was competent. I mean, accepted that shit. Okay, cool. You competent. Cool. Military people and people who work in trades are always impressed with you if you know how to do what you say you do. If you know how to do what you say you do, you're perfectly fine. Nobody gives a fuck about you being out there. As long as you're competent, we ain't got to look after you. If you're competent, cool, you in the crew. If you're not, look, now somebody got to watch you the whole time.
But then there's also to the point, can I link something to one of the trailers that you were talking about with the She-Hulk trailer?
Yeah, please do, because I was going to wind it back to the announcements.
What pissed me off with that trailer was you see her cousin teaching her how to do stuff. Hey, throw the boulder. She throws the boulder farther than him. He starts doing the lotus flower position. He's on his leg. Then she starts doing all the stuff, balancing. She does better. All of a sudden, she pushes the machine, and also now she's better, and she gives the thumbs up to the audience, breaking the third wall. I'm like, really? Now She-Hulk has to be better than Mary Sue. She has to be better than her cousin. I'm not saying that she has to be better, but all of a sudden she progresses and she's the shit now. I'm like, really? Like, really? It's like the woman has to always do one up.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, he's teaching her, but then all of a sudden she progresses. She does well. You know, she's the shit. This is something that you never see with men. The student never outshines the master. That's the first rule in the 48 laws of power. Never outshine the master.
Shit, not in the first week. Not in the first week.
Exactly.
Maybe after the master gets really old, Luke never outshined Yoda.
Nobody ever outshined Yoda.
Right? I don't even think in death, because Yoda came back as a Force ghost. Luke hadn't mastered that trick yet. So you can, but it's under certain conditions. Put it that way. She's best in this. She's best in her cousin, who's been the Hulk for years, in basically 5 seconds in a trailer. How you doing, sir?
How much of yourself?
All right. If you need help, just let me know. Let me give this shout out to Dr. Anwar for supporting the stream. I will give you your 3B solution.
I never thought I'd be looking at women shaking it like that.
What'd you say, AB?
I never thought I'd be looking at women shaking it like that.
I know, right?
Well, if you want to feel better, Fred never got to see her moving like that. So you a step up from Fred. Getting all the goodness.
That's some yabba dabba poon poon.
Yeah.
Do you guys see the Black Phone? You see that Ethan Hawke one?
I haven't seen Black Phone yet, but it's on my list to go see. I know it's been out for about a week or so now.
I did, yeah.
That's off of the. That's kind of off of the geek shit right now.
All right, I have a question, Artisan.
Mm-hmm.
Can we talk about Nope, or you want to wait a little later?
No, you can do Nope because it's out right now. Just don't. I'm telling you specifically, don't give plot threads in what you're talking about. Don't give plot threads.
Yeah, because I'm about to. Yeah.
Isolated events, but not plot threads. I don't want to ruin the shit for anybody who's going to see it. So, like, for right now, we all know we're talking about UFO and aliens. Leave it at that. No more elaboration beyond that shit. So just so people can go into it not knowing the turns in the movie.
Gotcha.
So we can talk about Nope because I know you wanted to talk about it with me anyway. So I can't tell you all of a sudden, yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow, Malika, and then you get up here and like, no, nigga. I can't do that to you.
With that though, I'm gonna head out though because I don't want to get it spoiled. And I actually just dropped a video on the box office numbers on Nope too. That's gonna be a big one as well. Jordan Peele, he's doing real good work these last couple of years, man. Get Out. What's the other one? Us. I don't think Us as much. I think I like Get Out a little bit more. Me personally, I think it was a better project. But with those, the last three in his category, really well.
Okay. Peace, Truth. Thanks for coming through. Check out Truth channel. Sir Pookie Truth's training and whatever. He got a long ass title. I'm waiting to see when he shortens it. But the youngster, the Z, he needs your help and encouragement. Don't encourage him to be acting goofy, but encourage him to use his brain that he does have. Because when a brother actually sits there and talks with some intelligence, you wouldn't even think it was the same person.
Yeah,
and because he showed me that side to him, I can't see another side now. I don't want to.
Exactly.
Sorry, I'm always expect the best out of your ass and make you give it to me.
That's how the way you're supposed to do it. That's how the way a good mentor is supposed to do it.
That's who I am. I'm a big brother. What you got, AB? Hold on a second. Let's see, because AB's sitting back here quiet. You transported in and you ain't gonna say stuff. What? You still dematerializing or what?
I don't know much about She-Hulk's lore, but the trailer did look interesting.
Well, usually She-Hulk does break the fourth wall a lot. She was doing that shit before Deadpool, I believe. So she does break the fourth wall a lot. So having her talk to the camera is not that big of a deal. Jennifer Walters is more comfortable with her Hulkness in a sense because she doesn't get rage-filled and stupid. So she likes being She-Hulk because that gets her to be in that bombshell that she always wanted to be. Nobody really paid attention to her as a chick beforehand. So now she get to be the hot green chick. Okay, you'll see that played up in the show. Yeah, but she is also a lawyer.
They pulled that off in the trailer.
Yeah, you get that sense that she's probably gonna be a fucking horn dog. Yeah,
like, she doesn't look like a total dude, and she actually looks feminine. That's like, okay.
Right. She-Hulk and Tigra is the biggest sleuths on the Avengers. Like She-Hulk will hit it. She'll get it. She'll get that shit. She'll get it. And she's strong enough to probably try to take it from you. Right? She get it in. But that's just, you don't have to go any further to understand than what happens with some chick that was never paid attention to in real life, and then she gets a boob job. Once she gets a boob job, she's fucking everybody. So she's now getting the attention that she always wanted and never had. She can't turn that shit down. It's like a teenage boy turning down sex. Come on, man. It's not gonna happen. So that's just that's what I expect to see in this. So her dominating some dude and Arta Ibmore, you need to go get your money because some dude was using that death by snoo in relation to She-Hulk. And I know that motherfucker watched my channel at times because he always repeats stuff that he heard over here. So you said that and we laughed about it, and then he said it on his show. I'm like, Really, nigga.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Art of Immortal, you need to go see that motherfucker. see that dude about his regurgitation of your talking point. But regardless,
yeah. What else I want to talk about is I got that. I got that. I'm an independent vibe when I was watching Wakanda Forever. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I'm like, okay, this is them trying to tell black women, okay, you're still independent. Remember, you're still independent.
they're real independent right now.
Yeah,
They ain't got
and don't get me wrong, I love the Dora Milaje, but the the soundtrack, the song that was playing in the background, you got that. You're still independent. Hear women war bull crap.
Well, I saw a lot of the Dora Milaje. Not enough of anybody else in Wakanda.
Right.
If you know Wakanda has more than just the Dora Milaje as guards. Black
Right.
Panther's other personal guard is dudes, and they wear like White Panther outfits. Right? There's other people there. There's other soldiers there. The Dora Milaje is just supposed to be the king's personal guard. There are other soldiers in Wakanda other than them. Right? Oh, we lost Dr. Anwar. Right? So I would expect to see more of them showing up rather than just the Dora Milaje, because the Dora Milaje should be a small group. It shouldn't be the whole, woman king army.
Right.
You know what they need to change that song to? Instead of no woman, no cry, no man, no cry, because we don't see no dudes.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
I mean, when I saw it, like when you said it, when you put it on last night, I said, let me go see this, right? And I looked at it. And the thing is, I'm not impressed by flourishes and how the way it looks and it's beautiful and all this other stuff. I can say this with y'all. I said, look at this bullshit right here. I mean, only thing that I would be interested in just seeing how the way Namor and how the way the Aztec and the Latino culture is transferred to the Atlanteans. And I think that's kind of cool. And that would be just it. I just want to see how the way they would put Namor in the MCU. But all the other stuff with Shuri and Ironheart and all this other stuff, and I'm like, really? And people saying, oh my God, Angela Bassett's saying this big speech. I'm like, and
Angela Bassett been acting really good for a long time. You surprised? I'm sorry.
I'm like, and there's no disrespect that she's probably coming to the world stage and coming to the what is that group in New York where you have all the countries around the world that they come to? United Nations. She's speaking there. And I can see that that's kind of cool. And you kind of get like, all right, she's speaking on something. All right. But then it's like, all right, what we're missing is no real black masculine energy. We see Latin masculine energy with Namor. Yeah, all the Mexican and Latinos are going to be happy. Winston Duke, like how you said, we just see Winston Duke just look up and he has this look on his face. But the thing is, when we saw Chadwick and when we saw Michael B. Jordan, even though Michael B. Jordan was kind of like an anti-hero more than a villain, you still felt that strong masculinity there. Killmonger was very overt. He was direct. But at the same time, T'Challa was a well-groomed, cool, laid-back, quiet, silent, very strong masculinity because he was groomed to be a king. And you saw both dichotomies which you respected and you loved. And for that time, we heard people like, were you team T'Challa or you team Eric Killmonger? And it was cool that you felt that, but at the same time, you heard men and women both giving their views of why they like these two men. I just felt bad for Ryan Coogler that he had to come back and deal with this bullshit. I'm like, and deal with this MCU bullshit that, okay, now we're just going to feminize shit. And just seeing, I'm like, and then you see Ironheart, bing, knock out the Steel Heart and shit. I'm like, really? Here we go.
Yeah, that's a little on the nose. And Aaron Peters, you're right. The Dogs of War. That's the name I was forgetting. That's the rest of the other soldiers that Black Panther has around him. Because comic-wise, the Dora Milaje is just supposed to be his potential wives, right? That's why they're a small group. The other group around him that is all the soldiers is the Dogs of War.
Yeah,
those are actual soldiers. They ain't his other potential suitors. These are dudes. These the dudes that get it in.
Yeah, artisan. To give you an idea what I thought of the trailer, as soon as I got done watching that trailer, I kid you not, I got on Twitter and tweeted that directly to Dr. T.
And what did Dr. T have to say? Did he
He
respond
hasn't
back?
responded yet. If he's busy, I understand because he's a professor. But I was like, okay,
Yeah, I
I
probably
need your
won't be
opinion
long
on
to
this,
get
sir.
I'm waiting for him tomorrow. He's got to drop something. If he's still in the chat, please give us your feel on this. Please tell us about it.
Yeah, he might have bounced out because I was going a little long with the
I
other
just when I got done with watching the trailer, like I gotta send this to Dr. T.
You just trying to get somebody blood up because you sent that shit to me too. It's like I'm already watching. I'm already watching it. I'm already watching it. Knew as soon as I heard that the thing had finally dropped, I was like, let me go ahead and see this. I got to see it for the folks. Let me see what it's gonna be.
And the thing is, it's Shuri in that suit when you see her at the end.
Yeah.
Who else it's her. It's her.
Well, that's why I'm thinking that I have to. Sometimes I go back and look at other people's videos, right? Just because I want to see what their reaction to this stuff was, because I don't have the same reactions, right? And it's partly because I'm paying too much attention to it that there's not a week that goes by where I'm not paying attention to what's going on with this stuff, right? So I might be just oversaturated with information on it, right? Because I'm constantly talking about it. Everybody else might not be at that same place. It might be the first time they ever seen anything about Shuri possibly being a Black Panther or anything. It might be completely new for them. So that's why I'm like, okay, well, let me just see what they have to say about it. That's not because that's not where I am. That's why I'm really surprised about everybody fucking crying when they're looking at the trailer. Like, what? Did you not know Chadwick Boseman was dead? Like, the fuck, dude? That was 2 years ago. Come on, man. Acting like y'all was actually family.
But then,
so that's why I was sitting there looking at myself like, am I fucked up because I'm not crying about this shit? But I didn't see anything to cry about.
And what cracks me up is like they're giving the honor to Chadwick Boseman and to the Black Panther character. But I'm like, that's all fluff before you get the gynocentrism pushed in.
Yeah.
There you go. You're welcome. Have a good one. All right, go ahead. I'm still listening to you.
No, what I was saying is they show the funeral, they show like you said, everybody got the white party and they're showing all this stuff. But then I said, this is the fluff.
Hold on a second. Let me just do this for Dr. Anwar. Said his phone overheated and don't get a Google Pixel 6.
Oh, wow.
Overheated. Yeah, T2 said don't do it. The T1000 said don't get a Google Pixel 6. There's your product review video.
You're better off getting a boost.
Unhappy customer, dude. Shit, overheated. Yeah, they leaking shit all over the place. Yeah, Dr. Anwar like that. See, I like making people laugh. It's more fun making them laugh than pissed off. That's harder to do. If the leak plot is true, Shuri sees Killmonger in a spiritual plane, not T'Challa. Yeah, that was the leak, and I talked about that earlier this week on Wednesday. I did a Geek Speak on Wednesday, and I talked about that just because the rumors was out there, and I just wanted to address them, even though I don't try to put much stock in rumors because it's just spoiling the experience of the movie for you. But I went ahead and responded to it, and that's what I said. Well, it would make sense because she ain't got no way to see T'Challa. So fuck it. And if she saw Killmonger, yeah, she'd have to see Killmonger. That's the only person she gonna fucking see. She supposedly made a synthetic flower. So you think she about to get the real source from making something fake? Come
Really?
on, man. You don't get something real from something fake. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So she'd end up in that ancestral plane where it's just Killmonger and her uncle. Chilling in Oakland in the Acorns. Like, hey, what's going on? No tears for me? Where's my brother? My brother not here, bitch. It's just me, cuz.
Oh, I can see him saying that too. It's just me, cuz.
What's going on, cuz? Where Auntie? How's Auntie doing?
Tell Auntie what's love got to do with it.
Yeah, shout out to Barry M on the PayPal side of the game. I didn't talk about that shit. I talked about it yesterday. Appreciate you, Barry. And I will give you that 3B salute. Ifs and innies, ifs and innies.
Before I forget,
Shuri's powers better be temporary because of an artificial flower. Look, the power's coming from Boss. So long as she basically put it this way. This is the simple way to do it, right? As long as she has a phone to make the connection to get the call into Bass, she can get the power. As long as she can connect with Bass, she can get the powers. That's it. As long as she can connect with Bass, she can get the power. So I don't have a problem with Shuri being there. I don't have a problem with her having the Black Panther powers. Told you guys before why I like Spider-Man. Super strength looks more impressive if the person is really small. A really big motherfucker lifting shit is not impressive to me. It's like it looks like you should be lifting it, you big motherfucker. But a little scrawny motherfucker lifting something hella big, like, damn, that's impressive. So I don't have a problem with Shuri getting the powers and shit like that. I just don't think this Shuri is the one I want to see in the movie. Exactly. And I do want a new T'Challa. I don't want Chadwick Boseman's death to kill the Black Panther on film. Get the fuck out of here. That's so stupid. That's making any goddamn sense. No, give me a recast. It's okay. Chadwick ain't here. What he gonna complain? Come on, man. Stop it. Stop it. Just move on.
Just like how you said, it gets on my nerves because now we're pushing the agenda. I know that they had Shuri as the Black Panther in the comics. That's cool, but this character, like how you said, this Shuri doesn't seem like she's worthy for it. So we got to condense this within an hour and a half, almost 2 hour movie that this chick is worthy.
Yeah, I don't think she's worthy for it because, like I said forever, I don't see her taking M'Baku. Because then you have to go through that whole thing with the same thing T'Challa did in his first movie, right? You got to fight for the right to be king. Black Panther. I don't see Shuri beating M'Baku.
Right.
Shit, if it wasn't for the cliff and a good triangle hold, T'Challa wouldn't have won that fight either. So,
a good headbutt.
Got over, motherfucker. You was gonna get the business, so you got lucky. I don't see Shuri getting that damn lucky, but maybe it'll be a prey situation where something falls on the big guy. I don't know.
But here we gotta go. We have to really get this to the point because now we all know they showed it through the comics and even they showed it through the MCU. In order for the next person to be Black Panther, somebody has to challenge them to get the mantle.
They don't have to. They can decide not to challenge, and it just goes to that person.
Can I say something? If that happens, I'm pissed off because that's fucked up. You're just making it convenient for a woman to get this shit.
Yeah, because I would think that M'Baku would be the first one to say something against her because M'Baku was against her doing all those technological advancements anyway.
And also M'Baku's
Now they made some peace by the time they got to Infinity War. Between the Jabari and the rest of the Wakandans, they made some peace, but I don't know if it was peace like that. Maybe he still got a problem with that shit.
But I would feel some kind of. I would feel some kind of because that is a tradition. If you want this, you have to fight for this. But the thing is, it's just not. Oh, we're just going to pass it on because we have this problem because of the Atlanteans are taking over. Okay.
To Two Trill's point, he said, yeah, they kill black masculinity in film because of the impact it had on everybody, especially black boys. They kill it for the impact it had on white boys. How many little white kids did you see with Black Panther costumes?
And black girls.
Yeah, they're going to keep pushing the little black girl shit. That's why the Dora Milaje is still in the shit.
Can I ask you a question? How many bootlegs Wakanda Forever t-shirts you saw for that year and a half? Not straight to mall, but bootlegs. People were selling them left and right.
I'm near Oakland, so I'm not going to trip off of that too much because brother's got to hustle. So,
I'm not knocking off of that either.
Ryan Coogler from Oakland, so yeah, there's going to be some bootleg shirts. Fuck it.
I'm not knocking about it, but I'm just saying the impact, the cultural impact of how the way it was. They knew that the impact, how the way it happened, the way it was.
They didn't know. That's why they gave him such leeway in doing that movie. They didn't know. They didn't know. They just hoped he made a decent movie, and that's why they let him do what he wanted to do with that movie. I do not think that's what's happening this time. You can forget that shit.
They're not
this time they won't they shit in it. They do. Now, with motherfuckers tearing up online and shit like that, and me saying I don't think this one will hit the same mark that the first one did. The way these motherfuckers is crying, the way it seems like the press release went out, I don't know. Maybe it'll get close. I don't think it'll hit $1 billion though, but maybe it will. It got enough other stuff in there that people would want to see. Be it who's the new Black Panther? What's the story? Namor is in the shit. Dr. Doom is supposed to show up in it. It has enough other things going for it outside of it's just Black Panther 2 that it could push it to be viewed higher. Maybe it won't have the same drop off as Thor 4. It might not have the same drop off as Thor 4. It may run later, but I don't know because Black Panther #1, that motherfucker ran for a long time. It was running like Top Gun Maverick in the theater. The only thing that pulled Black Panther out of the theater was fucking Infinity War. That was the only thing that pulled Black Panther out of the theater. And even after that, they put that shit back in the theater and it was still selling. So I don't know. I still don't think it's gonna make Black Panther 1 money, but it'll make some just on that initial pop of people wanting to see what the hell is in the shit. Week 3,
we'll see.
We'll see. Like we'll see. We'll see about you. We'll see about you. And that's just a teaser. Pretty sure September they'll drop the official 3 to 4 minute trailer. If it's 3 to 4 minutes, it's not a goddamn trailer. You're showing me too much of the movie. A trailer is a minute 30, 2 minutes at the most. If I see anything past that 2 minute mark, you're showing me too much of the goddamn movie. Because if you give me a 3 or 4 minute trailer in September, that means by the time we get up to end of October, November, you showed me the whole fucking movie. By the time we get, just put out more trailers by then. No, don't show me no more. Fuck that. I need to shit out the trailer. I'll see you in November.
Don't get me started on Civil War. That movie would have made a ton of more money if they had just kept that Spider-Man part out.
Yeah, well, we agree there because I've been saying that shit forever. It's like I didn't need to see Spider-Man in the trailer. I knew he was gonna be in the movie, but I didn't need to see that shit in the trailer. That wasn't what I was coming to Civil War for. I was coming to Civil War to see motherfuckers fighting and see Black Panther show up. If I sat down in that movie and was all jazzed to see Black Panther, and then all of a sudden fucking Spider-Man showed up in that shit, I'd have lost my damn mind. Like, oh my God! That movie would have did twice as much money off that, off the shock factor.
You would have saw audiences go bananas on all across social media. Like, oh shit, Spider-Man's in this.
They would have went Stefani bananas, bananas. They would have lost that shit. Yeah. You could have had crowd reaction still. You was watching about that shit, like, oh my God, it's Spider-Man.
Just like when we saw Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire appear, they kept it quiet. They didn't know when. We knew that they were going to make an appearance, but we didn't know when and how they were going to make the appearance. Because when I was in the movie theater, I saw Andrew Garfield. I was like, oh, Ned finally is tapping into the powers, and he finally hooked up with Peter. And I was like, hold up. I said, oh no. I said, that's a real tall, skinny Peter. I was like, oh snap, that's Andrew Garfield.
Yeah, the pop for that, even if knowing, that's why I think sometimes I end up knowing too much about this shit when I sit down. The pop in the audience when they was like, oh wait, that don't look like Spider-Man. And he came and jumped in the screen and pulled off his mask, and people lost their goddamn mind in there. I was like, yes, this is what you want to happen. This is what you want to see. People losing their mind in the theater about something they had no expectation was about to happen. And
that was cool.
Andrew Garfield showed up on the screen was amazing. Them people was legitimately shocked and clapping. It wasn't staged. It was for real. At least in my theater. Them motherfuckers, oh shit!
Yep, people.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
They was excited. That pop of that energy, that emotion, you can feel it. Like these people was actually really fucking happy. This movie ain't over. You know that, right?
Hold up.
Hold on. Let's keep
going. Hey guys, before we move too far off Black Panther, I don't want to interrupt the Spider-Man, but I want to say, going back to your comment about how well is this one going to do, I think it's important to remember the first movie was a cultural event. Folks were dressed up like Coming to America. Folks were wearing Black Panther berets. Folks were wearing dashikis.
Every white woman with her African boyfriend was showing up.
Yeah. So I don't know if they'll be able to reproduce that.
They can't.
No,
that's my thinking on it. I can't call you Dr. A, Dr. Anwar. That's my thinking on it. They can't reproduce that cultural significance. So that's why I don't expect the next movie to do what the first one did, because we've seen it already now. You're not doing something for the first time it's ever been seen.
Right, and a lot of those folks who were just that jazzed up that we had a Black superhero, they weren't really comic book fans. They were just happy that we had a Black superhero.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
I sold more that dog ass Ta-Nehisi Coates run of that comic and that trade with people who were not comic book fans at all, but they wanted to own a piece of this moment. They wanted to own a piece of that moment so they could take this book and go into the theater and be waving it in the air like, yeah, I bought Black Panther in the Black Panther movie. Told you, I saw that fucking movie 5 times. One for every finger. Right? I saw it 5 times. Why? Because seeing the pop for people, especially in California, especially when it opened in fucking Oakland, to be in the Bay Area seeing that shit was massive. The only thing I didn't do was think about it was going to see it at the Grand Lake in Oakland. Yeah, I know that was fucking nuts. They're probably doing a sideshow after that movie. Doing donuts in the street and shit. So that was a big deal for everybody. Will it be a big deal to see the next Black Panther movie? Yes, but I don't think even with the death of Chadwick, it will do the same numbers because it's not the same cultural event. Because if it did, what are you celebrating? You celebrating the fact that the dude's dead, or what? It doesn't even make sense, right? So
yeah. And I'm sorry, man. I don't know if any of you guys thought any of that was funny, but some of the things that people were doing, to me, was a bit, kind of hilarious, a bit over the top, but. You know, we had a Black superhero in the MCU. I mean, it's funny because they had made Blade. They had made, Blade didn't get that reception.
No,
Well, Luke Cage
because
didn't even get that much respect.
because it wasn't an MCU proper at that time when Blade came out. That was a license given to New Line, right? It wasn't Marvel Entertainment making Marvel movies themselves. No, this was still where Marvel would license people to do the character, but they would do whatever they wanted with the fucking character. They had their way with your fucking little kid, basically. You know, this MCU movie, this MCU Blade movie will be the first time Marvel has its own production studio, film studio, to do their characters the way they want to do them in-house. It's not farmed out to anybody else. Nobody else came to you and said, hey, I want to use that character for something. Can I use it? Yeah, well, pay me 5 G's. Okay, 5 G's, and we're going to take this motherfucker over here and do what we want to with it. It was the start for the MCU stuff, but it wasn't the MCU proper yet. That's why everything starts after Iron Man, because that is the start of Marvel Entertainment. That's the roll of the dice, the 7 in the dough. You know, that's the gamble on Marvel Entertainment, films. All the stuff beforehand wasn't. That was just licensing. It was just licensing. So that's why I hope they pay Wesley that respect, because Wesley brought that character to fucking prominence. The only reason you doing a Blade movie now, and you know you can do a Blade movie now, is because Wesley did those other 3 Blade movies, even the shitty one. He made that shit popular. He made the modern version of that character because of what he did in the movie. Comic books didn't make that up in that character. That character had been fucking sleeping since the 90s. Wesley did that. Pay that motherfucker his respect. Put him in there as a alternate multiverse version of Blade. And I'll be fine. Yeah, but even in the regular Blade movie, put him in there as just an alternate universe version of Blade. So you don't wipe it away. Give him his respect. He deserves that shit. Even if you go into Mashallah Ali, pay Wesley his respect. Give him his respect. Because I don't mark the modern comic book success of modern comic book movies with the X-Men. I started from Blade.
Exactly.
Blade and Spawn. 2 black characters first. Then you got to all the white boys and shit. So let's get it straight.
Give Wesley his reparations.
I would even actually say this: have him as the one who trains martial artists. Have him like a young Blade, where he's training him, and not this Whistler bullshit. You have him actually train him, and then almost like, and it's almost symbolic of passing the torch. So like he's training like a young Eric, and he's always having these flashbacks and all, and as a way to pay homage to Wesley, because as it stands, Wesley is the one that got this shit popping, especially when even with going back to the Black Panther stuff. I noticed that I was like and ironically, we talking about Wesley, who was originally supposed to play Black Panther years ago.
Yeah,
and so that's why
he was the one who pitched it to Marvel that he wanted to do Black Panther. After the success of Blade, he wanted to do Black Panther, and he didn't get to do it. I said that on here many a times. It's already been stated.
That's why I've always told. That's why when people was Black Panther, I said, bro, y'all are fucking late. I have been waiting for this movie for like almost 10 years now. Where y'all been at? And I always tell people, don't forget, well, we ain't had the black one. I said, you actually kind of had Luke Cage and you had War Machine, Nick Fury. I said, you've had one. Y'all late to this MCU shit too. So people that's late on that tip, please shut up and have a seat.
Well, you have to remember a lot of times with the modern era of the MCU, and I had to think about this back when Endgame and shit like that was happening, right? That here it's been 10, 12 years. Some of these people who got on to the MCU shit and don't know anything about the Blade movies and stuff like that, it's because they was fucking 10 years old when Iron Man came out. They've grown up on this shit. They've hit, puberty and maturity during this whole time during the MCU. So if they 21, 22 years old, truth age, talking about what they know about the Marvel, and it's all based on the fucking movies, well, that's why you're getting part of the fucking disconnect that you have. They only know this. They don't know that other shit. So you got to give them a little bit of leeway and just, play that parent role and correct them. But at the same time, it's like, but don't get too rah-rah on the shit. Okay?
Yeah, I was,
gravy.
Yeah, I've had to do that for like the ones that ask questions. It's the ones that think they know something that I have the beef with. The ones that like, oh well, hey man, well this not so. Oh well, you gotta go here, start here, this and that. You know, like when the Logan, the first Wolverine movie came out, X-Men Origins, and they was like, oh well, you know, Sabretooth and Wolverine were brothers. I said, well, technically no, they're not necessarily brothers. They were really good friends, and they had like this. His dad, what was true was his dad was trying to get with Logan's dad, but like no, I don't think that that's what it was, and for damn sure don't think that Deadpool was what you saw in that movie. That is not Deadpool.
No, in the original Origins comic, there was an association that looked like it was Wolverine and Sabretooth, was basically it's just James and Dog. I think they said later the dog was not Sabretooth, but you see that Wolverine, James Howlett's actual father was the guy that worked outside. He wasn't the dude in the house. He was the dude that worked outside. And his kid was kind of feral too. So he always had that in him because that's where he got his mutation from. Now, where the hell I like the Wolverine and Sabretooth comes from the Paradise X line, where they showed that Wolverine was supposed to be what humanity would grow into had they not been interfered with by the Celestials and the Kree and all the rest of that shit. If they didn't interfere, everybody would have been Wolverine. That's what he would have been. So that's more interesting to me, as opposed to he's just the aberration, one mutation out of 100, you know, and that goes further from the Ultimate version where we started all the mutants based on this one we found. Like, okay, well, then that circles all the wagons around fucking Wolverine again, which I don't necessarily like. I like Wolverine being a loner. And going away and not dealing with people a lot of times. So I get more interesting stories when Wolverine is off doing some shit in Canada or something like that by himself, and not the whole X-Men got to be on his back too. You carrying everybody. No, motherfucker, that's what you got more than one X-Man for. Look, I'll do what you do. Wolverine off doing his shit somewhere else. And he can have a full book longer than the rest of y'all motherfuckers because he's more interesting by himself.
Yep, and that was the problem with the X-Men movies right there. They made them too Wolverine centric, and it's like, bro, you didn't do shit with Cyclops. That's why I always joke about. At least the only thing that I could take away from that weak ass Dark Phoenix movie was you actually had Cyclops actually using his powers other than something other than a door, Jean, and a damn security guard. I'm like, he actually and the roof.
Well, because most of the time, Cyclops' power looks fine, but they don't know how to use that shit interestingly enough. The best thing I saw in the first X-Men movie was him you actually see he has a dial on the side of his visor so he can focus the beam into a narrow laser. It is. But other than that, it's just a fucking fire hydrant on a dude's head. So it's concussive force all the time. So unless you're going to go there and start knocking the shit out of fucking people, yeah, well, it's pretty boring to have him there, isn't it? He ain't gonna do shit. He ain't gonna be shooting nobody with the shit. It's the same thing as having a dude with claws and you never see him killing anybody. Look, nigga, either you got these blades in your hands or you got sporks. What is it? Tell me what's going on with these things. That's why Logan seems like it was awesome, but it took you 20 years to get him actually killing somebody. Like, oh, good, we finally saw blood and he was killing people. Well, yeah, that's what's supposed to be happening.
He's a mercenary, assassin, soldier, samurai. I'm like, everything his chosen profession is killing. That's what he said. He's the best at what he does.
The best there is at what he does. What he does is not which is killing people.
Yep.
He's the best there is at killing motherfuckers. That's what it is. If you want something dead, throw Wolverine at them. They will be dead. Or else they better be immortal or a fucking Hulk. Otherwise, it's curtains, Muggsy.
Or they got the Miramasu blade.
Yeah, you better have a Miramasu. It might save your ass. That'll just keep him from healing. It'll keep him from healing.
First to go in and last to come out.
Yeah, it's gonna piss him off though. That's all it's gonna do. You're gonna piss him off. You hit him with that Miramasu blade. Yeah, you fucking up his healing factor. Okay, so he won't heal. Now you get to deal with his berserker rage. Good luck. Shit. Yeah, he'll die, but you're gonna die multiple times in pieces. So moving on from that shit. What about these other movies on this canon? Do y'all have your ideas on? You like my little analysis on what or my little forecasting on what I see coming out of these other movies?
I will say this.
What up,
the
War Ready?
Fantastic Four. Since they're introducing Secret Invasion, you might not even get their traditional villains. You might get Super Skrull. You can
Yeah, I
have
think they were
them.
trying. I think they were trying to bring Super Skrull out in Marvels. I
Yeah,
think
you
they were
might
talking
actually.
about him.
Yeah, because since you got Secret Invasion and you got the Marvels coming out, we've already introduced the Scroll. You might actually get Super Scroll instead of instead of Doom, or Doom might be like in the background doing stuff, but I don't think that they'll probably use if there's personally, I would actually rather see them fight Super Scroll because they've already done Doom. I don't want to see another origin movie. Please, for the love of God, do not do an origin movie. Just have them in there. Just bring them in. Jesus Christ, do not, because y'all do not know how to write them characters and make the story right. Tim's story, for what he did, it was better than. I'm sorry, but I didn't like Fantastic as much as I liked the Tim story one. I said, dude, Tim Stories was better. But anyways,
Yeah. Everybody shit on Tim's story for that shit. I said he gave you 2 decent ass movies. He even gave you a lead in for Namor. So what is y'all upset about? It was all right for the time. Look, it was a movie. He got it made. He got it done. That was anything you don't like on that shit, blame fucking Fox. That's why you happy that the X-Men is over here with the MCU. Because Fox was fucking it up. That's a Fox problem. It's not a Tim Story problem.
Yeah. It was really, because when you look behind the scenes, it was that one cat that they had at Fox that they brung over to Marvel, over in Disney Marvel, who everybody was like, he's the reason you didn't see Sentinels earlier in the X-Men movie. They said he's the reason you didn't see a lot of stuff because they said it was trying to be too, because you had a bunch of non-comic book fans behind the scenes pulling the strings of this shit. And it's like, see, that's the reason why Daredevil was the way it was, Elektra was the way it was, the X-Men movies, the Fantastic Four, all that stuff. And so, because you got these non-comic book people and these people that don't understand the comics, it's like, bro, you can make these super like the special effects and what you need to do in the movies, because that's what people are waiting for. Even the damn suits in the X-Men movie, it's like, come on, man, like these are some colorful suits. Why are we doing these black ass leather suits that was ripping when they
Because
tried to climb
what
up?
Bryan Singer was into. I would agree that the yellow suits on cinematic film don't look fucking stupid. It looked like you was watching an episode of Jupiter's Legacy or some goofy shit like that. It wouldn't look right. I agree on that. Like, so the costumes getting changed to Matrix style because the Matrix was the biggest thing that came out before, and everybody was trying to copy that shit. I don't give a shit about Wolverine having a black leather suit with a yellow X on it. That's all right. Fine. Fuck it. Whatever. It's a movie. Fine. But let's get back to some of these other costume colors, like the blues, maybe the reds for the other teams. Like, for me, watching X-Men on film, I've been waiting for them to get towards having somewhat traditional costumes, or at least the main characters having their own signature costumes. But the introduction of these other X teams, because the X books is about not just the X-Men for me, it's about everybody else around the X-Men. It's the X-Force, it's the X-Factors, it's the New Mutants, it's the Gen X's. It's all those other characters, because
Excalibur.
that landscape of characters is so rich, you can tell anybody's fucking story. But if you constantly focus on the same 5 and hyper focus on one out of that fucking 5, then I'm missing story on everybody else. I'm missing story on everybody else. I don't get to find out more about Storm. I don't get to find out more about Jean Grey. You never see a Mimic. You don't know more about fucking Hank. I don't get any of these other characters that's out there that comic book readers love these characters because they're part of the X family, but you never fucking see them in film. Never. Because they hyper focus on showing you fucking Wolverine.
Wolverine.
Look, if you take anything from any of this shit, understand that the characters that are most unknown are the ones that usually work the best on film. You get more leeway. You get to have some fun with how you put them out there. Ask Deadpool. You get to have some fun with that shit, and it'll make you some money.
Yeah,
So we got the dirt bikes, the biker boys.
And that was something I've always pointed out with the X-Men films. It's like, bro, the X-Men universe is a universe within the Marvel universe. That you can tell where Fox dropped the ball is they should have been Uncanny X-Men, X-Factor, X-Force, New Mutants,
Blue Team, Gold Team,
should have been Excalibur, even Alpha Flight.
Yeah, I would have took an Alpha Flight movie. I wouldn't have cared because I want to see Guardian. I want to see Puck. I want to see Shaman. You didn't need that shitty ass Wolverine's origin movie. You could have just called it Alpha Flight.
Mm-hmm.
Lion, you got to connect your audio.
And so that's why I'm saying, okay, Disney Plus, I would much rather see a New Mutant show, Excalibur show, and maybe an X Factor show. X-Force actually could be the Deadpool movie, like him forming the X-Force team.
He just formed it in number 2.
Oh, yeah, but yeah, well, I'm saying like a more of a continuation of it because I feel like they didn't take it seriously enough in Deadpool 2. They just joked about it. I'm like, bro, can y'all actually just be more serious and actually form the damn team? And so, but that's what I would say on the Disney Plus side as far as now the other stuff, like I already said with the Agatha, I don't understand why we getting this damn Agatha show. I'm like, or the Echo,
because
like
WandaVision worked. To Joe Thompson, Fractured Comics point, Yellow and Blue worked in 2011 First Class. Yes, that did work in First Class. And you know what that costume was made out of? I think it was leather. It did work. First Class did work, but that's a different director. What is that, Matthew Vaughn? It did work in 2011. Back in 99, no.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you got me. Yeah, Yellow and Blue worked there. And I actually got to see fucking Banshee on screen.
Thank you.
Which was fine for me. They threw that motherfucker away like his breath stank or something. Like, goddamn, dude.
Banshee or Banshee's daughter. His daughter.
Also,
I mean,
you also had Havelock making hula hoops.
Yeah.
Havoc. Oh my god.
Yeah, they fucked up Havoc hula hoop. They tried to fix them, but it was too late. The damage was fucking done.
How many versions of Emma Frost did they give us?
Because they love white chicks. At least 3. At least 3. Emma Frost
get to
was a
see why Magneto is the way he is and yada yada yada.
Yeah, I like Michael Fassbender's Magneto. I do.
Yes, I love
I like
that.
Ian
Bring him back.
Magneto too. So yeah,
I like both actors as Magneto.
Yeah, I do. But they just need to make another deal with Michael Fassbender and James McAvoy to get them back. Because I'll take them. That was the whole point of showing that these younger versions, right, and merging those universes together in a sense. Give me that one. They can be this version's Xavier and Magneto in this universe. I'm fine with that. You don't have to go with making them black. You don't. You want to do something black? Fix fucking Bishop.
Thank you.
Fix fucking Bishop. How about that? Fix Bishop and I'll call it good.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Make him an actual decent character.
A proper bishop and a proper robe. Don't give me this bullshit where she's just trying to always hide in the background behind Bobby's ass.
And just because of the shit you did with Iceman, I don't want to see Iceman in a movie.
Yep.
No, I don't. I don't want to see the rainbow popsicle. No, I'm good. Leave his ass out completely. And that's one of my favorite X-Men. You can leave his ass out completely. I don't give a shit. I don't. I'm serious. Fuck you. No.
If you're gonna put him there, you better not. Well, let me shut up.
Yeah, they got their white queen on, right? Henry Cavill was Captain Britain. I'd buy that. If they can hire Olivia Munn back to play Psylocke.
She was an awesome Psylocke.
I'd buy that too.
She was awesome. Now, are you still soured on Angel though?
Yeah, Bishop and Shard. Not if they can figure out how to do the wings correctly. That shit in the last movie looked goofy as fuck, dude. Like, what is that? Paper mache? What is y'all doing?
That apocalypse movie that doesn't exist.
I didn't like his haircut either. His hair, that little goofy ass look. You would think I was against this stuff. I'm not against it. It just looks stupid. That little queer ass haircut he had on was dumb as fuck, dude. You're making gay people look bad. Stop doing that shit. Stop doing that shit. Still not connected, Lion. Connect your mic and camera before I can add you to the stream. Can't add you with no mic and camera.
And the Daredevil show, that's gonna be the longest running show, the longest show with the most episodes that they have so far. The new Daredevil that they got coming.
Yeah, 18 episodes. Yeah, 18 episodes is a good long season. I don't know how they're gonna pull that out necessarily, because Marvel's Disney Plus critique has been either too short or too long, right? And at 18 episodes, unless they half-hour episodes, this motherfucker gonna run longer than Stranger Things. So they trying to milk the fuck out of Daredevil. I mean, god damn, there ain't gonna be no blood left in the suit. Milk the shit out of Daredevil.
Well,
and
10
Charles Cox.
episodes. 10 episodes has usually been the sweet spot, as we seen from the Netflix show. Like, it wasn't too
Well, that's
long.
why I said 18 episodes. Why didn't you just go to fucking 20, nigga? Like, so you gonna stretch us out 8 more episodes from your longest show, but then you're too short of actually a good round number. What the fuck? So you're gonna have a drawn out story as fuck. They milking the fuck out of Daredevil.
Who the hell is he gonna be fighting? I want to add. Who's he gonna be fighting?
I'm guessing that 8 episodes of this shit is gonna be all set up.
Yes.
8 episodes of origin, 5 episodes of leading into a villain, last 5 episodes of tie up. I don't fucking know. That's just me spitballing it, looking at the damn number.
I'm breaking that 3-part story system down. Yeah, basically, because that's what you basically see.
Yeah, beginning, middle, and end. So 3 and 3.
And within that 3-part character structure or 3-part story structure, you'll have some melodrama in there that we like to see.
Daredevil has hardcore fan invested in it. Yeah, one is in the chat. Fucking Joe Thompson, JT, Fractured Comics. He a hardcore Daredevil fan. You can't fuck that up. He'll be looking for you. He'll be looking for you. And Enigma, I disagree. I think Angel's wings need to be CG, but they need to be better CG. Because if they're on the set, practical effects, that means they got to do some goofy wire work to keep from getting them bitches tangled up. Just CG the motherfuckers. Just CG them.
They CG everything else. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, no shit. CG and everything else, they don't even need to. Like, we need a whole background. Why don't you go outside, god damn it? Shit. You their backgrounds outside? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I was shocked how much of Endgame was CG. I was like, damn.
Do we really need? Well, half of it is AB. They're trying to keep it secret because these motherfuckers want to spoil everything. So every time they step outside, some asshole with a camera is posting shots of the set and everything. Like, I don't need all the spoilers. I really don't. I know it's coming. I'll wait. I'm patient. No, not this generation. We got to know everything before it actually happens, but we can shit on it after it comes out. It's like, oh, there was nothing to see. Well, because you spoiled everything. You were the ones who wanted the spoilers. Now you mad that you knew everything in the movie. Well, shut up. Do we really need another origin story? No. I told you guys a long time ago, I'm done with origin stories. I don't necessarily need an origin story because I know the damn characters. Just move on with the story. Like Superman, Batman, Spider-Man don't need another goddamn origin story ever. Not for another 20 years. Some of these newer characters, just run with the story. They don't necessarily need an origin. Unless they're newer characters, then you can introduce that to everybody who didn't read the fucking comic. But if they've been around for 30, 40 fucking years, look, if you don't know the origin of this character, you didn't actually give a good goddamn. Just watch the movie and go back and read the cliff notes. Fuck it. You can't let the devil out on Disney Plus. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can, because that's why they have that feature now, so you can watch more mature rated content on your Disney Plus. That's why they did that. Understand, they did that for that Daredevil shit.
Yes, sir.
Nobody wants to watch Daredevil watered down. You could fuck that. They Netflix, Marvel set a bar with that shit, with the Punisher and Daredevil. How gritty that shit was. Nobody wants to see less of that. That's why Daredevil and Deadpool rely on that realism. If they can't do that realism, you might as well not even do the fucking show. It's gonna tank. Marvel MCU was outstanding, point blank period. Even Iron Fist was getting good. I don't give a look. You cannot like Iron Fist all day. First season, yeah, it was a struggle. It was struggle as fuck. It was because they rushed that shit. This is what I mean by rushing. Anytime you see something that's really sucking and it should have worked, it's because they rushed it. When you watch the behind the scenes stuff and get into understanding what was going on when they were producing this shit, all the boring stuff that doesn't have action, but it's all listening to people talk, you find out they were rushing the fuck out of this stuff. That's what was happening. And so Iron Fist, by season 2, it was getting better. I was interested in seeing the rest of the stuff with Orson Rand and whatnot. Yeah, let's get it. Canceled. So like, well, I'm not happy about that. I'm not hitting on Iron Fist completely. I know it just needed work. It was taking more time. Some geek stuff takes more time to get right. That's why the second movie is usually the payoff for some people.
Yep, especially you.
Season 4, maybe eventually. They gotta pay Michael Coulter again, so they gotta see if he's available. I know fucking Christian Ritter ain't doing shit, so yeah, you know you're getting Jessica Jones again. Make your agreement.
No.
What up, Joe Zeit? It's my other Joe friend. We need a Marvel team-up show to introduce some of the lesser-known characters. You do, and that's what Disney Plus would be good for. If they actually got goddamn smart with this what ifs and all the rest of that, they would make another anthology show and make it Marvel team up and keep throwing new characters in there. Keep throwing new characters in there because then they're already introduced. You introduce them in one episode, and it doesn't have to be a fucking origin. Just tell the story. You can do like this. Daredevil got 18 episodes. Give me 18 episodes of a Marvel team up, and every episode is a different fucking character.
Kind of like the comic books
Different
back
character
in the
that you haven't
70s.
used. So you've now introduced every one of them in 1 year span into the MCU. So you can always pluck them out of that shit and put them into a movie. Done deal. Even if you just wanted to do an origin every one. There's the origin. It's already done. Move the character forward somewhere else. That would be smart. And if you don't think so, why do you think George Lucas's next show for Star Wars stuff is going to be an anthology? So he can introduce different ideas quickly. Since you just want to rush this shit. One episode, one and done. Character is there, established. Now move on. Now you can go back and use it if you want to. Or let it die on the vine if you don't want to. Like Two Triv is saying in here, give me a Marvel team up and throw Jubilee in that bitch. The fuckers will lose their mind. Because Jubilee got a fan base. Can't have X-Men 92 if you ain't got Jubilee on the team. Just saying.
That's another character they have yet to actually represent in the film. She's always there, but they don't do shit.
Okay. Lion! He made it. He is a lion. It's good.
What's going on, man? How you doing? How's that piece of the
Right.
panel, piece of the chat?
Peace,
What's
man.
going
You
on?
playing hide and go seek with us. What? You don't want to
I was dead ass in the background trying to fix this cam and mic stuff. I had to set it up for StreamYard to allow access to the mic and cam stuff and everything. How y'all doing? What's going on?
All right.
How you doing, Lion?
I'm good.
So 1 second, Lion. So everybody, this Jay Zeets, this is a G.I. Joe. This is Ford's dad, my homeboy, the Marine. So this is G.I. Joe. I told you I got a lot of Joe friends. This is only 3 out of the probably 5. Joe Herb, Joe T, Joe Z, and then Joe L ain't here. So unless he walk in this motherfucker in 15 minutes, then you'll see. But this is Joe Z. So this is the Marine. What up, Joe? Because he up there in the boonies. I'm surprised he watching my damn show. God damn.
Hey, Artisan, I need to beam out.
You got to beam out? All right.
Yeah,
Appreciate
Artisan,
it,
I gotta go too. I've been kind of quiet here. I'm working on something else. But hey, thanks for having me.
Oh, no problem, Dr.
Fire
Anwar. When
discussion.
you are ready to have a conversation about some shit, let me know.
Yes.
All right.
Scotty,
Hey,
beam me
Artisan,
out.
I just don't think before I go are you familiar with Chris Gore?
Chris Gore.
I
know.
I'm watching a lot of his content. I don't think these corporate movie houses, I don't think they really care about the source material
No, they
and
don't.
what the hardcore fans really like. They have their own agenda and they just don't care about that anymore. So until those folks get booted out somehow, we're going to see more of the same. Unfortunately.
Yeah, they don't care as much as they should. They care enough to snatch the name and want the fan recognition for the title that they're throwing on this stuff. but the actual content of the material they don't care about. I mean, we were joking about it yesterday on the stream how, Noel was making a joke about the whole Black Panther arc where they fought Atlantis was like 5 books, but it looks like they only snatched 3 pages out of that motherfucker. It's like, yeah, that's about it. They pulled a page from each book and threw it together. That's your fucking movie. So yeah, they don't care enough about it. They care enough to use it, but they don't care enough to keep it true. And trust, I'm probably the most understanding person that you will find with taking a comic book and adapting it to a movie. I give you a lot of leeway, but these motherfuckers going past the leeway. It's not even it's almost not even recognizable as what you said it was. Like Gore was not a god butcher. It was just Gore the Goofy. What the fuck am I watching? Like, nah, dude, whatever.
Yeah.
Captain Picard beamed in, AB Media beamed out.
Yeah. All right, take care, Artisan.
All right, peace, Dr. Anwar. That was the doctor. Thanks for coming through.
You know what they do, Artisan?
Time on my panel. What's that?
You know what they do? Pass the leeway on the left-hand side. Pass the leeway on the left-hand side. They really got plot holes in this show. They really got plot holes in this show.
Yeah, they Captain Picard. Here's the thing. This is also goes into the point why I said I don't want to see the Beyonder in this shit. The only Secret War story I'm interested in seeing right now, because the other one would be a convoluted mess in a movie, is the Secret War was a God King Doom. That's the only reason anybody talking about this shit. So if you're not gonna give me God King Doom, then fuck off. I don't even want to see anything with Secret Wars on it, because that's what's interesting to me. I don't care about the other one. I don't. I really don't give a shit about the other one. Best thing to come out of that shit is Spider-Man getting a different costume. That's it. All the rest of that shit don't even fucking matter. So that's why I'm not interested in seeing the Beyonder. No, fuck him. Look, show me the Beyonders, the Hickman ones. Show me those Beyonders, so I know who's getting killed when Dr. Doom shows up and takes their power. And then peace out. And then let's move on with Doom being the badass that he's supposed to be in the MCU. Let me see that. But I'm not interested in going back to the 80s. No, I'm good. I lived through it already. I'm getting enough of that shit with Stranger Things. We're good. Let's roll forwards. Let's roll forwards. Let's see it there. And yes, and that's why they'll take a page from everything and make it shit. Look, Secret Wars is condensed. They stretched it out to what it was, like 10 issues or something like that, when it was supposed to be 8 initially. It's a good enough story where you can use all these characters, still tell the same story with the characters you have, and still get across that all these characters are encompassed in a new universe. It will give Marvel a reason to reset their MCU, soft reboot their MCU, so they can get it on some firmer footing. And you'll leave this Infinity Saga where it is, as good as it was or bad as it was, depending on your perspective. Leave it where it is, and then you can move on with all this goofy shit you're doing now. It would make some kind of sense. Right now, it doesn't, and that's the problem. It's all feeling like a disconjointed mess of spaghetti thrown against the board. Let's weave the shit together or something. I don't care what kind of basket you're making. Let's just make it so we can say what it is. And yeah, Joe, that's the problem with the G.I. Joe movie. Yeah, they jump all over the place in G.I. Joe. You can forget that shit. Joe's a diehard G.I. Joe is a diehard G.I. Joe fan. That's why I call him that. And yeah, he ain't been happy. And he ain't been happy for years. He ain't been happy for years. He's been disappointed for years.
Understandable with that, man. I remember my uncle before he passed away, because he was I got most of my nerd shit from him, and he was saying, he was like, when I was talking about that, he was like, they pushed that movie back. He was like, why? He said, because they kill off Duke. He said, how the fuck you gonna have G.I. Joe and kill off Duke?
With no Duke. Yeah, that was Joe's biggest point for that first G.I. Joe movie. He was happy they had the Pit. They're happy they had Hawk. They killed Duke. What the fuck? What? Yeah, G.I. Joe without the Duke? Come on, man.
Yeah, my uncle was like, I'm not going to see that shit. Unfortunately, he would pass away a year later. So I said, but some of the shit that they're doing now, he'll be rolling in his fucking grave. He's like, this is not the character. I'm like, look, I don't know what to tell you, Uncle. Like, if you watch it from the great beyond somewhere, you probably not pit.
Look, I watched the first G.I. Joe movie. I tolerated it But one of the things I didn't like is these motherfuckers running around in mech suits like they Transformers. I'm like, that's not.
I hated that mess, man.
I tried to sit through that GI Joe Origins with what's his name? I fell asleep
Snake Eyes.
twice.
Snake Eyes.
I fell asleep twice.
Yeah,
Wow.
I watched that. I was fine with that. I know Joe hated that shit because there's two characters Joe loves, and Duke is one of them. Snake Eyes is the other. They fucked up Snake Eyes for him. I tried to rationalize with him. It's like, look, Joe has actually sat and had conversations with Ray Hama, right? I said Ray signed off on it, so I don't know what else to say about it. You know, and Ray made up the character, so I think when he made up the character, it might have looked like him originally, but Hasbro didn't want that shit, so the nigga ended up with a mask on.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. He signed off on it. I don't know what to tell you about that shit. It's like, you know, Ray in the chat. He's not in the chat right now, but Ray that comes on these panels talking about his brothers saying that Kenobi was awesome. I was like, well, George Lucas said it was shit. So who you arguing with? The dude who created it said it's shit. You like it.
Oh, he said it was shit?
Yeah. He didn't like it.
Oh,
He's
damn.
coming out of retirement to do season 2.
Ooh.
So to me, that's significant. The motherfucker didn't like it so much he's coming out of retirement to co-write the next season. That lets you know it was shit.
Damn.
Okay.
Oh, he pulled
coming out of retirement for shit. Yeah, he ain't gonna let that shit stand. Oh no. Oh hell no. So you can like it all you want to. But George said it was shit. I'm choose to be rocking with George on it because he created the character.
Yeah,
I think you know better.
Yeah, it's his baby. It's like if J.R. Tolkien was still alive and had something to say about the Lord of the Rings. So you're gonna go against J.R. Tolkien, like the creator of this shit? He the one that fleshed out everything.
Yeah, that's the problem I have with these motherfuckers is that they shit on the actual creators of this stuff, but then say they're doing something that the creator didn't envision or we're expanding on their vision. No, fuck you not. How are you telling the creator of these characters they got it wrong? They created the character. They can change it whatever the fuck they feel like.
Yeah.
No, they didn't get it wrong. You got it wrong because you think their character should be something else. So that means you need to take those ideas, roll them into a ball, and throw them into your own piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to try to change their stuff to look like what you want it to be. No, motherfucker. No, that's revisionist history.
Yeah. Doesn't matter if you expand if you suck at it.
Thank you. Look, yeah, it expands in your mouth because you're still sucking.
That's why I don't be on all up on it's diversity and all. I said, bro, if the shit sucks, guess what? It's the black character with the shitty story. So what people are not going to remember are not the character that or how diverse you were, but how shitty the story was. Don't do that. And on my benefit, like if you're gonna give me something new, original, and a fleshed out story that we can talk more about the story and less about the damn characters and what they look like and who they choose to sleep with.
Lord of the Rings been Lord of the Rings since it was made, right? Nobody had a problem with it. It was a great story. Everybody loved the shit. You know what? Nobody was ever crying about that shit. There wasn't enough black characters in it. There wasn't enough LGBT. Wasn't enough rainbow. Well, if that's what you want to have in your story, that means you need to make that damn story. That's what you need to make. Because that's not what Tolkien wrote. And he wrote it of his time. So no, it wasn't nothing he was writing like that. But if that's what you want in a fantasy genre, you make your own fucking story. But you don't want to do that because I'm assuming you know it wouldn't sell.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a name. You haven't built a brand off of that shit.
But you know what
You
happens?
haven't spent the time to develop that idea, those characters, that story over time. And it's just easier to just, pink brush everything one time and call it, we were being creative. No, you
got it.
It goes back to that. I'll go my bad.
You know what they're doing now with the new Lord of the Rings TV show? You see a whole lot of diversity. You see some black people. You see some mixed people. You see, you're probably going to see some LGBT representation in that.
I tell you this, Malika, is there any difference between a lump of shit and a lump of shit with pizza, noodles, vegetables, and everything else in it?
No.
Why not?
Because it's just a lump of shit.
But the other one has diversity in it. What's wrong with you? Don't fucking matter, do it. Still shit.
it goes back to what you said though, also about the attention span. And the problem is when you look at something like George Lucas or J.R.R. Tolkien or hell, even J.K. Rowling, it took them time to actually write those stories out and flesh out them stories. Like I know a lot of people I know a lot of people don't want to give J.K. Rowling because she's a female and she wrote I said still she took her time and created a universe with constructs that already existed, and she made something of her own. That was, to me, I don't care what nobody said. I'm a product of that generation that grew up with Harry Potter. So I said, dude, that's the coolest shit in the world. To be a young kid to go to a magical school, hell yeah. If you ask me, do you want to go to Hogwarts? I'm on the first train smoking. Give me a damn broom center. I want to play. Hell, to even come up with the concept of a sport called Quidditch, like that was awesome. I was like, that one of my favorite video games that EA did in their little fantasy stuff was
Quidditch
EA
tournament. Quidditch tournament.
Yeah, Quidditch World Cup. I was like, bro, that's like that's the most slept on sports game. I got Team USA and kick everybody ass.
So Joe Z is in the chat right now. He can tell you. Ford was the first one who told me about when I understood how big Harry Potter was, because my kids wasn't reading that shit. I didn't even know about Harry Potter. Ford was reading every one of those goddamn books and raved about it. That's his generation, right?
Yeah.
Ford loved that shit. Ford had a hard time fucking wanting to actually read books, but he was going through that fucking Harry Potter like it was crack. He was on that shit. So that's when I figured out how big that shit was, that how much into that age group it was tied in, that they love that shit.
Yeah.
Ford fucking damn near 30 years old now. He love the hell out of some Harry Potter. You can tell him shit. And
But
every little boy, little girl, his age group love the hell out of that shit. So I appreciate J.K. Rowling for creating these stories and putting the time and the effort in to make that, because this is spanning decades at this point. She didn't just decide one day, I'm gonna take somebody else's story and do it.
Exactly.
What Joe say? Harry Potter equals crack. Yes, millennial crack is Harry Potter. I got you.
And here's where I got to give respect to that woman. She created a whole world in and of itself.
And that's what imaginative people do.
And that's like what you're saying. Imagine, this is what she did. She like you said, she created the own rules, own parameters, the own everything, world building,
language, everything, world built.
And I respect her to the T, and she deserves every multi-million-dollar penny that she deserves.
Yeah, and you're right, Joe. Harry Potter will live beyond Rollins, and that's what creative people can do. You can create something that outlives you. I'm not talking. I didn't talk about the foundation and fell in love with the foundation because what's his name? Is it Asimov? Is still alive, and he told me about the shit. No, that motherfucker been dead a long time. Same thing with Frank Herbert. Never met him, never seen him. Oh, no show, no nothing. That motherfucker is dead as fuck. But he wrote something that outlived him. That is what creative people have the ability to fucking do. George Lucas is still here, but best believe when George Lucas dies, Star Wars will still limp the fuck on, regardless. It'll still be here because Disney owns that shit. But what he did will live on.
Can I
go back to the original source of that shit? It'll live.
Can I throw a few names at you, brother?
Go right ahead.
George Perez, Jack Kirby.
Jack Kirby.
What's Batman's creators?
Bob Kane.
Bob Kane.
Bill Finger.
Bill Finger.
Yeah.
I mean,
Siegel and Schuster.
Siegel and Schuster.
Superman.
Marv Wolfman.
Stan Lee.
I was going to say the best for last, but come on,
man. Stan the fucking man Lee.
Stan the man Lee. Excelsior.
Mr. Excelsior himself, Stan the man Lee.
The funny thing is,
oh no, go ahead, McGinley. Go ahead.
You got this latest Wakanda Forever project coming up, right?
Snooze.
With the supposedly Doom's supposed to be appearing in that, right? Wakanda and Black Panther are Jack Kirby creations, and so is Dr. Doom. A lot of people forget that. If you tell somebody well, they say, wow, Captain America, this and that. Yeah, it's a, you know, old Jewish guy that was 5'7" that smoked cigars and did half of the run of Marvel Comics created that. He created Thor. He created the Fantastic Four. He created Silver Surfer. And this is where you start seeing, like, you know, his IP lived on. And like how you said, George Lucas is still alive to want to correct the wrongs that has been happened to his IP. That's where you know he's like, whoa, I didn't want this bullshit to happen to this.
Yeah. Even more than that, since he's still alive, it's not even in my mind for George Lucas. It's not about it being an IP. It's about it being his children, his creations.
Exactly.
He doesn't want to see his creations fucked up this way, and he ain't in the grave to not be able to do nothing about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I see it as. It's like, no fucking way. There's no way this is going to stand while I'm still drawing breath. Fuck that. Like, I will go right back in here at my desk and get my loose leaf out and start penning the corrections on this shit. No, this is not going to stand. And that's what I take it as. I take it as this was the insult too far. This was the bridge too far. It was the final fucking insult, the straw that broke the camel's back. He's like, fuck this. I'm all the way back in. I'm all the way back in. Yeah, I'm old.
Try to get out and pull me back in.
I gotta fucking fix this. This bitch is out of control.
So in other words, he had to be John Wick in this motherfucker.
Yeah, he had to come back like Wick, like that bitch just killed my dog. Fuck that.
Or Don Corleone, the third Godfather.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
go ahead, Lion.
I missed your commentary on Phase 5, but I think I heard a little bit what you said. You said it seems like they're doing too much.
Phase 5 seems like
I'm not excited. I'm just gonna say
it's more there. My commentary on Phase 5 is too many chicks and not enough guys, and I like a balance. And it doesn't seem like there's going to be any balance. It's going to seem like it's all one way. If Phase 4 was what I was calling phase feminism, Phase 5 is just a douche. I guess it's just it's just phase film. It's just phase film. Because I'm looking at it because I wrote this down, right? Quantum Mania is Ant-Man and Wasp and Cassie Lang showing up, right? And Cassie Lang is your lead in for the Young Avengers, so it's gonna be, you got to highlight her a little bit. So okay, we got the next little girl flick, right? Mm-hmm. Secret Invasion is Nick Fury and the Skrulls and what's her name, Maria Hill, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had Kobe Smulders there at the Comic-Con and not Sam Jackson. I think Kobe Smulders, Maria Hill can be played up a little bit more. Let me finish, Beasley. Guardians of the Galaxy is going to be the Guardians, but you got Adam Warlock showing up. Still don't know what the rest of the story is about, but I guess the little tall-ass gold chick is going to be showing up again. We'll see who comes out of that shit. Echo is all about this chick. She ain't been around 10 years yet. And we're going to get that rammed down our throat with a show. Okay, so fucking what? Loki showing up. Yeah. We got to see what Sylvie fucked up and if she understands how to fix this shit. Since she killed the only nigga in that universe. Ran him through it. Everybody clapped for the shit. Like, yeah, she killed him. Yeah, we fucked up the universe too. So here we go.
I had a full-on debate with somebody about that, about her fucking up the universe. I'm like, listen, if we understand you want revenge, but you understand your little thirst for the revenge. You do understand the consequences of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she don't. She didn't.
You clearly don't understand.
Even with him trying to explain it to her, she still didn't. So fuck it. She don't get it. That's what happens when you grow up by yourself, raised by wolves.
And why you still don't get what you want?
Yeah, you got Marvels, which is all chicks. 3 lead characters is all chicks, and I don't have a problem with that shit. But it's Brie Larson, I'm forget her name, Kamala Khan, and then Monica Rambeau, Spectrum, right? It's all chicks in that one.
I just read who's directing it. The same chick that directed the Candyman movie.
Yeah, same chick. So you got the Blade movie coming out. That's the one male character in there, but it's being written by a chick. So we're gonna see what we get out of that one. You get Ironheart coming up, which is another chick flick. You got Agatha coming up, which is another fucking chick flick. Then you got Daredevil, Then you got Cap 4, and then you got the Thunderbolts, which means Thunderbolts obviously going to have Val out in front because Val was assembling the team, right?
Yeah.
So, or Madam Hydra, if you want to call it that. So it's only about 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 kind of guy movies in a sense.
Solo,
movies or shows. Everything else is all about chicks.
Yeah.
So that's what the fuck you gonna get.
Yeah.
Get your hip waders up.
That's like I said. I'm not. I saw that. Yeah. I was like, I'm not excited. I'm just not. I'm not backflipping to see Ironheart. I don't give a shit about acting.
Don't. Ooh, JT, don't say that. Don't say that.
Are you for real?
Daughter, get the fuck out of here. We already got Whistler's daughter the last time we saw Blade.
Yep.
Hell, dude. Look, Disney introducing the princess every fucking time.
Yep.
Every fucking time. Love, little Leia Sue.
Oh God.
I'm waiting for. I guess Grogu gonna be a girl come this season. I guess, right? Fuck it, Grogu's a girl now because they already got Groot running around in a little flower dress. So what the fuck? Like,
don't forget old girl from Marvel, from Moon Knight too. That's another female character
I
they
forgot
added.
about her. Estrogen is strong in this phase. Yeah, the estrogen is real strong in this phase.
Yeah, that's my thing with Thor. I'm like, that was a wasted performance with Christian Bale.
It was a wasted performance.
Great performance, but a wasted one.
Wasted performance.
Wasted.
And that's what I said. Everybody said it was a great performance. I said it. I don't think it was a great performance. I don't. He did impressions.
Yeah.
He did. His best part of the performance of Gore was in the beginning. And all that shit in the middle was him either pretending to be Pennywise or pretending to be the fucking Joker. That was not Gore. Fuck you. It wasn't an awesome performance. He did a good intro. He did a good ending. Done. That's not the whole performance. Fuck that. I'm not saying that shit. So I think it was the fucking studio line. This is what they focus on. No, he did an awesome performance. No, he didn't. He phoned it in and got a check because his kid's in the movie too. Fuck you. Nothing. Nobody in this movie was taking this shit seriously. So don't tell me he did. He didn't. I've seen him act better. Yeah. The whole movie.
Yeah. Like the movie he got in the Academy for. The
Fighter. That was mainly what I was saying as a respect for him as an actor. Like just as far
I got respect for him as an actor. I like Christian Bale. And because I have respect for him as an actor, I can tell you when he fucking phoning it in. And it was bullshit. Because I'm a fan of his. And I'm not above telling him, no, that actually sucked, dude. You know it sucked. You know you weren't taking that shit seriously. Don't lie to me. I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass just because I like the work that you've done before. Yeah, but this one was shit. So I don't have to like this one. And I can still like those other ones.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Look, the nigga, Christian Bale dialed it in. Yeah, he dialed it in like it was American Psycho or some shit.
A good example is like the one I just said, The Fighter. Look at his character in when he played Dickie Ingram, and look at this movie. Which one he got the Academy for? I love that part in the movie in Fighter. Where'd you park the car, boo boo? I don't know. Fuck it, I'm running, and he runs across town to get to the gym to help Mickey train.
Yeah, that one. The Machinist.
Oh yes.
I even liked Equilibrium. That he was shut down emotionally, but it was still interesting. Seeing him break and stuff like that. He's done a lot of better roles, dude, and this wasn't one of them. It wasn't. And I don't have a problem saying that shit. Do you think Russell Crowe was in this shit too? Do you think he was acting his ass off? Fuck
no, not with you walking down the steps doing the fucking curtsy.
Not at all, dude.
I can't think
at that point there was a better performance from Russell Crowe in that RZA movie, or excuse me, y'all know what I'm talking about.
Man with the Iron Fist.
Yeah, Man with the Iron Fist. There was a better performance from him, his ass in that shit than in this Thor movie.
Yeah,
no acting was awesome in this shit. And if you season on Christian Bale, say, "Oh, his performance was awesome," that means you're admitting that everybody else in this movie fucking sucked.
Oh yeah, they did.
That even at his mediocre performance was better than everybody else's performance in this. And you're counting Chris Hemsworth, Natalie Portman, and Russell Crowe.
Yep.
The movie fucking sucked. Stop trying to give it a pass and put the spin on it to make it seem like it was all right. No, fucking
the movie. Oh no, the movie as a whole was trash. They tried way. Yeah, the movie as a whole is trash, absolute trash.
And to something else that they add, remember when Martin Scorsese made them comments about there being cinema popcorn and all the other shit? I said, if y'all are starting to actually make him his comments,
make him right. Look, you make him right.
You're proving him
That's
right.
the same thing I was saying about John and Dave over there in Star Wars. It's like, you keep doing some of this dumb shit, you're gonna make KK right. You're gonna make me agree with this bitch, and I'm gonna be mad at you for that shit. Because I'm riding for you against this bro. You keep doing dumb shit, you're gonna keep making me agree with this bitch. Like, y'all overusing Darth Vader, you overusing Luke Skywalker.
Yeah,
we need to tell some original stories. Yeah, I mean, goddamn, you got me standing next to this bitch now. What the fuck wrong with you?
You got us wanting.
Right the ship.
But I don't like you, but you got a point.
Yeah, you got us wanting to look forward to Rey to come back ass on screen. It's like, dude, can you stop mucking around in the past? I get
me
y'all
fucking up the same Rey Skywalker.
Yeah, it's like, come on, but it's like y'all starting to prove Scorsese right about this shit. If y'all keep making these bullshit films, listen,
and that's why I think they should stretch it out. That's why I think they should start stretching it out and not trying to have so many movies a year. Stretch it out to every year and a half.
Yeah,
stretch it out to every year and a half. It will give you more time to work on a fucking script. I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
This dude on this Doctor Strange movie, he talked about he worked on this script for like 30 days or some shit like that. I'm like, God damn, really? A month? You only spent a month on a script for a feature film? That sounds way too short. That sounds way too short. That means I need to go back and look at this movie and see what the fuck did I like about it. You're making me question myself.
Average script is how many pages?
Anywhere between 128 to 240
in 1 month.
Yeah, that sounded shocking to me.
Wow.
And this thing,
go ahead.
The young dude who wrote it don't look like a comic fan. Don't look like he had read a comic.
What a shock.
He just had a bunch of ideas for scenes he wanted to see in his head.
He might have perused a few comics.
Oh my gosh, shit.
For research.
That's all right. That's why I'm looking. You know what? That's all right. Because looking at this Space Bob stuff, I'm looking over at DC. I'm like, it's your time to shine, baby.
Look, yeah, what you got? What you got?
What you got? That, like, dude, DC, what you got, man? It's DC, like, bro, like
this Black Adam and this Aquaman movie got to show something, man.
Hold on, fuck that. Bring back the Snyderverse. I'm just going to say it.
No, they said
bring back the goddamn Snyderverse. Give us first off, give us a Green Lantern movie. Can give us Aquaman 2 minus that crazy chick from Atlantis. And let's see what we're gonna do with Black Adam. I'm not really feeling positive about Shazam, but it's like, what else you got in the tank? If you want to give me another Wonder Woman movie, fuck it, give me another Wonder Woman, but don't do what you did in '84. That was completed. It doesn't make sense because it fucks with the canon of the story. Because like Bruce said in the Justice League movie, nobody has seen you since World War II, but for her to pop up just like 40 years later in the 80s, it's like, okay, that messes up with your story, and you're gonna have some retconning issues and some create plot holes and continuity errors. Like, stop doing that. But bring back the Snyderverse. You said Dwayne was able to get Henry and all them to come back. Cool. Give me Iron Man of Steel too. Like, other than that, DC, don't fuck this up.
Yeah, don't fuck this up.
I gotta say something to you.
One second. I have to say something. Shout out to Lion for donating to the chat. I haven't said it for a while, and it's 6 hours in, so y'all can donate to the stream if you're enjoying it. Appreciate you, Lion, for supporting the chat. He said, respect for your work. Appreciate that. I like people respecting my work and actually paying for it. So I will give you your 3D salute, sir. Okay, that's good. And Morpheus, no, Amber Heard didn't drown in her trench. I don't know what you're talking about. Mira could still be in the movie. They just need to recast that bitch, right? So I'll take Amelia Clark as being the new Mira because I know her and what's his name got chemistry. I know they got chemistry. Right, Khaleesi? Right, Khaleesi? Okay. You can get back on that seahorse. Jump back on that seahorse.
Even though I
I mean,
hate
it's
that
not a
fucking character.
it's
in
not
that
a
shit.
dragon, but it'll work. It's not
Could
a
be a
dragon.
dragon.
But come on.
Could be a dragon.
Yeah.
Some
dragon.
Artisan. Megan
Go ahead,
Good
Malika.
and
What
her-
you gonna say?
Megan Good in her Captain Marvel uniform.
She looks awesome.
Black thighs matter like a motherfucker.
Shit, black thighs matter and chocolate kisses are good on lips.
Yes.
Megan Good got some nice goddamn lips. I
And
took
she
my
got nice
picture off
booty
here
on
of
it, too.
Megan Good a little while ago, but it's
Let me go see if I
unfortunate.
can find a picture of that real quick, because that shit, I mean, goddamn. When I saw
Yeah,
that in the
costume-
trailer,
Well, that was the first Shazam movie, right? When they turned the kids into adults,
yeah.
and it was Megan Good. I was like, God damn, should I be looking at this? Because story-wise, it's supposed to be a little girl. I can't. Wait a minute, what y'all trying to
Wait a
do?
minute.
Because I like me some Megan Good is good with me. Right? But goddamn, dude.
When they
And
showed
her
him walking
acting-
out, looking, I was like, damn, okay.
Fucking me up like that. Like, shit,
I was like,
playing with me.
and her acting as that character was like, damn, it is a kid. So I was like, should I be? I'm like, I don't want to come out of the movie for a second, man. But shit. Look, I'm looking at this shit now. God, her shoulders is exposed. That's what it was. That's what got me. Them shoulders.
I don't care. I ain't looking at the shoulders player. I'm looking at
I'm looking at. I like to admire the entire body from head to toe. So it's like, but the
and
legs
everywhere in
got me.
between too.
There you go. Nah, Megan Good is cute. She cute as hell to me, right? So, yeah, she in this movie. Yeah, she in the Shazam movie. Yeah, I'll go see it. But, you know, I ain't gonna be thinking of her as a little girl.
Neither am I.
Not.
No,
We
that's
can
not
role
what's
play
gonna be
when we get back
happening.
to the house.
You see the kid.
All right.
See the kid
I
talking.
told you I like the Shazam movie. I like the Shazam movie.
Yeah.
I was fine with it, the first one. The second one looks like it's gonna be kind of goofy because Shazam gonna get his ass kicked by two old women. But it's gonna be what it is. Yeah, see, making good. Look at them lips. Got them cheekbones, that little nose. Damn, dude. She can work a short haircut too. That means her mother shaped her head right.
Yeah, that
But
shout
the
out,
question,
shout
Artisan,
out to the women with the short hair.
is she in your age range or is she too young? Because that I know you're
Oh, Megan Good is old enough. Megan Good is way in striking distance.
Isn't she 40?
Yeah,
Let me
40,
see.
81.
Yeah,
81. She a Libra. So yeah, she good with me. Yeah, she right my striking distance. Yeah, she good. Maybe about 8-10 years. Yeah, she awesome.
Yeah, she just made it.
Because I'm like you. I checked it.
Well, here's the thing. She's the right height too, because she's what 5'5". I'm looking on this thing. She's 5'5". So that's. I did the math right on what height range works for me. I figured it out for myself. 5'5" is good. 5'4" is like the cutoff. I mean, like too fucking short. 5'5", I'm good with 5'5". Yeah, Megan way good with me. She way bueno.
He's trying to get waist deep and making good.
Nah, I want to be able to pick her ass up.
There you go.
But yeah, as far as DC is concerned, I'm like, all right, come on, DC. Come on, DC. Marvel's, the ground is shaking. The ground is shaking on Marvel.
They're stumbling. They're stumbling.
Yeah, they're stumbling.
The same energy that they've been bringing, like outside of in every other field, where DC was kicking their ass. DC was kicking their ass in the comics. DC was kicking their ass in video games, television shows. The only where they wasn't winning was in the movies. Now they didn't bring that same energy into the movies. It's like, all right, it's DC.
That part of it is overrated. I told you my problem with DC was that they always focus on the same two people forever. Forever. It's always been Superman, Batman, Superman, Batman, Superman, Batman. They started seeing success when they started bringing in some of these other goddamn characters. Right? Flash, Aquaman, which they thought was going to bomb, actually ended up blowing up big as fuck. And they, what? Yeah.
Yeah.
There were more. Yes, there was a lot of Aquaman jokes because of the Super Friends and the Gordon's Fishermen and all the rest of that shit. But Aquaman, as he was written at certain points in his lineage, in his timeline, was really fucking good. Even Jeff Johns' Aquaman run was really good. If you take the motherfucker serious, you understand that Aquaman is basically Superman because he's from Earth.
Yeah, and Aquaman has a lot of fans.
Aquaman
Aquaman
got a lot of fans.
I'm an
A lot of
Aquaman fan.
and earn them.
I always hated when people shitted on Aquaman. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? He can talk to the. I said he can do way more than talk to the fishes. Play. Did you not watch Smallville when he kicked Superman's ass in the swimming contest? Yeah, he thought he was, and Superman Clark thought he was going to hit him. Like, nah, sir. They went in underwater and he damn near drowned his ass. No,
hit him with that water ball.
Yeah, I was like, no. That and who else? Like, because they always focused on Batman and Superman. It's like, bro, you see that even with the Young Justice show. That's why the Young Justice show was so good, because it didn't focus on the big two. They were there, but
DC does better, even in comic books, when the focus isn't solely on those two characters. Even though that's their bread and butter, those are their trademarks, all that shit. I get it. But DC does better when it doesn't focus on them. That's why you got the first 52 was good, because they removed those three characters off the board. And now you get to see everybody else, Booster and all those people, right? DC has so many fucking characters, they get overshadowed by three. Wonder Woman, Superman, and Batman. Overshadows everybody else. Why the fuck have I not seen a Nightwing movie yet? Why? What about a Red Hood movie or a show? What's the fucking holdup?
A Green Arrow movie.
Dude, at this point in DC, I'd watch a fucking Plastic Man movie. I would. I'd watch a Plastic Man movie and not give a fuck. Phantom Stranger, a Spectre show could be DC's first horror movie if you made the Spectre, like old school Spectre, like God's fucking judgment. That movie would be ridiculous because motherfuckers would get it every time. Every time it'd be blood in the eyes.
But I was telling you about DC Titans.
All the rest of this bullshit.
I was telling you about DC Titans, Art. It's pretty straight.
Yeah, DC Titans was cool.
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck. Yes, Titans has been solid for a while, and everybody has been telling me to watch Titans. I don't give a fuck about watching Titans. The cartoon was okay, and they keep bringing you along with this same B group of kids. I don't give a fuck about the kids. Where's the rest of the adult characters? I am not a child. I'm not. I'm an older geek. I want to see the rest of these goddamn characters you got out there. Something, somewhere. I don't need to be focused on all the kid shit. I know the Titans are for bringing along the millennials and the Zs. That's for bringing y'all along. The rest of us been here for a while. So we wait and see the rest of these goddamn characters. It's taken this long to get Hawkman in a movie.
Yeah.
This long. Hawkman could have his own movie. It's his own interesting story. And every movie you could have his fucking ass die and reincarnate.
Yeah.
And pick it up again somewhere else. But no, you're not getting that.
Damn good point. This is the very, very first time I've seen Hawkman on an actual motion picture.
Yeah, Black Lightning movie.
And that's the thing. I don't hate the Titans. Titans is a strong team. It's good.
Yeah.
I don't hate the Titans, but I'm not fixated on the fucking Titans being teenagers. That's not my fixation. My fixation is on the rest of the characters in this goddamn universe. Show me the rest of them. Show me the rest of them. You got movies, you got television. You should be cranking these motherfuckers out. But no, they get bogged down into the same shit because Titans got overruled by wanting to go back to Bruce Wayne again.
Yeah.
Once again, the show being overpowered by Batman. Gotham was a show, was interesting, but it got overpowered by trying to focus on Batman again. Look, motherfucker, then just stop telling me stories in Gotham. Just fuck it. Because as soon as you turn it on, everybody wants you to get to Batman. It's not his fucking show. Fuck. Move on. There's other characters. There's more characters that are interesting. I would love to see.
Constantine?
That's what.
Constantine, The Question, Zatanna and all this magical shit. Look, there's a bunch of other shit you can do. Just do it.
I think
the Sandman shit that's coming up, I want to watch that. And I will. Because, okay, at least they're throwing something new against the board. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think that's also what made like the first 3 seasons of the Green Arrow show good. Like it did not center. Now I see what people was talking about where they tried to make him like Batman. I said, well, what the fuck? Like it doesn't matter. I mean, it's something good. I watched it until they got goofy and kept every time something bad happened, they kept wanting to pin it off all on him. I said, look, he's the fucking team leader. What the fuck do y'all expect him to do? He's not always wrong, and then everybody else want to go have and hide secrets, and he think he not supposed to get mad at them. I said, wait a minute, John, you can go lie about your condition and get basically hooked on drugs and not tell nobody, but you mad because Oliver spied on the three newest members of the team, or Felicity can go break the criminal out of jail, the hacker.
Well, here's the thing on that. Just to cut it short. Green Arrow sold on two things.
Mm-hmm.
Green Arrow owes part of his success to Green Arrow working in Smallville. Let's just get that shit straight. If they wouldn't have been started flushing out that character and putting them out there in people's idea of what was cool, your Green Arrow show wouldn't have worked. The other thing that worked for the Green Arrow show is that you made the motherfucker Batman, basically. That's what you did. You just made him fucking Batman. This is my city, you know. Come on, man. It was Batman in a green suit and a bow and arrow, kicking people's ass. That's what worked. That's what worked for that shit. So it was the same stuff. Now, eventually, over time, it got to telling more stories with Green Arrow and kind of changed it up a little bit. But that's what the two things that sold that shit up. That's why when you brought in the Flash, it blew up bigger than Arrow.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And
because you introduced another character that people want to see that wasn't one of the main ones. Did Flash ever run to Bloodhaven, Gotham? No?
Nope.
This show's still going on, ain't it? Funny.
Bringing a Batman villain too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why you're absolutely right about Flash, because Flash kicked off the Flash is already established with his own villains.
Own villains, own universe, own rogues gallery and shit like that, and they ain't touching shit on Batman, and the shit's still running. It's gonna go off next year, but it's still running right now.
They used the Flash to even bring in Supergirl.
Yeah, because they found a way to make Flash the center point of the universe, as opposed to making Batman or Superman the center of the fucking universe. You can thank Jeff Johns for that Flashpoint story for that.
How many seasons? 6 seasons right now? 7 seasons?
Yeah, it has the longest.
Nah, I still gotta make it through 3-4 more to beat Smallville. Smallville got 10.
Smallville got 11. I don't know what you're talking about. And Smallville wasn't the best, but Smallville was awesome as fuck for me.
Yes, it was.
I raised my kids on Smallville.
Yes, it was.
Smallville was a family watch. It was a family watch. That's what we watched.
There's actually
my
a
brother-in-law
channel.
got me into that shit. He didn't get me into that till second season. I went back and watched season 1 and was on that shit every night after that. Whole family.
I actually watched the dude Michael Rosenblum, the actor, he has a podcast and where he talks to all the old actors, and him and Tom Welling were going back and forth. They were talking about it, and Tom Welling talked about how exhausted he was in season 1, because he was like, I had to, even if I didn't have a line, I had to be there.
Because he was directing and shit.
Yeah.
But he was getting behind the camera, which I like to see from these series. If you get on a popular series as a geek show, eventually you'll get to, especially if it's popular and it goes multiple seasons, you get to learn more parts of doing this movie making shit. That you go from being just an actor hired to be on the set, to be on the mark and play this role, to actually having some say so in the writing room, actually having some ability to produce, actually having some abilities to direct. That's actually the golden spot to be in, is to be on a series, because you can learn all the phases of this shit, how this whole thing works, and not your one individual part to that shit. That's why Tom Welling was tired. He was producing and directing and some of that shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, awesome, dude.
Yeah, he started directing. He started directing in season 2 or 3 when he started directing.
No, it was like
was it later?
I think it was 7 that he was really directing.
Like season 7, oh. But yeah.
Yeah, the fan expectation for Batman is always there. That's why I get pissed off at some of the fans, because they always want to push them towards just showing Batman. Like, you can't get into the shit unless Batman is there. Like, look, motherfucker, everything don't revolve around Batman and his cape. That's why I don't want to see another origin of Batman, because every time you introduce Batman, you got to give me another goddamn origin of him. Every fucking time. I don't need to see another origin of Batman. I don't. I'm oversaturated with Batman, and I actually like the fucking character. I don't need to see him no more. I really don't, unless you're gonna give me Ben Affleck back. But other than that, whatever, man. I'll see you in another couple of years when this shit is interesting.
Look, fellas, I gotta drop down. It's been a pleasure. I will holler at you brothers next week.
Appreciate you, Malika.
I'm Malika. Take it easy, sir.
And I'll let you know if I go see Nope again tonight, because I gotta see I gotta see the beginning part that I missed. And next week we can actually really go in with no spoilers. So
all right.
So give everybody a chance to see that shit, so they know what the hell we're talking about. I'm not just spoiling it for them. But you know what it is. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know what the next movie is coming out. I don't think you're going to see Bullet Train. I might see Bullet Train because I want to laugh at some goofy shit.
Speaking of DC movies, I just watched one this week, and it actually wasn't. That was all right. I just watched Constantine. I haven't watched that in years.
Which one? The Keanu Reeves one?
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves one. Terrible. It just wasn't Constantine from the comic.
Yeah. It wasn't.
I mean, because he looked different. Because apparently Keanu Reeves wasn't dyeing his fucking hair to be blonde.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to be blonde. So that's what everybody had a shit fit about, is that it wasn't the Constantine exactly from the comic book. And I'm like, well, no shit, because that's a little rough. But they did it better when they did the Constantine TV show.
Yeah.
But the TV show ended up getting panned and canned too, did. So it didn't matter one way or the other. Look, they gave you the comic book version, and you didn't like that one either. So the fuck. So I got the Constantine.
Then they rolled that one into the Arrowverse too. Showed up on.
They had to save it. That was the way to save it, because it was going away, and then the fans that actually liked the show got online and shit like that, and was really protesting about them canceling the show that everybody liked, and that's how they brought that character back. They brought that character and that actor, the same actor, back by putting them into the Arrowverse. That's how they got the character back. Otherwise, if the fans wasn't bitching about that shit, you would have seen that shit go away and never saw it again. Like, anybody been watching the Hailstorm show on Hulu? No? You don't know nothing about Damien Hailstorm and another MCU character property? No? Yeah, that's exactly why.
I thought they canceled that show. They put it on Hulu. And
they probably canceled it because nobody was watching that shit. They put it on Hulu, and they promoted it like very little because it's dark. It deals with religions and demons and shit like that. You know how this culture gets about that shit? Like, oh no, don't do that. You can't talk about spirits and gods and stuff.
What these new age chakra card, tarot card, chakra crystal having motherfuckers are weirded out by that type of shit?
Yeah, when you start attacking Christianity, they get kind of fucked up about it. So yeah. Who's seen Hailstorm? I know about the show and I still ain't seen the shit because I forgot the shit that came out at one point. But I went back to finish my Hit Monkey and I was like, oh, that's right. I still got to watch the Hailstorm show because nobody watches fucking Hulu, as far as I know. What they do in the shadows and my Hit Monkey stuff and some other stuff. But other than that, ain't shit on Hulu that I'll be watching all the time.
I was just gonna say that I was watching I was watching. I didn't know about Hailstorm. I was watching Hit Monkey though.
Hit Monkey was fun.
Yeah, I was watching Hit Monkey. I did enjoy Hit Monkey.
Hit Monkey was making me laugh. I'll tell you what I haven't watched. I ain't watched that fucking MODOK show on there. Fuck that.
I forgot about that.
Goddamn Patton Oswalt, MODOK. Patton Oswalt said enough goofy shit. I don't even want to watch it for that reason.
He's always saying some stupid shit. I'm like, bro. And then even when he tried, what pissed me off with him is when he tried to shit on Wesley behind Blade Trinity. I'm like, dude, you know they fucked him over.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, you need to shut the fuck up. That's why I said Patton Oswalt said some goofy shit recently. And until Blade Trinity, I didn't even know who the fuck Patton Oswalt was. Didn't know why he was famous or how he got famous. So if you got something to say about Blade Trinity, you know who you can blame? You don't blame Wesley. You blame David S. Goyer. Yep. He was writer and director. Wesley was on his way out, halfway there. Watch the shit. Wesley looked like he doped up half the fucking time. Because he going through his shit with the IRS. His mind ain't there on that fucking show.
And they cut him out of the casting process and a lot of that stuff. Everybody who's Everybody who's a fan of it says that's what went that was watching it knows that's what happened. I'm like, that's why that movie sucked. Everybody who was a fan, doesn't matter.
Just look at the fight scenes from number 2 to number 3. Which one had the better fight scenes? And then you find out which ones was Wesley more involved in. Yeah. David S. Goyer killed that third movie. Blade Trinity, that's why I don't like to talk about it, because I'm a Blade fan. But Trinity was the shittiest movie. And it was all on David S. Goyer. And that's why I give Goyer some credit for bringing comic book movies to Hollywood. But he needs to work with somebody. He does not need to be doing that shit by himself. His own characters and story, because like The Invisible, if you ever seen the movie The Invisible, that's good. That's all him. That's good. That's his own original shit. Somebody else character, he need to work with somebody, because that motherfucker make plot holes like buses could drive through. Superman Returns. Some of this other shit. No, he needs some help. He needs to actually not be riding solo. He needs somebody in the sidecar, or him in the sidecar, or somebody driving the motorcycle. He don't need to do it by himself. No fucking way. JT said he saw 3 episodes of Hellstorm. What did you think? Because I haven't seen one. And David S. Goyer, here's the thing, Joe. I hear what you're saying about fanboys, and I'm saying some fanboys. David S. Goyer, I don't consider him a fucking fanboy, unless you have to define how you mean fanboy. Because I could say I'm a fanboy in some senses, but I know there has a derogatory connotation too, because I'm not some goofy ass motherfucker that just love everything they put out. I'm not. I'm critical of that shit. So I'm not that kind of fucking fanboy, just like I'm not that kind of geek. I will be critical of the shit too. I don't have a problem doing that shit. Now, John and Dave on Star Wars, they are fanboys, but this is where they fuck up sometimes too, because at least for Filoni's part, he's too into putting his own characters in the Star Wars, and that's bothering me. You're making a lot of inconsistencies, and now you're making more shows to fix your inconsistencies, but you're making more inconsistencies. That's why I asked the question on my community tab: what's the difference between KK doing fucking up canon and maybe Filoni or Favreau fucking up canon? Is it the same thing? Well, yeah, it is the same thing. You're fucking up canon. So which one is acceptable and which one isn't? They can run amok depending on who they are. But David S. Goyer, I wouldn't consider him a fanboy. I consider him a guy who read comics. Some comics. Because even in the Blade movie, Blade ain't the Blade from the comic book. It's not. It's the Blade for somebody who read pieces of comic books, but it's not Blade from the comic books, is it? And it's actually better because of Wesley's input. It's a better character. But because that's the person thinking about, I got to act this shit out, and not somebody just throwing some words on paper because they're going to pay me to do it. There's a difference. And Goyer should stick to writing. Yeah, with help. With help. He shouldn't write by himself. He should write with help. Preferably Christopher Nolan. Because Goyer can provide the knowledge of the comic book material, and Nolan can actually make a fucking movie out of it. Look at my previous comment. Yeah. David has Dracula, King of the Vampires, kidnapping infants. That was goofy. Yeah. Look, I go back with David S. Goyer to the Crow movies. And that shitty Crow movie was all him on it. So, there you go. There you go. You get what you get.
God rest his soul, Brandon Lee.
Yeah.
He can play
that wasn't the first one that David Goyer was on. David Goyer was on the second.
The second
City
one.
of Angels and the rest of that shit. Yeah, that was him. That was him. And I actually had to go back and because I watched those movies and I realized they suck, and I didn't know why they suck. That was before I was getting really into looking at all the rest of the stuff on the background on these goddamn movies. And then after Blade Trinity, where more of this stuff is available online, where you can actually database this shit, you find out, like, what else is this motherfucker written? And then you go back and say, nigga, these is all these shitty ass movies that had problems with it. This is every one of them. You're responsible for all of these. Nigga, you're the biggest blight on the geek sphere. You responsible. Okay, now I know why they sucked. Your ass was there. Putting your finger in the fucking stew. Now I get it. Now I get what you do. Now I can see, I can track it through movies. That's why I say you have to look at people's careers on a whole. Now I can track it. Yes, this is what you're doing. This is where you did good. This is where you fucked up. This is where they let you have the reins, and this is where it looked like shit.
Yeah.
Blade Trinity is shit because of him, not because of Wesley.
Not because of Wesley.
No, that's because of him.
Speaking of Wesley, if Wesley Snipes does not have a cameo in this Blade movie, I'm upset.
Me too.
Me
too.
I want
to. And I've been very plain about that shit from day one. Like Mahershala Ali is going to be Blade. That's awesome. Is you give him Wesley any respect?
Yeah.
From day one.
Like
you don't give Wesley any respect? I'm mad.
Is Wesley showing up as a multi-verse Blade, a Whistler? You better give me something. I better see Wesley.
I gave them that one just as a way to do it to where it doesn't fuck up anything for them. They can tell a new story with Blade, but they can still pay respect to Wesley's blood. You got the multiverse. I'm throwing it. That idea is thrown out there for you. It's all over the internet. Just use the multiverse and say he's another version of Blade. Just do that for me. We good. You can make that a cameo scene.
Yep.
And be good with it.
5 minutes.
Yeah, there was only two ways I would accept it. If Mahershala Ali's Blade is an older version of Wesley's Blade, they just changed the actor, so it's the same stories and stuff like that. Or it's a multiverse and it's just a different version of Blade from the multiverse. Plain and simple. That's the two ways, easy fucking writing to throw that in there and let everybody know. Props to Wesley. Moving on with Mahershala.
Yep.
Mahershala, excuse me. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. You ain't got to give a whole hand job, nothing. Just kiss the head, motherfucker. Just kiss the tip. That's all you got to do.
I already know. I mean, I don't know about Marshall's ability, but I know he ain't got Wesley Snipes' fighting ability.
I don't think so either. But that's why I was kind of concerned about it. But Mahershala wanted to do this part. He came to Marvel. They didn't come to him. So because he came to Marvel wanting to do Blade, I can appreciate that shit. But I'm thinking he probably came there off the strength of Chadwick being there already. That's what I'm thinking. And Mahershala had already won his fucking Oscar or whatever. So they, he came in there holding his nuts over his shoulder, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, sure, whatever we can do for you. What would you like?" I want to do Blade. Fine, you want to do Blade? We have that on the script. Put it on the docket. Yeah, we'll do Blade for you. Yeah.
Also from his performance in Luke Cage too, as Cottonmouth.
Fuck, he killed it as Cottonmouth.
Yeah, he killed it.
Killed it as Cottonmouth. That's the only character you want to see come back from the dead. Like, bring Cottonmouth back.
When upset they killed him. I'm mad they killed him in the show.
Everybody was mad they killed him.
Season two was what the fuck?
Right. I didn't mind. What was his name? He was another fucking snake. I didn't mind the voodoo dude, right? I didn't mind the voodoo dude because I like
Bushmaster.
Bushmaster, yeah. I didn't mind seeing Luke Cage get his ass kicked. That was funny. Because that was Michael Colter is stiff as fuck.
That was the only thing I liked about that series was the stuff between him and Bushmaster. I didn't like Mariah's characters. I was like, what the fuck? Can you just and Shades go the fuck off somewhere and do your own thing? But that's the only thing I wanted to see in that season was them two go at it.
Yeah. I appreciate that Iron Fist episode too when he showed up.
I did appreciate that too.
That was a damn good episode.
Chilling.
Wu-Tang Clan playing in the background.
Wu-Tang Clan. Yeah. That was a dope.
That was cool. I did like that episode too when Danny Rand showed up.
Yeah.
And then you get that, okay, Heroes for Hire. Come on, let's go Heroes for Hire.
That's
and he said it too.
Bring to Disney Plus. We need to get a fucking Heroes for Hire show. If they're gonna do anything with Danny Rand and Luke Cage, bring them two back. That actor was like you said about the Iron Fist show, it was just rushed. That's what the problem with that show. Ironically, that same part of that production team did the Inhuman show, which was also rushed. That was the problem. I said, bring those two back and give me Heroes for Hire. That's what I want to see. That's Marvel. Can you make? I know you're on some feminist shit, but can you do that one time?
Yeah.
One time.
And they do
shit. Alfred Woodard did the best Conan on the Luke Cage series. Yes, she did.
Unfortunately,
but you got to understand how fucked up Black Mariah was.
Yeah,
it's fucked up.
Very.
Like, that kid didn't have a chance. Cottonmouth didn't have a chance, motherfucker. He was gonna get swallowed up. Look, what's the difference between watching the second season of Luke Cage and then watching Power Book of what's his name? Like, look, this look like the same shit. Like, god damn, these
pretty much
the same.
But pretty much the same shit. In New York too, right? Okay, then.
Yep.
But I like
all of
the actor who plays Iron Fist. He seemed more relaxed in that second season.
He got more relaxed. His fighting got better because they had more time to train him, and he got a chance to get completely out of his Game of Thrones mode and get into I'm Iron Fist. This is Kung Fu. This is the stuff that I'm doing. That's what I want to see. I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem with Finn Jones, the actor. I don't have a problem with white boy Danny Rand, because that's who fucking Danny Rand is. He's a white boy. So fine, let's do that. I want to see what's going on with the rest of Kung Lung. Where to go?
I'm glad you
Show
brought
me
up
the heavenly cities. Show me the heavenly cities and the rest of the immortal weapons. Come on, let's get to it. You got Shang-Chi over there. Let's get it. Fuck, I want to see Shang-Chi in the Iron Fist fight. I want to see that shit.
That would be beautiful.
I want to see that. We know. I really
That'd be a beautiful fight to watch.
Yeah, it would be. All you got to do is let this boy get training, because as much as people say they didn't like the Defenders show, he looked better fighting in the Defenders.
Yeah.
But what it is Iron Fist 2, Defenders. His fighting got better. Yeah. That's all you were looking for. That's all you were looking for. It just took a little longer because you rushed the first season, got a second season, and he got better, but then you rushed to cut off.
Yeah.
Give that man some time. Don't just shit on him completely. Okay.
He was actually giving Daredevil trouble when they had their little exchange in Defenders. I'm like, hold on, Danny Rand.
Yeah, he was going at him. Like, how the fuck are you doing this?
Danny Rand got
exactly. Two Tree. Where's my Steel Serpent? I was loving my Steel Serpent. He was whooping that boy ass. Steel Serpent was a problem.
Defenders was an okay show. I don't know why people get that shit.
They spent too much time in that restaurant.
Yeah.
That's the main part that killed that whole show. They spent too much time in that goddamn restaurant.
2 episodes.
Yeah, 2 fucking episodes of exposition, sitting in the fucking restaurant talking like, nigga, I can do that with my friends. I don't need to watch it on TV. Chinese food, it ain't that feeling. Come on, man. They'd kicked you out already. You holding up their table.
I thought it was 3 episodes. Shit. I thought but it was
felt like it. They didn't start fighting until the fight didn't start until the second episode.
Yeah, I get the exposition of some things, explaining, because you have to have time for these characters to all know each other or get a feel for each other. You have to, but it just went along a little bit too long. And like, you can't get into it's an emergency, we're in danger, and now we're hiding in this restaurant. So let's sit down for 2 episodes and talk. And then the same danger comes back. Like, why was it waiting outside all that time? For you to finish this exposition? Bullshit. Let's move it the fuck on, dude. That should have been conversation cut short. But when it got down to the fighting and all of them working together and fighting, it looked awesome. I was cool with it. I was with it. So I wasn't that pissed off.
Wasn't that your neck playing while they whooping everybody's ass.
Just, gave Disney Plus a way to make this show after this Daredevil show. If they put up a Heroes for Hire show, people would be down for that, because then you get Luke and Danny Rat back, and you don't have to say it's an Iron Fist show.
Yeah.
You don't have to say it's a Luke Cage show, but it is a Heroes for Hire show. And then you can also get back the Daughters of the Dragon.
Yep. And I gotta wait 2 years. I gotta wait 2 years to see Charlie Cox's Daredevil again. All right.
Yeah.
No, you're gonna see him in She-Hulk next month. He'll be in She-Hulk.
Yeah, like we're not getting
She-Hulk,
none of
and then he's gonna be an Echo. So you'll see him.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem. We're not getting none of the street level heroes. Like that was the cool thing about Netflix was we was getting those street level heroes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
But
love
because
that.
this phase is all out with the cosmic areas and the gods. Like I'm fine with the original way the shit was. That the movies were the bigger grand events, and the TV shows and stuff like that on streaming were the lower level characters under them, more street level shit. That works for me because it makes you understand that if you see these street level characters in a movie, it's a big deal. If you see these movie characters come down to the show, it's a big deal. You understand that there's a hierarchy there, things that's going on. You're seeing all this stuff happening on the ground, and then you get this movie, and now you back up to this high point. And then you come out of this movie, and you back to this ground level stuff that's going on. That's something that's still always happening around this universe, and it's not just focused on this one group of people the whole time. That it's focused on the universe as a whole. You can get all these cosmic stories and stuff like that. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But if you don't have an explanation to why some of the gods are missing, you watch Moon Knight and some of the seats are empty, and then you watch Thor dealing with gods being killed, but you don't mention none of these gods from the Moon Knight show that might have possibly been fucking killed, then you have a disconnect. This ground level hero has no relation to what's going on in this movie, even though y'all both in the MCU. You should have made that connective tissue. You should have made that time. Otherwise, what's the fucking point? I mean, what's the point of putting Bast in the Thor movie, but not having her in the Moon Knight show and saying that, oh, she's not there because she was up at, the, I forgot the name of the place at the moment.
Yeah,
but she's up there with the rest of the guys waiting for the orgy to start.
I can answer that question, no. Layla. Fucking Layla.
Yeah.
You gotta make time for Layla.
Yep, you got to make time for Layla. Layla got to shine, and you watch the behind the scenes. That's what they're good. Watching the Disney Plus Assembled is good for. So as they finish the show, that Assembled shit comes out the next week. Watch that shit. There's a lot of interesting information in there, and you'll get the behind the scenes stuff because when they were filming it, when they were making this fucking show. So you got questions? Watch that shit, and then you'll be like, I fucking knew it. That's what you'll say. That's what happened when I watched that Moon Knight shit. Found out that the director, his wife helped him make the script. I said, I fucking knew it. She put that bitch in there, and she said it out of her own mouth. We needed some representation and some other shit. I was like, oh, so you injected this bitch in there? God damn. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Thanks.
And here's the thing: it's enough female heroes in the damn Marvel universe that you could fucking represent. Bring Spider-Woman into the damn shit. Like you got all these other female characters that exist in Marvel, and you ain't brung them yet. But then you want to make a new character? Like seriously?
A whole useless character at that.
Yeah,
most useless secondary character I've ever seen in a TV show. I'm like, why are you here again?
Yeah, and it was
that's the thing. That soon as they introduced Captain Marvel into the universe, I said this shit. I'm waiting for Spider-Woman. Jessica Drew to show up, right? Yeah. I'm waiting for her to show up because her and Captain Marvel have a good relationship. I like their friend relationship, right? And Jessica Drew, Spider-Woman, has had an interesting go of it. The motherfucker been a spy and some other shit, Hydra agent, all kind of shit. She ain't been doing some shit. So you don't have to go back to her fucking origin. Just introduce the character. That'll be interesting. That would be interesting to see, right? If you don't want to go to Jessica Drew, give me Julia Carpenter. I don't give a fuck. Throw her in this Secret Wars movie. Give a shit. I don't give a fuck about a Madam Web. Give me Jessica Drew. Or Julie Carpenter. Give me another Spider-Woman. Give me a fucking Spider-Gwen. If you just got to do something new, something. But give me some of these characters that people actually fucking like and give a fuck about. Because I can tell you, I don't give a fuck about no goddamn Echo.
Ironheart.
For representation's sake or nothing. Even though the little one-legged chick is kind of cute. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't. Give me somebody else. I did move around, you stupid fucking watch. Stop buzzing me. Watch saying it's time to move around. You've been sitting for an hour. Didn't you just feel me move?
It's just
moved around right.
Like I said, I'm just looking at Marvel. I'm like, oh, the ground is shaking. Ground is shaking. Look like y'all can't. Look like you're having trouble landing that plane, huh?
Yeah,
I'm just looking at DC.
Having problems sticking that landing.
Yeah,
Kind of wobbly.
Yep.
Check your ankles.
And you look at DC, they still in the damn, they still working on the plan. I'm like, man, y'all better hurry up. We need y'all to hurry up.
Well, JL West, the reason why the Netflix shows wouldn't say the names and stuff of the stuff in the MCU, that was the dude at MCU with that who was it, Perlmutter. He was the one doing that shit. He was trying to make Marvel into like the Warner Brothers model where everything is its own separate fucking satellite and they do their own shit over here. That's the problem with some of these people jumping ship and running to different goddamn companies. They bring that dumb shit with them. They bring the dumb shit with them from that other company. Like my friend Amanda earlier in the stream was talking about stuff that's going on with Amazon, with these safety people coming in and taking the mallets from them, and they need training to use a fucking mallet. These are the same people at these failed companies that Amazon took over, coming into Amazon with that same dumb shit. Don't bring the shit that got your company failing over here. Don't do it. No, it didn't work for you. What the fuck makes you think you need to be bringing it over here? It's dumb. Same thing. Perlmutter was trying to follow Warner Brothers' idea. Well, you see how it's going for Warner Brothers, don't you? They got bought the fuck out. So it was good that they got rid of Perlmutter
twice
and stopped doing a Netflix shit so they can bring everything back in-house and everything can be working under one banner. It's better that way because if you think it wasn't, we got the Inhuman show to look at. Was it better? No. No, it wasn't. It was fucked. It was fucked. That's why I don't mind Ensign Monk being in the MCU movie as Black Bolt. That's good. Good. That was a good fan cast. I said that. Save you some trouble. Just hire him, bring him over. Multiverse, motherfucker. You explained it. Thanks. And you can wipe away that other human shit altogether. You can.
Well, why you never got Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and them never knowing about Coulson and them, that's because of that Ike shit. And it's like, bro.
That's why you had it first season. First season, you had Sam Jackson show up on that shit. First season. And then you went into season 2, you had the connection to Thor, The Dark World in it. After that, you had no more connection to MCU movies. That was that guy's pushing. He didn't want that shit connected no more. And that kind of made the S.H.I.E.L.D., Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show kind of suffer because Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show was a good way to keep you entertained with Marvel shit and show characters and stuff like that from the movies in between the movies. It was a good way to get you back on and off the bus. It came off this high for the movie, watched the show, and here's the next movie. It didn't come off. It was a good flow. Thanks to people that people don't like to talk about in these spaces anymore, but that guy who did the first Avengers movie, yeah, that was his idea. It actually worked. But,
Josh Whedon.
There you go. Apparently he's no good anymore, even though he wrote some good runs of X-Men too.
Hey, you kiss my ass. I still like Josh Whedon and Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
That's the same thing I said. It's like, I'm not buying it. Not buying it. Everybody said he's an asshole. I think he was an asshole working at DC. I remember hearing that shit beforehand. I'm just saying. But that's just me. I'm looking at all his work, and Angel was awesome. Buffy was good. I love Firefly and Serenity. I watch those motherfuckers any day of the week. Did I like the Justice League? No.
Not really.
But I'm not blaming him on that because the other shit the company produced looks the same. So it obviously wasn't Josh Whedon. It's obviously Warner Brothers or Warner Media Films specifically, and the people sitting in there. The same ones that's throwing Amber Heard to the wolves. He has nothing to do with that. That bitch been crazy. Yeah, but y'all hired her and Ezra.
Yeah, you hired her.
Wait, hold up. You forgot the last connection they had to the MCU films on Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. was
Peace, Joe.
The Winter Soldier movie and Age of Ultron when they found the scepter, and which led into Avengers: Age of Ultron. That was about it. That was it. And after that, no more connection.
It was done. That was done. But that's where that show worked really good. But after that, it went off the rails because it had to survive on its own. Without the connective tissue, it had to survive on its own. So that's why you got a bunch of other stories. that spun out of it. Coulson still being out there, being off in space and some other bullshit, Ghost Rider showing up and all that. But Darkhold, but not the same one that was in the Doctor Strange stuff, but they used it. So it's a different Darkhold. I guess it's a different dimension, but how does that explain the Black Nick Fury showing up earlier in the season? So you just fucked yourself. That's what it did. You just fucked yourself.
All right, gentlemen, get going. Y'all take it easy. All right, good conversating with you. Y'all take it easy.
Appreciate you. I'm gonna get out of here too. That's a
Take it easy.
7-hour stream. So that means y'all can watch this an hour a day for the rest of the week until next Sunday, which is a good way to pitch this shit. Like, yeah, tune in for Shop Talk Live and you can watch it in pieces all week. So you can finish the last hour on Sunday before you get the next installment. Everybody going to cook dinner. We on the West Coast. So it's already 6. Shop is closed. I need to close out and see if I can go back over to see Nope. Hopefully, one of my friends is working today because I don't feel like paying no fucking $12 to watch 15 minutes of film. Yeah, I don't feel like doing that at all. But final thought, Beastly Nerd.
Not really looking forward to Phase 5. I'm actually looking forward more to Phase 6 because it's a goddamn Avengers movie coming. So it's like that's about it. Like you got all that blank space. Look, give me Fantastic Four and X-Men shit. That's it. After this, I don't want to see no more girl power shit. It's over. It's ran its course. You're not even doing it right.
Too late. Phase Feminine Douche is coming up next year, and you got, for me, Quantumania, Secret Wars, Guardians, Loki, Marvels, Blade, Daredevil, Cap, Thunderbolts. Most of the other shit I think I could pass.
Yeah.
I think I can pass them. But there's certain ones that I have to see, which is Blade. I have to see that. Marvels, I'm basically seeing it for Tiana Parrish and see if Captain Marvel gets killed. I really am seeing that, looking for that. Secret Invasion, just because it'll be entertaining, because they'll have, what's his name, Ben Middleton. I like him as an actor. I like Samuel L. Jackson as an actor too. So I'm watching them too. Quantum Mania, I like Ant-Man. Ant-Man's fun. And I want to see Jonathan Majors' portrayal of Kang. I want to see that shit. Daredevil, come on, motherfucker. What are you, stupid? Do I need to explain why I want to see Daredevil? That's fucking dumb. Loki season 2? Really? Really? Told y'all that was the sleeper show. Didn't nobody know what they was going to expect from that shit. And it turned out being better than all expectations. So yes, I want to see season 2 of that one. Cap 4. I'm gonna make sure Mackie get his money. I'm gonna make sure somebody cut the check for Anthony Mackie. And what's gonna happen in it, I don't fucking know, but we'll see, won't we? Thunderbolts, just because it's entertaining. I like Zemo. I like the dude playing Zemo. So he got to be on the team, and I got to see some villains doing some fucked up shit. It'll be like watching the Suicide Squad to me, right? I get to see the villains trying to be good. Let me see that. That should be fun. That should be fun for some comedic moments and some people just really getting messed up. So other than that, I'm not interested in seeing Echo at all. I don't give a fuck. Ironheart, I equally don't give a fuck. With that one, Agatha, no, I really don't care. Agatha, I was uninterested all along. I was uninterested all along. You work better with somebody else to play off of.
I was like, don't you got Franklin to go babysit?
Don't you got somebody to babysit, something else to do? Whatever. It's like, whatever. If that show ends up being good, that will be a surprise on me. But I don't have a problem being wrong because I can also be right. 50-50, motherfucker. Take your pick. So I picked. I'm not interested. Those 3 shows off top, I'm not interested in. There's nothing drawing me to watch those shows. So it'll be interesting to see the campaign of how they get people interested in watching those fucking shows. That will be entertaining as fuck to me. Otherwise, yeah, Fantastic Four just because shits and giggles. And Avengers because it's an Avengers movie. What the fuck? You think you're not gonna see that one? Come on. I gotta get the geekgasm out. Come on, man. Been waiting for this shit. What we got next after Endgame? What is this about? We'll see. I doubt the Kang dynasty is gonna happen in China, but we'll see what happens. Time travel, bitches. Time travel. All right, BC.
Let's check out. Peace.
Yeah, peace. thank you guys for coming up. I didn't write down everybody who was in here. Beastly, Dr. Anwar Dunbar, Truth, Malika, AB, Lion. Who did I miss? Miss somebody else. No Charles Faulkner, no Artie Idmore. This is some of my geek brothers. But thank you guys for coming up today. Thank you for bearing with me at some of the conversations. Like I said, it's another day in the shop. It's live, so certain things happen I was not expecting, which is Bob showing up in here, the original owner of Stand Up Comics, showing up in here and seeing what was did, and he was happy that the shop was living on when he thought it might have been closed. Good. I'm happy to see that. Especially since back in the day I was buying my comic books from him. That's something to see. So you got a little bit of a history lesson. Somebody who can back up the history that I've given you the spot. Thank you for everybody who donated in the chat. We made it over the goal, which is good. That's how it should be. It should always go over the goal, right? Exceed expectations, not fall off. Thank you to the brothers and the people in the chat who contributed to this conversation. This is Shop Talk Live, where we can all talk about this geek stuff, and it works the same way if you're on the panel, if you're in the chat. Throwing out information in the chat, I will bring it up to the floor so we can talk about that. Especially if you just don't want to come up and have your face saying, it's fine. Throw it in the chat. That's what the chat is for. Running this shit just because I can talk for myself. I can look in the mirror and talk to myself. It's supposed to be a conversation with all of y'all. So appreciate you. I'm listening. Said a great job. Appreciate you saying that. I'm listening. Appreciate you for saying that. We even got some surprise guests. We got Bob. We got my boy G.I. Joe up in here too. It's a good day. It's a good day. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of here because I need to go to the restroom and close this bitch out and see if I can catch this movie. This has been Shop Talk Live. We do this every Sunday at 11 a.m. Pacific Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And starts at 11 and it goes till it's over, until I feel like shutting it down. So like, share, subscribe to the stream. I have been artisanmc, and I will see you guys. Who's calling me right now? My mother. I'll see you guys next time. Oh shit, I don't have a song queued up or anything. Jesus fucking Christ, I am slipping. Hold on 1 second. Don't leave yet. Because I can't let you leave without playing some fucking music. And I gotta go to the bathroom too. Let's see, that might work. The whole button. Okay, there we go. We got some music. We got some music for the outro. And we got to share on the screen. All right. Yeah, we will remove you for a minute. Okay, so thank you guys for coming through. I've been artisanmc. This was Shop Talk Live, and I will see you guys next time. Peace.
Liberty or doubt. engage, never surrenders, showing the flames of rage. Send up from me. So be it. Threaten no more. To secure pieces. To prepare for war. So be it. Settle the score. Touch me again with the words that you will hear evermore. Don't try me. Love it or leave it. She with the deadly bite. Quick as the blue tongue. Walks in the lightning strike. Shining with brightness. Always in surveillance. Never close. Emblem of vigilance. Ooh, no, no, no. Send up from me. So be it. Threaten no more. To secure pieces. To prepare for. So be it. Settle the score. Touch me again with the words that you will hear evermore. Don't tread on me. So be it. Threaten no more. To secure pieces. To prepare for liberty or death. What we so proudly hail. Once you provoke her.